Welcome to the 2023 Brisbane Trail Ultra. Over the course of the weekend, we'll see runners participate, compete and push themselves to reach the finish line across multiple distances and some incredible terrain in the heart of Queensland's capital city. At the Brisbane Trail Ultra, points are on the line as part of the Spartan Trail World Championship event, with the 30km challenge and the 100-mile ultra being fiercely competed throughout the weekend. Follow along as we celebrate, support and enjoy the athleticism on display through some of Brisbane's best trails. The BTU crew and supporting community welcome you to the Brisbane Trail Ultra.
All right, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to sunny Brisbane, the River City, which turned on a spectacular day. Spectacular winter's day for the best sport in the world.
Absolutely.
Ultra trail running, so the Brisbane Trail Ultra. It's been going for a few hours now. We're going to get to that in a bit, but I'm just going to pass over to my co-host for this afternoon, Jody, to talk us through a little bit about what's been happening.
So before we begin today, I'd like to start by acknowledging the Turrbal and Yagara people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pass through today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples here today.
So, Jody, we're here in Brisbane. You're a local of Brisbane. You know these trails really well, don't you? I grew up here as a kid for 20-odd years, so I don't know the trails as well as you, so you're going to be the expert when it comes to the course. But we've got some cracking races. They've already started this morning. We'll go through that soon. We've got a big 30-kilometre event that's going to be beginning in about 10 or 15 minutes' time that we'll go through as well. You're with us for the next couple of hours through the afternoon and into the evening as well.
Yeah, can't wait.
Yep.
I'm so excited.
Oh,
you know, just the running community, just seeing everybody, the finish line feelings, you know, because the finish line feels the same for everybody.
Yeah.
It doesn't change, you know.
Absolutely.
It's right there. I'm so excited to see people pass through there over the next few hours.
Yep, and Ben Deneen and Steve Jackson are going to be with us at the finish line. They're going to be welcoming
They bring a lot of energy.
Yep, they'll bring the energy as well. They're out about to start the 30-kilometre race, which will start in sort of 10 or 15 minutes' time.
Yep.
But let's just go through the schedule as it stands. So as you can see on the screen here, so they had a change, didn't they, Jody, this year to the 100-mile start. So it started at 12 a.m. What was your take on that for the runners?
Okay, so for some, they'll like it because I think for the faster runners, they'll get more time in the day. They'll see, you know, some of the harder sections of the course, which they've already passed through by now. You don't sleep anyway that last night, so you may as well get up and run. You know, may as well get up and run at 12 a.m. I've had a 12 a.m. or a really ridiculous start before. But they do they will see the sun. A lot of runners will see the sunset again.
Yeah.
They'll start in the dark and finish in the dark. But, you know, I guess it's, you know, it doesn't really make that much of a difference in the end of the day because you're going to spend time running in the dark anyway. Yeah,
and we're expecting the sort of lead males to come through at sort of 8 o'clock-ish tonight, based on previous times, and then the female may be closer to 11 o'clock or midnight.
Those front runners will probably hit the city, and so they'll have ambient light to run by, so they won't have too much time with headlamps at the end of the day.
Yes, that's right. And then at 6 o'clock this morning, we had the 110-kilometre takeoff, as well as some early starters from the 60-kilometre, which we've seen a couple of early starters just come across the line in the last couple of minutes. 10 o'clock this morning, we had the 60-kilometre, the bulk start at 10 o'clock.
So they'll start to come through, those faster runners, in a not too distant future.
The 10-kilometre was at midday, and then this afternoon, the BTU 30. This is one that I'm absolutely fascinated by this.
Yes.
Particularly the male side. It's a good race on the female side, but the male side is absolutely stacked and with different runners with different strengths, and that's the beauty of it. We'll go through that soon.
Yep.
And as well as the 20-kilometre. So, look, what are the things that you're looking forward to in this event this year?
I just love seeing the finishes, people finishing. I love seeing that community, them back here at the finish line, sharing their finish.
Yep.
finishing that shared experience. That's always really a really big thing with ultra running, is that shared experience at the finish line. It's just, they say, you talk about, how did you go down Township Rake, or how did you find that climb, or how did you, and just hearing the feedback from the field is what I really like to hear, because especially those who have travelled here to see our trails, because I get to run them all the time. I'm out there quite often, just pottering around and enjoying them. We run down into the clouds. You start above the clouds, you run into the clouds, and they change from season to season.
So I mean, I've heard a few people describe this course as being quite brutal.
It is.
Would that be a reasonable assessment of it?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. There's some really challenging climbs. They look like runnable climbs, but there's lots of them.
Yep, absolutely.
But they call that Mount Nebo road break a roller coaster, and it is.
Yeah.
And people can fall into trap of thinking, this is runnable, I'm going to run it. But you got to keep running it.
And going back to what you were talking about before about the community feel about this event and the community feel of ultra running, I think having the finish times, that you'll have a lot of people finishing the various events at the same sort of time, this afternoon, this evening, and so this finish area at Kangaroo Point where we are will be an absolute buzz, won't it?
And they'll be converging along the river here, so they run along the edge of the city. They come through at Suncorp there, they come through a tunnel underneath Coronation Drive. Which is a really busy road, so they come under there, and then they running along a river walk along the side of the edge of the river, which is amazing because it's all lit up at night. And they won't be able to see the finish, but they'll be running in the city, so they'll not be getting close, but it's still a couple of Ks. It's 2 Ks from the store. It's about 1.5 kilometres from where they hit the Goodwill Bridge, the large bridge over the river to get to this side of the river. It's about 1.5 K to here from there. So they've probably got a good 3K of running along the river.
Well, let's have a little bit of a look at the course itself. We'll just try and get up the overview of the course here on the Capra app, which we're using just to chart it. So Jody, do you want to talk us through and maybe just scroll over, particularly that elevation? This is for the 30 kilometre. This is for the 30 kilometre race here. So, what can you tell us a little bit about it, and particularly the hills and the difficult point? Because I look at this from a 30 kilometre perspective and think that looks like a beautiful finish. Downhill, straight through the city, but it's not quite as easy as it looks, is it? No,
it's not. So they start over here. Were we going to do a course run through now, or are we going to do this instead? Okay. So, we climb up. We start over here at Coromelling Park, over in the Gap. We go on to South Boundary Road. That's a nice little fire trail. It's a little bit up and down, as you can see. We drop down into what we called Mount Cootha, what we used to call that Hills of Hell, but they're nowhere near as bad as further out. They drop through the gap there. There's a little grassy oval. A lot of people know there's a toilet and a water tap there. And then they come up this Kokoda climb. You can see there from the lines that it's very steep, and that's a really challenging climb. No one will run that. Maybe they'll hike it, but it's a really challenging climb. They hit the highest point of the course here, which we call the Litchfield track, or Andy's Cucumber Sandwiches, for all those who do Strava. It looks like it's a runnable downhill into checkpoint 6 here. So there's a little flat bit there where we drop into that checkpoint. They only have one checkpoint in the 30K, but they have a checkpoint there. They have to run in and then run out again. The Brisbane Trail Runners take care of that one there. Nice little climb, and then you hit nice little downhill, and that's a really nice downhill. That's a really lovely. You can really fang it down there. It's a nice open fire trail. So you'd head out of the checkpoint, fang your way down here, and then you hit the Red Bull climb. So this is 1.8K of up to Powerful Hour Trail. That's a timing map there, so we'll be able to get some results later.
And then it looks mostly downhill with a couple of climbs.
Yeah, it gets a bit technical over here. So, sorry, we've lost the little... We get over here, we cross the road again, and we head up a bit. It's quite technical in here. This is the Colgan Circuit over in Barden. It's really tough. That's the most technical section of the course. So that will slow down people a little bit. So those who are goats, they'll love that. They'll leap through there. They'll dance their way over that rocky bit. They get up. Okay, we get onto the roads then, and then it really is some really good downhill running. nice and flat along the river as they come in. And it's actually 34.3k, not 30.
Yeah. So
they're watching their watch, that might trip them up a bit.
So as I said in that intro, coming into it, we've got a lot of different runners from different backgrounds for this, haven't we? So this is what makes the 30 kilometre so exciting. So I just want to run through a couple of the males who are here and a couple of the females as well. So we've got Luke Davison in the 30k. He's a Blackall 50 kilometre winner. We've got Gabriel Foy, who's raced the UTA 50 kilometre. He's run the Guzzler and he was 5th here at the BTU in the 30 kilometre. We've got Nathan Pearce, who's done a bit of World Mountain and Trail Championship in the 7 kilometre and the 14 kilometre. He won the UTA 11 kilometre this year and also backed up the next day and came 4th in the 22 kilometre.
That's amazing.
We've got
that's a brutal route. Yeah.
We've got Jack Hill from the Gold Coast. He's run the Guzzler, placed at the Guzzler as well in a couple of different years. Has run Ultra Trail Kosciuszko as well as UTA. Won in the Raw the 25 kilometre quite recently down at Numbamba. We've got Billy Curtis, who's quite new to the trail running scene, but is dominating a lot of races. He got 3rd at UTA this year in the 22 kilometre, 3rd at the Buffalo Stampede 20 kilometre, and also 2nd at the Brisbane Trail Marathon 25 kilometre.
That's amazing results.
Yeah, and then we've got probably the 2 biggest names. Aidan Hobbs, who has a 2:20 marathon runner. Aidan here.
Sub 2:20.
Yeah, Aidan here first in the 30 in 2021, 2nd last year. So 1st and 2nd in the last couple of years. Very, very fast on the road. So he's the one that you'd be looking at thinking, the other trail runners must be thinking, how much time do I need on Aidan to hold him off on the road? So that's going to be interesting. And then the name at the top of the list here, Ben Duffus, who for the last decade has been one of the most popular trail runners here in southeast Queensland, has competed in absolutely everything from America into Europe and locally around here as well. And turned out to be quite an interesting race a couple of years ago, didn't it? With It turned out to be quite an interesting race with Ben Duffus and Aidan a few years back.
I watched that. I was here for that. It was amazing.
Yep. So we're only a couple of minutes away from the 30 kilometre start, and we're going to be able to track them through the opening part, which will be wonderful to see as well. So we can see we've got a finisher coming across the line here. This must be one of our early starters from the
60k.
60 kilometre.
Yeah, so he's been out there since 6 a.m.
Yep.
So he's out running all day. What a job, hey?
Yep.
Go out for a run all day. I love it.
So there you can see we've got a bit of footage here from the start of the 30 kilometre. So they'll be getting ready. The nerves will be starting, won't they? And as I said, that's
a lot of nervous energy probably. I think
Yeah.
about a lot of geared up. A few of those top runners would be really geared up for this event. There'll be others out there that are just looking forward to getting it started. And starting in the afternoon is very, very different. Most events start early in the morning. Having a 3 p.m. start will be really unsettling for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
I think I think you're better off because you've been able to sleep in, so you're better rested. You've been able to to fuel properly. You're well hydrated, well fueled. And I think I always run better in the afternoon when I'm better fuel. Better fuel. You're not starting fasted. You've had a real all day to eat and get ready. So.
And the 2 female names that I sort of spotted on the starting list were Victoria Beck, who was a North Face athlete, won Blackall 21 kilometres in 2021, has raced UTA, has come 2nd at the 6-foot track marathon, has run Kepler Challenge as well a long time ago, and Courtney Gilfillan, who also won in the Raw down at Numbamba a few weeks back. She won that.
So
and also
in good shape.
Yep, and also the Border Bolt, the 30 kilometre race last year as well. So
there's some competitive races.
Absolutely, but there's always a couple that we
don't know.
We don't recognise. They may have come from international. They've come interstate.
I was one of them once.
Yep. Or it's the sort of race where even a couple of road runners might jump into it and just surprise the mix.
Aidan blew us away that year because I think Gold Coast got cancelled.
Yes. Yep.
And he stepped in the last minute.
Yep.
I interviewed him afterwards, and I said, did you? He said, I when Gold Coast got cancelled, I called Shona. I bought a pair of trail shoes on Monday. I went out and tried them out.
Yep.
They seemed all right. Yeah.
Yep.
And blew us away.
Always love it when road runners jump in the trail, as long as they don't do too well. I guess that's the thing. But
I love that diversity. I think it's well worth it. We can talk about that later.
Yep. And this is a course, as we said, that suits a lot of different athletes, isn't it? And so this is why it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. They'll all know what Aidan's like.
You can see Ben and Aidan next to each other there on the start line. I think that's Ben and Aidan. Yeah.
They'll know his strengths. They'll know what sort of lead that they need. I did see him run at the Gold Coast Marathon last weekend. I think he was pacing.
Yeah.
We'll
see.
He
usually does the Gold Coast hard. So I think I wondered, was he saving himself for this event? We got 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, he races for in training, and I can't see an in training bib there on the start line. So
okay.
Well, these are the names that we got off the start list. So things changed in the last couple of days. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's actually there, because I can't see him as such.
You're right. He does run in that in-training singlet.
Which is the red and white singlet. So here they go. It's going to be a fast start. Away they go. Yeah, see, I can't see Aiden there, to be honest. So maybe he's not starting at the moment, but there's Billy Curtis at the back. I think he's in the pink bib there. Jack Gill's gone out nice and quick at the front.
They do a lap of the oval.
Yep.
At this time, and that's really just to spread the field out a bit before they get into that single track across the creek.
And we can see that they've got the high vis ready to go, because when they make these crossings as they come into Brisbane, every time they go across a road, they do have to have their high vis vest as part of our safety. So, yeah, they'll be sussing each other out now, won't they? They'll be looking around, trying to figure out who is actually making the break. There's Courtney, we can see.
Some 3 or 4 women there in the pack.
Yep. So it's great to see this footage. They've gone out pretty quick. It looks like a pretty fast start to this race.
They'll be wanting to get in position before they get out of that over. That's Thomas Lai there.
Yep.
Someone I know from River City Runners. He came out and done some of our training camps. He should know where he's going now. I had to direct them in off the road.
So Jody, on this 30-kilometre course, what do you see as the key sections? What are the challenging parts where you think that we might have?
They've changed it a little bit this year. They used to send you up the Python trail, which is a nice steep climb on the first couple of Ks. So you get some runnable. The first sections are runnable open fire trail.
Yep.
There's some, and they're deceiving these hills. If you can ease up and then take the downhill to your advantage, really stride out, really pick up some pace on those downhills, and you've prepared for that. You've done some downhill running in prep. This course will suit you. If you're not really prepared yet or not strong on the downhill running, and it's surprising how many people aren't.
Yeah.
I would have thought, I've always found it easy. I love it. Technical down. Take me out.
So many people work on the uphills, don't they? But we know that downhill running and trail running is also so important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was talking to Jack Gill in the week in preparation for this, and he said he's been at the Northern Rivers in New South Wales doing a lot of downhill running, because he looked at the course and saw, how fast it's going to be going these downhill sections.
Yeah. And if he's done that, he's going to be. Look at these people; they're all out for amazing time on the trails. A lot of people were thinking, "Oh, it's going to be hot." Here's Nicole Bunyan from Running Mums Australia. Her hubby Mark is in the mix there as well.
Yep. So just a bit more on the head-to-head.
So they're heading across the creek here. They'll head into the bush, and there's a little creek right there that they have to cross. Yeah.
So recently, a couple of these runners have gone up against each other in similar sort of distances. So Billy Curtis and Ben Duffus, they went head-to-head in the Brisbane Trail Marathon 25-kilometre early this year, a couple of months back, and Ben got the win that day by a couple of minutes. Jack and Ben Duffus have also raced each other, Jack Gill and Ben Duffus at the Guzzler, and Ben sort of took it out that day as well. So
everyone's giving us the thumbs up as they go past the camera there.
So these runners, particularly at the front, they'll have raced each other a little
bit.
They'll know each other.
Yep.
They'll know each other quite well. As we said, there's always a couple that will jump out and surprise us. So
just seeing another lady there, Kay, who I was spent some time with on one of our training camps recently. One of our not older, I don't like to say old. Our older runners out there, just going out and enjoying it.
Yep.
Love it.
So there is an opportunity, isn't there? There's some training camps that Shona and BTU put on for people. So can you tell us a little bit about those camps and what sort of athletes you get at them and how it's sort of
so we get a whole range of athletes. So we'll have athletes of all abilities. So, we'll have some tail runners like people here. As you can see, they've come now. It's quite a bit of a single track here. So this is why they would have been trying to get into position.
Yep.
We'll see who's out in front here. I can't really tell. Who's that?
That looks like Ben Duffus, I
would
would say.
So Ben's taken the lead here. Yep. They're followed by...
So Ben's there.
Oh.
And we've got Jack in third there. Yep, so they're all
so
stacked
this is our top
together.
Top.
There's Billy.
Yep. So they'll be just cruising along. They know they've got some good climbs ahead of them.
So no Aiden. Hobbs
there.
Yeah,
no Aiden Hobbs there. So I sound like,
that changes the game.
Yeah,
that changes
absolutely.
It. Definitely. And that looks like Courtney Gill filling there, the lead female coming through. So there's a little bit of a gap there from the first runners back
and
to...
there's another one of our women runners.
2 females there. So they're close together.
And
that's great
one.
to see.
Yep.
So our lead 3
so we've got
females.
3 females there. Cool.
Yeah, so go back to the training camps that they do.
Yeah, so the first one was really just a 10K around Mount Cootha. That's really kind of a really good introduction to trails. Really fun little event. And for all abilities, we usually break into a couple of groups. So we'll have a faster runners and the slower runners, and then in between. We always have a lot of coaches on board to talk with you about anything you want to talk to them about. It's a really great opportunity to talk to people, to come together. And, a lot of the time we spend we run alone. So it's really cool to just run and share our experiences. And that's how I've learned over the years. Yeah. That's how I've banked all this knowledge, is from my own running experiences and from just running and talking with people.
Yeah, sure.
I talk to anybody.
Yeah.
So, they do a few. So we start with about a 10K. We do a longer run, which we use as a qualifier for the 60K.
Yep.
And we cover a lot of the course. We do a couple leading up to that are really more for the 110 and the miler people, where it's a 2-day. So we do a really big run on the Saturday, and we back it up with a really casual, fun run on the 20, and you can on the Sunday. And you can always jump in on the Sunday. I just jumped in on the Sunday this year and ran with everyone who had run the day before, who wanted to come in. But they do sell out, so you have to sort of come in, get in quick. But they're really good opportunity to be introduced to the trails. Yep. Get to know them. Like, if you're not confident out there navigating those trails, it's a really good opportunity to just get to be introduced to them. And often when we're out there running, Shona and I talk about how we started. We used to take a hand. This was before you had watches that you could put a course on. Yep. And apps on our phones. We wouldn't have a phone, or maybe we'd had a phone. We'd take a photocopied map. Yeah. And just run around with a map in our hands, navigating the trails that way. And that's the best way I found to learn. Shona and I have both done that in the past. Now we're fortunate to have the Sunto watch and put the course on our watch. I have a Sunto 9. I put the course on my watch now, and I can follow it that way. But that's more as a backup. I like to know the trail, or have a bit of experience in the trail. You can see them all, single file through here. So there's plenty of time to go yet. So there's no point trying to pass anyone. That's why they do that lap around the oval. This just means that you can see it's nice and shaded in there. So I think they should be enjoying making the most of that. Yeah,
and it'd be interesting to know how many of these athletes have done the 10 or the 20 in previous years, and they're now stepping it up to the 30 as well, because that's what's great about the BTU event, is that, for the recreational runner, they can go through the stages, can't they? They can get the introduction to trail running. They can move into a middle sort of distance like this, and then maybe next year it's the 60 and 110, and then maybe the big miler, which we'll get to soon. But I just want to go through a few of the results from previous years, just so we have a bit of an idea of time, or what time we might expect the winners across, and what's happened in previous years. So in 2019, the lead male was Luke Garrett, 2:28, Beth Cardelli in 2:42. In 2020, Lachlan Jamieson in 2:19 for the males, Rebecca Gond in 2:54 for the females. In 2021, that was the race we were talking about before, Aidan Hobbs, 2 hours flat. Cecilia Mathers, who today is in the miler, and we'll talk about that soon, in 2 hours 39. Cecilia is well known around southeast Queensland for trail running. Great to have her back in Queensland as well, from a move
Newcastle,
down south. And then last year we had our international athletes who came over, our Spanish athletes.
The Spanish team.
So Antonio Martinez Perez in 2 hours and 3, and Sarah Alonso Martinez.
A bit of a mountain goat she is. She smashed that course. Yeah.
So we're looking in the males then. Roughly, the last couple of years the time has been down closer to 2 hours. We're not sure how that's going to play out this year without Aidan, but Ben was there sort of similar time previously. Yeah. So maybe we're looking at sort of just after 5 o'clock, the lead male will come through, and maybe sort of that 5:30 sort of time the lead female might come through. And I think having that competition is really, really, that brings out the best in you. I think having that someone push you, like in ultra events, often there aren't too many women in the field, and I've missed that competitiveness. I've stepped into events purely to be pushed, faster, so that I can be pushed. So having that, it's really great. This event is amazing because it does bring that competitiveness to the trails. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, on the tracker as well, we're going to be able to follow the athletes, aren't we? As they
so you can see here, they've now moved out onto South Boundary Road.
So 2 up in the lead there.
So this is the more open fire trail I was telling you about. This has got some nice little climbs, ups and downs. So you can see that's quite runnable. I think that's a bit of a climb there as they come up. So the Enoggera Dam is to your left. the big water feature there. As you can see, the water through the trees.
Yep. So interesting. So a lead of 2 males then, and then a group of 3 with Ben Duffus in that second group. So, I mean,
sometimes he knows what's ahead.
I was going to say, sometimes it's a very good idea to run with someone who's done this before and who's podiumed before.
Yeah. A few trail walkers out there, because of course these trails are open to the public, so you're more than likely to encounter people just out for their afternoon walk, and it's a beautiful place to walk.
Yeah, spectacular views over
the reservoir.
The reservoir there, yeah, definitely.
It's very popular in summer. There's a lot of people canoeing, stand-up paddleboarding, all sorts on the river.
So you said this is the South Boundary Road climb?
Yes, this is South Boundary Road. So they'll make their way up. They're making their way sort of back towards Mount Cootha now.
Yep.
And they'll do some of those trails at the back of Mount Cootha. The up and down, the runnable ups and downs. There's another hiker, a couple of hikers out on the...
So we can see those lead runners have already put a bit of a gap into the next sort of section, aren't we? We'll see. I'm not too sure if the females have come through when we off
Missed
camera
them,
there, but
maybe.
Well, this looks like Courtney
here. Oh yeah, there we go.
As
you can see, they're working coming up here.
Yeah.
It is a good little climb. And then it'll be a downhill. And there's is that Megan Brown? No. That second place, maybe.
I'm not too sure. I didn't see her name on the start list.
No, I didn't either. Maybe she's dropped in though. So we're 10 minutes in. I probably covered a couple of K now. 2 or 3K. 2K.
Yep.
And this is a climb, as you can see. These runners are all working as they go up this hill.
Tricky to do. We're getting to that stage of runner now who's probably trying to decide, do I hike this? Do I jog it?
So this is Thomas. He's quite a good little trail runner. Comes from a road background. You can see they've stuffed their high-vis vest into their pack for now.
Yep.
Because it can... You have to wear it, but it can chafe if you're wearing it, for too long. So they don't need it on these trails because there's no traffic out here. Okay.
So for those of you watching at home on Facebook, any comments that you put on there, we can actually put them up on screen as well, so you can interact with us from home on Facebook and on YouTube. There's Ian Stuck, who loves his trail running, Ian, and gave us a little bit of information. Hello, Ian, about possibly Risha Lewis pacing in the miler as well. So I know Ian is training very hard for the Scenic Rim Ultra. I think, Ian, if I'm right, it's the 65 he's looking to run out that way. So, thanks, Ian. We'll get your... Maybe, Ian, you can tell us...
There's a guy with the pink shorts. I mean, I saw him rock up here. So all these people, we would have seen them all here at the finish line because they have to catch a bus. So a lot of these people we saw get on the bus. I'm actually looking for our Indigenous Marathon Project runners, which is TJ Cora and Davika.
Yep.
They're relatively new to, both TJ and Davika are from Cairns. They're relatively new to trail running. They've had the invite to come here and race here today, so they jumped at the chance. They came down and ran with us, of course, on one of our training camps, so that was really cool to hang out with them. Of course, the Indigenous Marathon Project, they graduate and they do a marathon.
Yep.
This is new territory for them in the 30K. So that looks like TJ. Yeah, there goes TJ. He's just passed through there. He was excited. He's a bit of a larrikin, TJ. I had a bit of a chat to TJ and Davika just before they got on the bus this afternoon.
Yep.
They're a little bit nervous because, they hadn't seen some of the steeper climbs. They were aware of the stairs and they went, we can do those stairs. And then they went, oh, no, I've got to do those stairs after I've done 32K. So, we're still seeing the guys come here past here giving us a thumbs up as they come through. Happy to be out there enjoying this course today.
Yep, so we've got a little video overview of the actual course, which we'll get up on screen now, so you can see the lay of the land for the 30 kilometre, the BTU 30.
Yeah, they start there at the gap. We saw that they're on South Boundary Road there, as you see now. We've actually moved now. It's going so fast. This is the back of Cootha. We're heading around what we call the Curlew Circuit, crossing Gap Creek Road. This is where they head up Kokoda. You can see the climb there, all the way up. This is the highest point of the course now. what we call Andy's cucumber sandwiches, past the Summit Cafe there, into the checkpoint, down Mahogany, and then it's a Red Bull climb. You can see that snakes around there. Then we're South Boundary, crossing through and over Simpson Falls. Not much water there at the moment. And then they do a loop out there in Barton, the Colgan Circuit, which is one of the most technical sections of the road. This is the course. This is what Ben will love, and I'm not sure how much of the road runners will be like that. And then, as you can see, it snakes its way through the suburbs. So we go down through Paddington towards Suncorp Stadium there. Then we cut across through Suncorp, under Corrie Drive, and then they follow the river all the way around the city, around that Gardens Point, or towards Gardens Point, over the Goodwill Bridge, and then around here to us here at the finish, up the stairs.
Yep.
So, yeah, looks... how amazing. Actually, they've got great... I think for Brisbane, pretty good running weather.
Perfect.
A little bit of a breeze.
Couldn't ask for better.
No, a little bit of a breeze. It's not cold. The Cairns runners will love it.
Yep.
I spoke to a girl, but just before while she's waiting to get on the bus, she was from Canberra. She was like, "I've got sunscreen all over me. I'm really hot." And I've got some friends from Sydney up from here, Nicole Bunyan and some running mums, and Nicole's husband Mark are all here. They were going, "Oh, it's so hot. It's going to be hot." But I think it's cooling down now. Like they started at 3, so this is the evening's starting to cool down. So I think they were hot because it was we were sitting up here in the sun, as you can see on screen, at Kangaroo Point. And now they're down in the trails, and it's a little bit shady, and so they'll be fine.
Yep. All right, so we've got a few ads to play here, a few from the sponsors for BTU. So we'll get those ads up now, and we'll see you again in a few minutes' time.
Yeah.
When it's not always rain and there'll be days like this.
When there's no one complaining, there'll be days like this. Everything falls into place like the flick of a switch. My mama told me there'll be days like this. When you don't need to worry, there'll be days like this. When no one's in a hurry, there will be days like this. When all the parts of the puzzle start to look like they fit. My mama told me there'll be days like this. Na na na, na 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 na.
Mama told me there'll be days like this.
Some people choose to sleep in and enjoy the slow morning. Some people choose to move as little as possible. To fridge, and back to couch maybe. Take a cab when they meet friends for Sunday brunch. When they want action. Some people choose to watch a movie, or even binge watch. And for a workout, some people choose a fitness club. They choose to chill on the couch, or party in a crowded club. That's okay. But we choose to be different. The new Suunto Vertical. Suunto. Adventure starts here.
You're watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship.
Okay, welcome back. All right, so we've been watching. Just trying to work out what we're doing here. We've been watching.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, we're going to go to the interviews with Ben Duffus and TJ Cora. We saw Ben there. We've seen them on the course. So, yeah, we can hear what they had to say just yesterday.
Hey everybody, Ursula here, Athlete Liaison at BTU, and I am here welcoming Ben Duffus to Brisbane Trail Ultra. So welcome Ben, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. I'm really excited to get back out on the BTU course again.
So glad to have you. Now I know that you are a seasoned trail runner as well as seasoned BTU runner. How many times have you done BTU with us before?
Oh, this is number 4, though I did DNF my first year. I did attempted the 110 in the inaugural year and pulled out 70k in. Just wasn't my day.
Oh, okay. And this year you are doing the 30k. How are you feeling? How are you feeling for the 30k this time?
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I did the 30k 2 years ago and that was a really fun race. Aidan Hobbs and I were sort of running together the whole way and it was this really fun neck-to-neck battle the whole way. He pipped me at the end, but that's racing. Looks like a really competitive field again, so maybe something similar. Hopefully I can go one better this time. We'll see what happens.
Fantastic. And I know this is pretty much a training run for a bigger event that you've got coming up. What have you got coming up in your racing schedule?
Yeah, so I'll be heading over to Chamonix in August and racing the OCC there as for part of the UTMB World Series finals. So look, I've had a good training block in June and now this is sort of testing where's the fitness at, getting back into race mode. So feeling fit and looking forward to a good hard hit out on home soil.
Yeah, fantastic. And I know, like you say, this is your home soil. Brisbane is home. So you probably know those trails really well out there. So really happy to have you. How are you feeling nutrition-wise? Training, you're feeling strong?
Yeah, feeling really fit. Been practicing dialing in my nutrition for the upcoming races. So that'll be another part of what I'm testing on the day. And I'm hoping all goes well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, Ben. We are really looking forward to seeing a very speedy race. It'll be quite competitive out there, but yeah, thank you for joining us here at BTU.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey everyone, it's Ursula here, Athlete Liaison at Brisbane Trail Ultra. And joining us is the wonderful athlete, TJ, who has come all the way from Cairns. And he's part of the Indigenous Marathon Foundation. So welcome, TJ. Thank you for joining us. How are you feeling today?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm feeling great. First trail event. Usually a road runner. 5 marathons under my belt. Chicago and New York being 2 of those. But yeah, like you said, from Cairns, far north. It's nice and windy and nice and cool down here, so perfect running conditions for myself. Yeah, just excited to be here.
Thank you so much. And tell us a little bit about, so I know you're a part of the Indigenous Marathon Foundation. So how long have you been a part of them, or how did you get involved with the IMF?
Yep, so graduate number 68. So I graduated in 2017. So those that don't know what IMF is, great Rob D. Costella started the foundation back in 2010 and took 4 athletes with no running experience, 6 months to train up for New York Marathon. Then that evolved quickly into identifying young leaders in remote communities. And each year aim to get 6 females and 6 males into the program, train up for an international marathon. Looked a bit different during COVID over the last few years, but they've still supported those athletes to get into our international marathon. So 2016, I saw a young lady's return to community after she'd finished New York back in 2015, and saw that as a great opportunity to push myself. I'd never done a marathon before, so thought, why not? I'll give this a good old crack, and I was successful. 6 months of training, ran my first marathon, never looked back, got addicted, signed up for everything I could. Gone on to start a few run groups myself in remote communities up in Mornington Island, Arakun, Normanton out in the Gulf, just alongside my other youth work. So yeah, just took the sport of running and working with a lot of young people to inspire them and get them into health and fitness and getting their minds off of whatever might be getting them down in their everyday lives or what they're seeing them around them, and see that then inspire them to maybe take on a marathon or might not even be marathon, might be just try something new like I'm doing today, coming in for my first trail event. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's such a beautiful foundation, Indigenous Marathon Foundation, and I think, we're really excited here at BTU to have you and Davika joining us. I think, we feel really privileged that, we've got the pleasure to have you guys come down from Cairns, and we hope that more Indigenous runners get out there and join us on the trails, because I think there's so much to offer out on the trails and there's so much beauty in it. So I really hope that this first trail run is an incredible adventure for you. I know that, you're a family man, you've got a partner, kids up there. How are they all feeling for you being down here and away from home? What are they thinking?
Oh, they hate it when I leave home, but no, they're super excited. Saw the kids off early this morning before I jumped on the plane, so they're excited for me. Wish they could be down here, but times are tough with money, so they'll definitely be tracking my journey over the weekend for my 30k first trail event.
So exciting. I bet you they're just so proud of you, being able to get down here, even though they're probably jealous of you going away. But we are so excited to have you and feeling so privileged. So thank you for joining us for the weekend. I really hope you enjoy the run out there, and the weather is beautiful, like you say, so just soak it all up. But thank you so much for joining us.
No worries, I will.
Thank you.
All right, a couple of great interviews there.
Yeah.
So interesting that when Ben Duffer said he's heading over to Chamonix this year for the UTMB for OCC now. I remember Billy Yang talking a bit about that. People might know Billy Yang from the trail running videos in America. He did the OCC last year and said it was absolutely brutal. 55 kilometres worth, but 3,500 metres of climbing. So,
but Ben, he spends a lot of time at Mount Cootha doing these loops of some really tough technical climbs.
Yep.
I see it all on Strava.
He has been to Chamonix before. I think he raced.
And I think the shorter
distances
distances suit him.
Yeah.
I know he's given that 100k at UTA a good crack a few times.
Yeah.
I think he is better over that. I think I had that conversation a few weeks ago, actually, maybe last week or maybe when I was at the BBRT, because I'm always at events. People saying, I think the shorter distances do suit him better because he can, do the climbing and to put it out for that time.
It's exciting when we have an athlete who we know from Southeast Queensland. So last year we had Cecilia Mathis was there and Sam Stowe as well, and we'll get to them because they're out there in the miler. But we might just have a bit of a look at the tracker here if we can. So for those of you who are following the tracker at home, it isn't specific metre for metre, is it? So sometimes they might move a little bit, but we just
might see them jump around a little bit. That's just the vagaries of the GPS.
Yeah.
You know, and it can be where they put it in their pack. Sometimes they fall down into their pack and it doesn't catch it, So, sorry, you go, Tom.
So we can just see that lead group there at the moment. So we've got Ben Duffus, we've got Jack Gill, and we've got Fraser Darcy. So we didn't mention Fraser. We don't know too much about him. So that's a new name there. If we have a look at the runner behind, there's Gabrielle Foy. Gabrielle has been here a few times before at BTU. The group behind there, Luke Davison, as I said, that's from the runner who's won Blackall in the past. There's Courtney Gill-Fillan, so the lead female who I said has also been training in northern New South Wales, looking at a lot of downhill, so that's a great start from Courtney.
So that section's a little up and down. So where those lead four are, that's a good little climb up.
Yep.
You see where that pointy bit is? That's at the top where they're heading towards. Then they start heading down. It's a really nice, fast downhill to the Gap Creek. You can see the creek as it snakes through there. Yeah, they cross a road there, and then they're heading towards Kokoda. And we'll hopefully get some footage of them as they come up Kokoda.
And there's Elena Stevenson, who's in second place at the moment. We're not too sure where Victoria Beck is. She was certainly up there, but we're just trying to see where her tracker has got to. But Jodie, as you said, this is that little sort of climbing section here, so they're still together. A lead group of 3 or so, which is exciting. And
the women not too far behind.
Yep, absolutely. So a fair bit has happened already today, hasn't it, Jodie?
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to give us a bit of an overview about what's happened in the early hours?
As soon as I got up this morning, immediately wasn't that early.
Yep.
6-ish. I pulled out my phone and I was checking the tracker, see where everyone was. Because they had started at midnight.
Yeah, the miler, yep.
So I looked at my phone as bing 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 because I've actually got a bit of updates from the checkpoints I've included in that checkpoint track. checkpoint tracking. So there's a lot about chop bags and taking stuff to different checkpoints.
Yep.
So people have been out there all night getting set up because this event started at 12 a.m. And you've got footage there now of the... this is around just before midnight, so this is yesterday.
Yeah, the weigh-in.
This is yesterday at the start of the miler. So as you can see, it's in the middle of the night. It was quite chilly last night. I think it got down to single digits. It was not warm. You can see they've got a heater for them there too, which is amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, so no, we've been. I was got tracking dots to see, how they were going out there. So we've got an eye on a few of our top runners that we know are out there. So we're tracking them to see how they're going.
Let's talk about the females. Who are at the top of the female list that caught your eye?
Yes, well, Cecilia's my favourite.
Yep.
Well, because I coached her. I've coached her to her first UTA, her UTA win, her CCC. She doesn't need me anymore. She's such a focused and smart runner. She hasn't overtrained.
Yep.
She hasn't raced anything big this year. Her focus has been this event, and this is her first miler. So she's really stepping it up. She's in unknown territory, but she did do CCC last year, and she took a lot of time off to really train in the mountains and to prepare for that race. So to finish 21st in her first CCC, just such a competitive event as well, is amazing.
That's a wonderful performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, so another one I had my eye on was Jess Schluter. So of course this is also Jess's first miler, pretty sure. She's stepping up. She's won the 110 here. She's come second in the 110. She's won the 110. She's been the national 100k world long course trail champion twice. One was at this event a couple of years ago. She's represented Australia at the World Trail Championships twice. She's just back from World Trail Championships earlier this year. So yeah, she's definitely giving Cecilia a run for her money. And again, she knows these trails like the back of her hand. On our training camps, we bump out into them out there, and she will be paced by her good mate Brad. Also out there in the women, we've got Jen Millen. Jen has also stepped up from the 110. She's won the 110 here last year. She was so excited when she came across the finish line. She's like, I've never got to run through a banner. This is amazing. As she came in, so that was pretty cool. So she was definitely out there giving a crack. She's done a few of those last one standing and done some really long stuff. Delirious West to be one. So, the distance is not going to challenge her. What might is the hill. She won't have been able to train on this terrain. She's come from Western Australia. I mean, we have some great trails over there, but nothing like they're here. And who else did I have up there? We've also got Robin Kostya. She comes from a Spartan background, but she's won the Guzzler 100 before. So again, she's a local. She's trained on these trails.
Yep.
Jackie Bell's in there. She's in the mix. She's finished this event twice, so she definitely knows the course, although she's still directionally challenged. She's off. I'm trying to think what other women I have got there.
So
I'll come back to that.
Yeah, they were the ones that sort of...
They're probably the ones that stood out. We've got another one. We've got a few more in there that I'd like to follow that are definitely in the mix. But yeah, that's the front runners at the moment.
Yeah, but like we said, there's always people that
we don't know
about that come from interstate, international. So Jess Schluter, she's obviously well known. She's won Blackall a couple of times as well.
Yep.
Jackie Bell, when I was doing a bit of reading about her, remember a few years back she became the youngest person to run an ultra on every continent of the world. So she sort of became famous for that. So yeah, it looks like a good race. And just when I look at the tracker, I know we've still got the video up from this morning, which is great, but the tracker shows at the moment Cecilia is in the lead, and she's got about a 3 kilometre lead, roughly. There's a little tool. I was just saying to Jody, we discovered this tool, this little measurement tool here. There's arrow where you can sort of put the measurement between the two dots. So there's Cecilia 1667, and there's Jess 1634. So there's about 3 to 4 kilometre lead.
Yeah.
What can you tell us a little bit, Jody, about that section there?
So that's the Cabbage Tree Creek
Yep.
area, and you can see by all the little squiggly lines that it's very steep.
Yep.
So they've passed through Township Break by that point. So that's they put a rope in there. Mm-hmm. So that gives you an idea of how steep it is to people. I've gone down there with no rope, I might add. The first time I went through there, and almost everyone says this, I'm never doing that again. because it's just so slippery slidey. I don't think I've ever stayed upright going down there. I just slip over. So yeah, they've actually passed through Township. It's actually what a good thing is. Actually, I think we're going to go to Kokoda now, so we might just come back to the miler and we'll talk a bit about. So this is the really steep climb. There's Ben. I think that is it? It's really steep. I can't believe he's running up. Oh no.
All right.
Yeah, are we at Kokoda? Yeah, we're at Kokoda. We're at the Kokoda Trail. So I think this is the last little. You come up the really steep bit and you turn the corner to go up to the gate. So looks like Ben's really nailing it there and left the guys behind. Oh, sorry. We've got a 60k. We've got 60k's in the mix because we had some early starter 60k's. And of course, they do this section everyone does this section of the course.
It's wonderful to have footage from the course, isn't it? It's such a new thing for trail running, it's great to actually to see who's out there and the different parts and the different challenges.
And you'll see the spectators there waiting for the runners to come through, because you can just park up on the road near Channel 9 there. That one pops out near Channel 9.
Yep. So there's a shot of the finish line. What a beautiful shot it is. The River City in the background.
Yeah.
Bris Vegas, as they used to call it. I'm not too sure if it's still called that, but that's a wonderful finish. So
there's talk about calling it Meanjin, which is the indigenous name for Brisbane. Yeah.
So the finish line, they come up. We counted the stairs, didn't we, Jodie? They come up 105. We've agreed upon 105 stairs.
I think you counted 105, and I told you had to do those stairs over there.
So 105 from the bottom to here, and then they kind of do a U-shaped sort of run around behind us.
And they're tricky stairs. They're quite steep.
Yep.
They're not easy stairs.
Who knows? The 30k race. It might be a race up the stairs. That'd be wonderful. We've seen it at other major races around the country when they've had to race up the stairs. So
we have.
As I said, then they go sort of behind us here. They do a big U-turn and then a nice little downhill for 100 or 200 metres into the finish. And then as the sun sets this afternoon in the west, that's going to be a beautiful
I love the sunset over this city. You know what's even better though? Is the sunrise.
The sunrise. Well, we might still be here. We don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we are.
Because the buildings all get lit up by the sun.
Yeah.
I can see them from home. That's why I know.
So let's chat about the miler again. Let's go through the mail.
So
what's happened? Yes. We've got the tracker up here again, so we can have a look at the 4 lead males. And
so we knew Peter Babbis was going to be in the mix. We highlighted that before the start, and he is well and truly out there. Like he's a Tasmanian. He's come up from Tasmania. He has won every gone nuts since it started, the 100k race.
I've got him here in 2018, racing a race in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Second, and the information from that race says it was called the Hardcore 100 miles. That was over 11,000 metres of climbing.
Yeah, so I know
he's in good shape for this, isn't he? He's in very good shape.
He's definitely got the experience. He's actually raced the 110 here as well.
Yep.
A lot of people in the miler have done the 110 now.
Yep.
A lot of people do the miler, don't finish, and come back with a better respect for the course. But definitely the 110, they'll really know the course really well because they do most of it. They do an extra loop out the back there.
And so maybe Ian Stuck, if you're still watching at home, maybe you can tell us. But I believe that Risha Lewis is pacing Peter for this as well. So maybe Ian, if you're watching at home, can you just confirm that for us? But that'd be quite an athlete to have next to you, late on in a 100 mile, to have Risha Lewis next to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk a little bit about paces later on and the crew as well. So.
But also in there was Benji Patterson.
Yep.
So he's come from New Zealand.
Let's go back to that tracker. So as we said, Peter Babbis there at the start. We have Benji Patterson, I think, in second place.
Yeah, so he's also done the Tarawera miler this year. Yep. So he's done a miler. Tarawera is nowhere near as hard as this course.
Yep.
The record of Tarawera is 15. The record here is 19.
Yep.
So that gives you a bit of an idea of and it's similar athletes that have done that.
Yep.
So yeah, he certainly has the experience and the distance. It'll just be so I think he's a good chance.
Yep.
Of course, he doesn't know the course.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know what's ahead of him.
And you can tell us.
But he's through the worst of. They're through the worst of it now.
Yep.
So you can see Peter is that 3034 Peter?
So there's Peter there.
Yeah, he'll be in the mix of the 30s now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the 30k runners will all be around him there.
Wow, well that's good for him.
That'll be good for him.
They'll be humanity again. After a fair while.
Yeah, he'll be around 30k runners. They'll be coming past. Well, he'll be in the mix.
And then in third at the moment we've got Nolis. So Nolis, a previous winner. So
Nolis ran the inaugural event. He was fourth.
Yep.
That year. He came back in the following year and won it.
Yep.
Had a good duke out with Kieran.
Mm-hmm.
Kieran O'Brien, who's out there still, is also out there. We'll talk about him in a minute.
Yep.
And yeah, he's back this year. He felt really good coming into it. He was feeling really good. He's got a great few paces with him to take on share the load. So he'll be really feeling like he can fight this one out, I think.
Yep. And then in fourth place at the moment, we do have
Kieran. And Kieran was going to sit back and watch them. I think you got some feedback from the course. He'll be ably supported by Brad Glover.
Yep. He's got the Australian All-Comers
100 mile.
Different course, but
but he loves his trails. He just loves crewing. He just loves being part of it all. He just loves it.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? So Kieran has been around crewing, and Brad has, and they've crewed various people, haven't they? And
that's the amazing thing about the community, actually, in general.
Because Kieran's paced Vlad last year, is that right? Yep.
Yes.
So, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, the distance is there. If I just go back to this little tool, if I can
go for
have a bit of a go at it so we can see as the crow flies. Yeah. As the crow flies there, it's about, 1.2, so maybe a little bit further if we were to follow the path. That's not a big gap,
No,
is it?
and that's not. And that's a really runnable little section. If you know someone, they won't be able to see each other there, actually.
Yeah.
It's bendy and hilly and turns enough to not actually be able to know who's in front of you.
So 1.4 there. So then around to sort of Nolus, if I keep going around there.
Yeah.
What we've got about just over 3 kilometres to Nolus.
Yeah.
They're close together, aren't they? We're talking the last 5-6 hours of a miler race here. Anything
but Kieran's, if that track is right, and it might not be, because when you get into Gold Creek there, it really is a black spot. You can't get phone coverage in there. And you can't. The forest cover is actually quite dense, although they did do some burning off over there to reduce the ground cover. We don't get very good reception, so it's quite possible that he's in the checkpoint right now and making his way back. But there is a good climb out of there. He's got some technical running and then a climb out of there. So here, I'd say that he's a good, 20, 30 minutes behind.
Yeah, so if you were saying that Peter's...
But still, they've got 30k or so.
Yeah, you were saying Peter's through the worst of it, so you can see on the map there, he's getting to the stage now where he's coming into suburbia again.
Pretty much.
And
you're out the back of Brookfield there.
Yeah, it must be such a lift when they hit Barden and Paddington area where they get back and they must think...
Well, I think just coming in checkpoint 6.
Yeah.
That feels... Because you can see the city. I mean, you can see the city from the summit there.
Yeah.
You're starting to see the city, and there's more people about, and definitely.
So to go through the previous winners, to give you a bit of an idea of times and when we're sort of expecting them in.
I want to go back to the 30.
So we're waiting on that video. We're going to get some video soon, I think.
Okay.
From the Kokoda track, I think, in the next 5 minutes or so, hopefully we'll get them coming up there.
Yeah.
So Kieran O'Brien, he won in 2019 in 20 hours and 49 minutes. Nolus won in 2020 in 20 hours.
That was amazing
38 minutes, yep. That was a good one.
Kieran and Nolus, I was talking to, Nolus overtook Kieran on Kokoda.
Yeah.
And I remember speaking to Cam Munro, who was with Nolus, and he made just right, let's go. This is how much the crew can really contribute to your race. And he got Nolus to go, right, you got to go for it. And he just went for it up Kokoda. And that's not easy. Yes, okay.
And then last 2021, Matt Crean in 1953, the only person to go under 20 hours for the win. And last year, Vlad Shatrov in 20 hours 21. And we've got a little bit of information on Vlad. We think he took a wrong turn earlier this morning. We're not too sure how that happened, but has pulled out at one of the checkpoints.
Yeah, he pulled out at checkpoint 4. Yep. Yeah, I think it's just he took a wrong turn. So easy to do when you're a front runner.
Well, and we said because of the change of start time as well.
Yeah.
You would have seen the course in night time maybe as opposed to daytime.
Yeah.
So
here we go. So we've got some people coming up Kokoda. See, they've got their vests on.
Yep.
This may be a 60k runner or maybe 30s.
That looks like Duffus' hat, is it? He had a white hat on. I would say, that's him. Yep.
Yeah, that's Ben.
Duffus up there. We go.
So who's right behind him? I can't see what's their number. He's got glasses. Who was that? No number. The guys can give us a number. That would give us a bit of feedback. That would be awesome. But you can see they're not running up there. That is a seriously tough hike, as you can see as they're getting up there. So we've just gone to the tracker here on our desk.
That could be Fraser Darcy, so 3174.
Right.
Again, they're all three of them together still. Ben Duffus, Fraser Darcy, and so Jack
Gill.
Gill would be next through. Maybe the video will show us that as well. So
Yeah.
that could be Fraser Darcy. We're going to have to look up a bit on him in the next hour or so before he comes
That's
through.
your job, Ben.
So
I mean, Tom.
I'll have a bit of a look now
Sorry,
about that.
I was working with Ben last year. That's if I call you Ben, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you can see what a beautiful day it is over Brisbane there. Sun shining through the buildings. We'll probably see some 60k runners start to come through. I haven't got that tracker up. Maybe if I just get that tracker up.
Well, I can see on the finish line video there, we've got a banner across the finish line. So
Yeah, we look waiting for our 60k runner. Yep. So you've got some information there on
Fraser Darcy. So ITRA ranking of 793, which is very, very high. That's exceptional ITRA ranking. So
over
raced
750 for the men is amazing.
Yeah. So raced quite recently. There you go. Was part of the
World Mountain Trail
Running Championships that went to Austria. Came 88th in the 44 kilometre race recently at the World Championships. Has raced 5 peaks last year. Came second in that. Won it the year before, or 3 years before.
Is that in Adelaide? So is he from South Australia?
I think so.
That's why we don't know him. Yeah. So Yarrabilla, they're all South Australian events. So it looks like he's come up from South Australia.
Well, that's awesome.
Oh, I love it when they come to Queensland. They must love it. The warmer weather.
Yep.
Yeah. So it sounds like we've got a 60k runner coming through. Watching the finish line there. We hear one. It doesn't look like he's we see them come past us to our left, and then they do a loop around behind us around the park, and then come down this hill that you see here on the screen now to the finish line. I suspect these are. They're not moving that fast. I suspect they are the early starters coming through. I would anticipate that the faster 60k runners would be coming through at about 5:30, 6 o'clock. I think if we look at Risha's time, which is one of our fastest women, she's out there now, not racing.
Yeah, so Risha won in 6 hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, so we won't expect those 60Ks until about 6 p.m.
No, they were a 10 o'clock start.
So they were a 10 o'clock start, so 4 p.m. Okay,
4 o'clock, so that's definitely most likely. So in previous years for the 60 kilometre, Ian Best won it in 6:15. Matt Gore the year before in 5:32. Duffus there in 2020, he ran it in 5:21.
Yeah.
And Sam Burridge in 5:58. So that banner is up for the 60 kilometre race.
So they'll come fast. So I think that guy might have been out there all day. We can see we've had a lot of 60k runners finished, but they would have been our early starters. So yeah, we're looking for maybe is that Lachlan Jamison might be our first 60k runner.
Could be, it could be.
Okay, we got some runners now coming down Mahogany. I think this is the Mahogany Trail. That's a 60k runner. So the Mahogany Trail is near checkpoint. They're coming down there into checkpoint 6. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Why they're going past? I think they must be coming out of the checkpoint. So they come in one way and go out another. Is that what we've got? I'll just see if we can get some comms from our guys out there on the ground to see where they are actually placed. That does look to me like the Mahogany Trail. So that's, again, you can see it's a nice wide runnable trail. Okay. We're really looking for the 30k lead runners. We suspect they should be coming into that checkpoint any minute. This is what we're looking at now. So they'll probably come through there quite fast. Maybe, Tom, if you can get the tracker up for the 30k. So we can see they're on Andes. But they should be a little bit further on it. So anyone who... I think I mentioned it early, the Litchfield track, better known as Andes Cucumber Sandwiches on Strava. It's a Strava segment. That's where they're running at the moment. Those people know that's a fairly easy, runnable section again. So anyone with a bit of speed in their legs will be enjoying opening up their legs after. That's after that climb up Kokoda, where we had some footage of Ben a bit earlier. we got back to the finish line here because we've got 60k runners coming in.
So let's
Okay.
So we're going to try and get a bit of Kokoda footage coming through here as well, but
So this is the crossing at, this is near Channel 7.
yep.
They cross here so they come up Kokoda. Well, the Kokoda is where that white car is. They come up, they cross over here, and this is the start of Andy's cucumber sandwiches.
Yep.
This is the start of the Litchfield track. So they come across here, they take this Litchfield track down to checkpoint. So at this point they were looking forward to going to that first checkpoint. Some of them may not actually stop much. They might just run in and run out again of that checkpoint. But from here it's about 3k to the checkpoint 6, where the Brisbane Trail runners are set up there.
So where does that name, the Andy's Cucumber Sandwiches, come from?
I do not know where that come from. We asked last
That's the Strava
year.
segment, is it?
It's a Strava segment.
Do you know who owns the crowns?
I don't know who owns the crowns. I think it's our BTU 30 winners.
Yeah, okay. You would imagine
Course
so.
records.
Yeah.
They have the crowns.
You would imagine so.
Yes. Yeah, Strava crowns are amazing. I love it. I love Strava. So yeah, here we go. We've got some 30k runners coming through there. They have their vest on to cross the road, and then they are allowed, if they're on the trails, to take it off again.
Yep.
So you can see that we're all very safety conscious. They do need to have that for their own safety. As you can see, there are some cars fast moving along that. That's the Sir Samuel Griffith Drive, the ring road that the cyclist loves around Mount Cootha. We're going across here. Here's our marshal that's guiding them across the road. So you can see there's not too many people running up there. The marshal will be telling them they have to have their high-vis vest on to cross the road. So if they haven't got it on now, they'll be able to just have to put it on. So great to see people doing the right thing there. Is this one of our 60k runners over here? So yeah, you can see.
There's lead female. That looks like Courtney there.
Okay.
Could be.
Great. Yes. So he looks comfortable, given she's just climbed up that Kokoda trail. And we can see we're looking at the tracker. It's jumping all over the place.
Yeah, so Courtney's in a bit of a group there, according to the trackers. There's Courtney, Luke Davison's there as well, Anthony Gordon's there, and Elena Stevenson as well. So if those GPS trackers are pretty accurate, then the race for the lead female is on.
Going into that checkpoint, they will see each other.
Yep.
If they're that close together, they might not be able to see each other now. There's Ben, one of our race
this is good. Victoria back there. So we thought maybe she'd
gone
taken
off
a wrong turn because her GPS tracker went off the actual map at one stage. So if she's back on there and that's right, then that's wonderful. Maybe
she's still got to get up Kokoda.
Yeah, maybe she didn't take a wrong turn. Maybe
she didn't, just jumping around.
Maybe didn't. So if we scan back to the lead males here, so it's got Fraser Darcy, as we said, it jumps around a little bit. So we're waiting there for Jax to move, obviously, and for Ben Duffisus to move there as well.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the crews. We talked a little bit about the crews for the milers before. When you've been part of a crew or you've crewed for other people, how do you choose your pacer and your crew for an actual miler? Like, what do you think goes into it? Because you're not after someone who necessarily is faster than you or slower than you. Like, there's a lot more to it than that, isn't there?
You're definitely good to have someone who knows the course, or is good at navigating.
Yep.
I've never often had to have crew on a trail race.
Yep.
When I have, it's usually my husband, and it depends on the person.
Yeah.
It really does. I love to crew for people, and I can really adjust to their needs. I'm always adjusting. I'm really conscious of their needs. I think that's probably what makes me quite a good crew person. Because I'm never shocked.
Yep. You got to expect everything, don't you?
Yeah, got to expect everything.
Yep.
So there's someone that's got to as an athlete, you're so focused on your job. You've got to have people that won't be offended when you get angry or you get upset or you say get demanding.
Yep.
Because that's just your race mentality. So you've got to have people that will accept that's You're going to be. That's not everybody,
Yeah,
but
sure.
that is a lot of it. That is a lot of it. Know that, at the end of the race, they're really going to appreciate everything that you do for them. So.
I heard someone the other day mention that perhaps it shouldn't be called a pacer, it should just be called a companion, because often it's not about the pace and the running speed, is it? It's about navigation, it's about making sure that they're right with the nutrition, it's
providing
about
distraction.
Yeah, exactly, talking to them for hours and hours and hours, and just getting their mind out of
keeping
the
them
place
on
that
course.
they're in.
Yeah,
and of course the safety element late on in the race.
Yeah, I spent 50 miles I ran with a pace someone. Yep, so we're looking here at the Mahogany Trail. So this is where they're coming out of the checkpoint. So you can see they're walking out. So they've either grabbed their nutrition, refueled, sticking stuff into their packs. These guys have done a marathon pretty much.
Yep.
The 60k runners.
Always call it.
Someone's forgotten something.
Yep. Had to make a choice.
He's got to go back to the checkpoint.
Do we stay together or do we separate?
Yeah.
And he's thinking,
I'll catch up.
He's thinking, well, I've done 40 odd K, I'm not going to do an extra
So
100.
at this point, the lead runners may well see each other as they come in and go out.
Yep.
Because there's a little bit, you've got to go in and then you've got to come out again. So they'll get a feel for how far, they may get a feel for how far in front they are.
Yeah. And you can see the colour bibs there. So the 60 is a blue. So we're looking for green for the 30.
Yeah.
60 for the blue. So that'll help us when we get a little bit of video later on to see who those actual.
If we've got light.
Yeah, those actual runners are. So the crews. Let's go back to them. So who are the people that we know who are getting crewed by runners that you're aware of? As we said, we think Risha might be looking after Peter Babbis. We know that Brad Glover is looking after Kieran O'Brien. What do you know about Nolis?
Nolis has got team of 3, so he's got Cam Munro. Cam was the one who probably he'll finish with.
Yep.
Possibly. I'm not really sure.
Yep.
Adam lives out near Brookfield, so he'll know that area. I've seen him do hill reps of Township.
Yep.
Like, he's crazy. He's a primary teacher.
Yeah.
And I think last year he was running the 100,
Yep.
and he got close to home and he went, I'm too tired, I'm just going to go home. And just went home.
And what about Cecilia and Jess?
And Rob Tabato is also here. So Nolis has got a team of 3.
Yep.
So who's next?
Yeah. Well, Benji Patterson's in the middle, so
we're not sure who will be with Benji, but he did have a pacer. I know that Benji, Peter, and Sam all had pacers when they could.
And Cecilia and
Cecilia will have a pacer. She'll have her partner Tom.
Yep.
She'll pick him up.
He's just run the marathon.
He did a sub-3 marathon a week ago. Yes.
That's remarkable. That's good dedication.
He's a pretty tidy runner. That's probably why he's only running from Kokoda.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, checkpoint 6.
Yep.
So this is checkpoint 6 here that people are running out of at the moment. Yeah. So Cecilia is picking up her partner Tom, and he'll run with her to the finish.
Yep.
We know Brad Glover's with Kieran.
Yep. Jessica Schluter.
Jess Schluter will have Brad most likely.
Yep.
They cruised past me at 6 Foot Track one year. Brad pacing Jen.
And of
Jess.
course, one of the great stories, and this is what I love when you spend enough time in this sport, is that you see how much people support each other. So when Brad broke the Australian all-comers record, his pacer was Kieran O'Brien.
Yeah.
And Kieran pushed him through. And, when Brad broke that record that day out at BVRT, it was just wonderful to watch.
Yeah.
And now we're a year later, pretty much a year later, and the reverse is happening.
Yes.
Brad is now supporting Kieran.
Yep.
So, it's things like that make you realise how much we run often individually, but it really is a team sport, isn't
absolutely.
it? Whether it's your training group, whether it's your crew, whether it's your pacer.
There's a 60k runner just coming down Mahogany. She had a poles. She probably wants them for the Red Bull climb.
Yeah, so tell us. So poles on this course, where are they best used? Do you have them the whole way? Do you pick them up for the miler at a certain point?
You're asking the wrong person. I've never run with poles.
Yep.
Don't need poles on a track.
Just hands on your knees. Hands on your knees and walk up.
I don't even say hands on your knees.
Yeah.
I use imaginary poles. Poles are good for climbs. Poles are good for milers.
Yep.
Just take some of that weight off the feet. Use properly. I've never used poles because my biggest races were on the road and on the track and on the flat. So you really didn't. I don't think you're allowed to have poles on a track.
No, bringing out the poles on
but
a
they do have their
race.
place.
Yeah.
They do definitely have their place. When I was looking to do Tararua Mala this year, I was certainly looking into poles.
Yeah.
and was going to get a set of poles, but I didn't end up doing that. So I thought, no, I'm not going to do that now. So that's why I don't think I'll invest in poles.
And it's not just for big uphills, is it? You know,
No.
you can get exceptional benefit from just
Probably
slight
getting down
gradients.
township break.
Yeah, or even just slight gradients. I've seen
Yes,
people
yes.
run away from me like I'm, you know, it's
Yeah.
like they've got a little engine,
Yeah.
a little e-bike with them as they go up those
Some people
hills.
it's confidence, but I've just never got into the pack them up, put them in your pack,
Yep.
get them out. You know, I just run, just want to run. Yeah, so we can see. Oh, this is quite looks like quite a young athlete in the
713. So
so
that's
60k.
That looked like a green bib to me. That might be a.
That's a 60,
Okay.
or is that a 20?
So as we said before, if you're watching at home on Facebook or YouTube, you can interact with us. So send us a little comment. Let
So
us
we're
know.
here again on the mahogany. I've been crossing over from
Yep.
top of Kokoda.
Yep. Let us know what you think at home. Whether who you think's going to win the 30k. Whether you think Courtney's
Yeah.
going to win, or or you know, whether you think Ben Duffus is going to win, or Fraser, or
So we're 1 hour in.
Jack Gill.
So we're 1 hour into the 30k. You would think we'd be about halfway. I think we are. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Excuse me. Previous years they've gone around 2 hours. Now without Aiden in the race, I think Ben will still be pushed. He's got some good runners in there in the mix. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We should see them as they come into that checkpoint 6 shortly, those 30k runners, according to my tracker.
Yeah, we can see Ben Deneen down there under the BTU tent. He's going to be doing some interviews at the end with the winners. So
He's
Ben
just getting set up.
Yep, Ben and
Ben
Steve.
was sitting here with me last year.
He's been out there
Yeah,
getting the runners underway at midnight and also
Yes.
at 6 o'clock this morning.
yeah,
One of the well-known voices in Southeast Queensland trail
Yeah.
running.
yeah.
Probably the best known. He's called lots of people over the start line over the years, so it's
Yeah.
great to have Benny here, and Steve Jackson from Trail Trip Events. He's going to be on the finish line as well, which will be awesome. So let's go back to the miler. So tell us a little bit more about Cecilia. So you've coached her in the past.
Yeah, so she really does. She's now Australian.
Yep.
She's come from Finland. She
Yep.
came out here on a working visa. She's a dental technician.
Yep.
Yeah. I first met her before she ran her first UTA. I'm trying to remember when that was. Anyway, 4 or 5 years ago. And she rocked up for our first meeting on a skateboard.
Yep.
Which I thought was pretty cool. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, and she said, I remember saying, oh, you sound nice, like, okay, that sounds really cool. And so, yeah, I coached her through that first
Yep.
UTA. And that first, because that was her first time she'd ever run 100 or anything over 40K.
Yep.
So we did go into that event with the in mind just to enjoy it.
So did she
Just-
come to the sport with a background of running
She-
originally, or other sports?
She used to do run swim
Okay.
events in
Yep.
Finland, and you don't really have that here. She sort of picked up a few trail events.
Yep.
And went from there. So yeah, she that first 100 she finished 12th.
Yeah.
At UTA.
Yeah.
She started in wave 2. I said, just start in wave 2. Don't go out too fast. Don't get caught up in it. Just run, within yourself all day. And she just loved it.
And what did you work on from a coaching point of view with her?
More just her endurance.
Yep.
She was really good at sleeping.
Yeah. Which is
She
good.
has-
You need to
It
love your
does.
sleep. You need to love your sleep as an ultra runner.
Just trying to keep her focused. And she really needed to work on her speed. She definitely had the technical side of things under control. She definitely was really good at the trails, loved the trails. But yeah, we just need to really bring up that speed. So 1 year we got her doing all the Southeast SEQ Trail Series races to try and be pushed over those long courses to try and get some speed. Because that was probably what she didn't have, that speed endurance. So that was probably the thing we did work on most, was her speed endurance and just getting that strength for CCC.
Yep.
Just getting in the mountains, getting the elevation in, which was a little bit challenging in Newcastle.
Yes, yeah.
But she's fortunate to be able to travel and stay in Europe for 6 weeks.
And were you coaching her the year that she won
Yes.
UTA? I mean, that was a wonderful moment, wasn't it?
Wasn't
I think
it?
everyone was Southeast Queensland were following. And
Absolutely.
You know, we've had
yeah,
some-
and we went, right, we're going to finish, and we had a plan. We're going to finish in the top 5.
Yeah.
Like, I want a top 5 finish. I went, yep, you can definitely do that. You know, we looked at who was in the event, and we went, yep, that's totally within you.
Yep.
Yep. She was challenged. She was definitely challenged and pushed right throughout the day. She had some great competitors on the day, but she held them off and ran strong.
I mean, we do have a very good record down there. We've
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
Tom Brimlow winning the 50
Yes.
a couple of years back as well. Ben Duffus has done very well down
Yep.
there. But yeah, when Cecilia won that, that
was pretty cool. She showed me a prize. I was like, oh, that's amazing. Yeah.
Because they actually won it in the same year. So Tom won the 50,
Yeah.
Tom Brimlow that day,
Yeah.
and Cecilia the 100.
Pretty
so
cool.
where do you think she'll find it difficult stepping up from 100 into the
I
miler?
don't think she will.
You think?
I think
You
she'll
think
nail
she'll,
this.
she'll come across the line with the usual enthusiasm
Yes.
that she has at the start
Yes.
of a race?
I remember
Yeah.
she jumped. She did
Yep.
a jump at the end of UTA the year she won it.
All right.
And I was like, how did you?
So let's look
I
for
was
that.
watching it live from home on my TV.
Yeah.
And I was just like, wow. And same at CCC.
So let's look for that at the
Yes.
at the end here.
She's got to do the jump.
Yep.
Yeah. She does do. If she does come over that line first today, it'll be first time we've ever had anyone win 2 separate events.
Yes. So yeah,
And
she
on the-
won the 30, didn't she?
Yeah.
A couple of years back.
So yeah, we did, and we entered that one, a shorter event again to work on that speed, to
Yeah.
get that speed endurance, to really push it over to get that speed happening.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what we've been working on a lot well, what we were certainly working on a lot of those years is getting that strength and the speed happening.
Yep.
And she had a lot of great events. She had a lot of really, really good events. She didn't have any adversity in her events. So when she had a bit of adversity in Blackhall, not last year before,
Yeah, 3rd over the line that day.
yeah,
2021.
she walked. I was out at checkpoint 5 that day, and she walked in and was a little bit distressed. You know, she wasn't sure what's going on. We sat her down. We gave her Panadol. We had Tilana there. Tylana, she's a physio, one of the nutters.
Yeah.
Sorted her out and sent her off and said and I had Tom on the phone because he wasn't able to come into Queensland.
Yeah, sure.
So he's on my phone talking to her as well. So he was there as well, and I'm chatting away to him as well. And so, yeah, she had a bit of adversity, but she went on to run into 3rd. And she and I said, well, that was really good you had that adversity because you you can come good. So I think now she's had that experience that hey she can work through a rough patch because she hadn't had that before. Yeah. So.
And
Okay.
Yep. We're just going to have a little ad break here so we can grab a quick drink, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Yep.
Heroes come in many forms. They're protecting our rivers, our woodlands, our deserts, our coastlines, and our wildlife. Our bush heroes are out there every day, restoring habitat, working with fire, and combating climate change. They do it for us. They do it for them. They do it because it must be done. We need our bush heroes now more than ever before. Become one today at bushheritage.org.au.
They call us runners because we are out there every day, on roads, on beaches, over mountains and deserts. They call us runners, but we are also mothers and fathers, artists and activists, trailblazers and stargazers. We are millions of individuals coming from our own points of origin, running to our own destinations for our own reasons. So call us runners, but it is not what we're called that matters. It's what we're called to. The hills to be climbed, the progress to be made, and the drive from within that calls us to be out there, running.
You're watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship. watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship.
All right, welcome back to the coverage from the Brisbane Trail Ultra. We have some updates from the 30 kilometre, the race that we're very excited about, which is going to be finishing in probably only about 35 to 40 minutes time.
Yeah, we're 1 hour 22 in.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of an update from the top of the Red Bull climb. So going through there in 1:17.28 was Ben Duffus. Then in second, Nathan Pearce, 1:17.47. Then 3 minutes back, there's a group of three of them, Jack Gill, Gabrielle Foire and Fraser Darcy, all about, it's actually about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes back. So you got a group, you got two out in front, three hunting them down. So we're just going to have a little bit of a look at this elevation profile on here, if we can get that up on the screen now. So show us, Jodie, whereabouts they actually are at the moment after that Red Bull climb.
Okay, so
and what's to come.
So this is the top of the Red Bull climb there, where that turn symbol is for the Capra app.
Yep.
So that they would have gone over the timing mark. That's where those times they would have gone through there that Tom's just brought to you. They go along Powerful Hour here, so they're again nice bit of open, and they've actually been through there now. I haven't got the tracker up yet. We've got some technical running through here, down and up and over the Simpson Falls little bridge there, and then up into the Colgan Circuit. So yeah, this is
it's shaping up. It's shaping up really well.
Really cool race, and they will. On that Powerful Hour trail, if they're within a minute of each other, they'll be able to see each other.
Yep, that's wonderful, and it's good to have a group of three chasing the 2 leaders, because they're racing for third.
Yeah.
And in the process of racing for third, they may even close the gap to the front too.
Right.
So that's going to be exciting to see. As you said, Ben Duffus out in front, Nathan Pearce in second place. So our resident starter and our voice from Southeast Queensland trail running, Ben Deneen. We're going to cross to Ben soon, just to get his thoughts on what he saw this morning.
He's been up since he's been at the start of the miler.
Yep.
As I understand it.
Yep.
Getting everyone geared up in the middle of the night.
And ready to go.
And he's back here at the moment to bring some energy to the finish line.
Yep. So I wonder, Benny, can you hear us at the moment?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right.
Beautiful.
Take it away.
Benny, what did you see this morning at the start of this afternoon at the start of the 30, and maybe this morning at the other races? Talk us through the start line, what that was like.
Well, before we do that, it's nice to be back at Kangaroo Point. It's nice to hear both your voices. I haven't been able to watch any of the live stream yet because I've been kind of busy out there doing the race starts, which is pretty exciting. But Tom, welcome to the commentary team. And
thank you.
It's nice to be back here. I've been replaced. Thanks, Tom.
Not at all.
Good.
You've still got an important job.
You got a good sidekick there. And no, it's been incredible. So last night, obviously midnight start for the milers. We got out there earlier. Create a bit of atmosphere without annoying too many of the neighbours as much as we could. Wasn't as cold as last year, which was much nicer. Last year was absolutely freezing.
Oh yeah.
We were freezing back here when we got back, but it was cold out there last year. This year a little bit warmer, considerably. And there was a good turnout in the miler there. A really good turnout in the stacked field in the milers as well. Some of the names I'm sure you guys have been talking about going out, and
for sure.
So I haven't again caught up with that, so I'm looking forward to catching up with that. And then of course we track forward to this morning, 6 o'clock, the 110k and some of the 60ks going out, and then 10 a.m. the 60ks heading out. This afternoon, 3 p.m. we had the 30ks, and then of course that's the Spartan Trail World Tour, one of their events, and that went off, like I said before, like a firecracker. They were ready to go. We hadn't even called them to the start line. They were already in the chute, ready to go. We had our local member, John T. She was there to welcome the runners.
Oh, wow.
Which was actually really, really cool. I got a quick chat with her. And so then they just took off once we did the countdown. And then up Mount Cootha, of course, we had our friend Steve Jackson up there doing the 20k and the 10k. I popped up there briefly. And so it's been an absolutely jam-packed day of races starting all across, from midnight through the whole day, and then finishing here. So I as much as it was awesome to be doing the starts, I just couldn't wait to get back here where the party is, where you guys are. I know you're behind me over here. But as the sun starts to set and the vibe starts to build and the runners start to come up those stairs, it's magic. I'm a
We
little
can
bit
see you on the
excited.
screen there, Ben.
I'm a bit excited.
You got to look up.
Where am I looking? Oh, yeah, thank you. So,
I don't know.
yes.
Not my way.
Yes. How's the day been? How's it been the afternoon here for you guys? What time did you guys start doing commentary?
Well, we've been here since lunchtime.
Okay.
Yeah, just talking smack.
Just talking
running, looking through following the milers, because the milers have been the one that we've really got a lot of interest in.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of developments throughout the day. Of course, this course is brutal.
Yes.
And if people don't bring a healthy respect to this course, kicks them out. And so there has already been quite a few of DNFs.
Okay. In the miler we're talking particularly?
Anyone in particular?
Anyone in particular?
No, I said particularly in the miler we're seeing DNFs.
Yeah, a couple in the 110. I think there was a couple of rolled ankles as well.
Yeah.
And a couple in the miler as well. But yeah, we're trying to follow all the races here. But we were just saying, Benny, the 30K looks like it's going to be pretty close at the end. So I hope you've got that finish line judge ready to judge them. They're going to come up those stairs. I counted them. I remember you and Jody discussing this last year, Ben, about whether it was 105, 106 stairs up Kangaroo Point. I got 105, so I'm going to agree with my co-host here.
105.
Unfortunately.
We did disagree last year.
Yeah.
I counted myself.
In the middle of the night,
obviously
though.
I can't count.
Yep.
Or I was delirious, or both.
Yep.
So how was the temperature at the start line, Ben? A lot of people here, when I was talking to them before they got on the bus, they were saying, people from Sydney and Canberra, it's so hot, you know.
Well,
people from Cairns thought it was amazing, but I figure that as it's cooling down now, they should be okay.
Yeah. Like I said, last year it was a lot colder at the start line.
Yeah. What about the 30, though? The temperature at the 30, not too hot?
A little warm,
Yeah.
I mean, mid-afternoon, especially direct sunlight. I was definitely, if I was out in the sun, I was feeling it a little bit. In the shade, it was starting to cool down out there. But I think overall the temperatures are a lot milder than last year, especially in the miler. Like I didn't even have a big jumper on for the miler start, whereas last year I was decked out with gloves and the whole deal. So
I've got my beanie and my gloves. I've got my smart wool. I've just seen Shona there.
Yes.
Still running around like a headless chook doing stuff.
In a big puffer jacket.
I've got my smart wool socks on.
Yes. Good, nice.
Which you get from Wild Earth.
Wild Earth, that's right. Yes.
I've got my smart wool socks on. I've got a beanie. I've got some gloves. I'm ready for the night. I've got my jacket.
Yeah, I've got two layers. I've got two shirts on, two BTU shirts on, and that'll have to put a
If you've been watching for a while, you'll see I've put on long sleeves.
So Benny, what are you looking forward to most on the call this evening? What are some of the highlights for you as the finishers cross the line, apart from the podium winners? What do you get most enjoyment out of?
I think seeing the footage of them coming along and then heading up the stairs here is always a moment, because you know how close that they actually, we know where they physically are, and we're seeing them come up those stairs and finishing, whether that's in the 100 mile, the place getters, or all the way to the back end of the field, and through the night into tomorrow morning, when these guys have just been out there for so long, and they know that they're almost home, and you hear the cheers and someone runs past the precinct. I think is also very cool as you see them come past. We get a glimpse of them as they head around, and then they come into the finish like this.
You got one here.
Yes.
Here we go.
60k runner.
Yeah.
That's the best headgear of the day so far, I'd say. That's outstanding.
With her poles. She didn't need them for the last 6 or 7k.
Got the whole squad here. The whole
happy
cheers.
to be here. Yeah.
She's got a massive support crew. Yeah.
Such amazing things. See, this is what I love. This is
they're from Argentina. There we go. We got the inside scoop.
That's what we were looking through the runners. There was one guy that we didn't really know, and it was because he was from South Australia. We thought, how cool is that?
Yes.
We've got people from a lot. I think there was a group coming up from Newcastle this year. I know there's a big group from Sydney.
So Ben, just while we're looking at the footage here of our finisher, so just a little update in the miler according to the tracker. We've still got Peter Babbis out in front.
He's been up Kokoda.
Yep, so he's about East Ithaca Creek sort of way.
He'll be coming into checkpoint 6.
Second place, Benji Patterson is we believe is from New Zealand, so we don't have too much on him. We talked a little bit about him earlier. Yep. And then third place at the moment is Nolis.
And he's not far behind.
And according to the tracker, he's put a little bit of distance into Kieran, who's a bit further back now. So Nolis is closing on second.
Yep.
I couldn't say if he's closing on Peter in first, and we think Peter is being paced at the moment by Risha Lewis. So that's going to be wonderful to see the finish come across.
Yeah.
So Peter's name, Benny, he was down for the 30 kilometre and also for the miler. So we were interested to see where he went.
Yes, so he upgraded from the 30 to the 100 mile as we know, which is just a slight step.
Yep.
I was actually out at the start line with Risha. We're having a bit of a chat, and she was ready to pick him up, and she wasn't sure what kind of pace he was. She was a little concerned what kind of pace he's going to be running at that point, and whether she would be able to pace him, for the whole distance and whatever pace he's running at. So obviously he's in really good form and he's doing really well. And for have someone like the Queen of Trail Running, Risha Lewis, been concerned about pacing someone in the back end of a miler.
It could be one of those famous stories like it happens at Western States where the pacer gets dropped, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And
she probably hate me for saying that too, but
no, I don't know. Risha's tough.
Yeah.
She'll hang in there. She won't like the road.
No.
She won't like the road section.
And so, Ben, what do you think Brad Glover's role is going to be here with Kieran in fourth? We're not too sure of the gap from fourth to
there's
between
a fair
Kieran
bit
and
there.
Nolis. But what do you think Brad's going to? How is he going to play it out with Kieran to try and make up that distance?
Well, once again, I had a bit of background information and spent a bit of time with the guys last night just chatting it through. And I know Kieran was very aware of the calibre of runners that he was up against today. In the mile, there's a lot of great runners up the front there.
Yep.
And he's a seasoned runner as well. He's done a lot of great things. And his intention definitely was to just let them go a little bit at the start and not try and just, get caught up in everything that was happening and do his own race, as people would say. And then hopefully at the end, they've, maybe spent a little bit too much money and then he's going to just do the thing that he does so well and chase them down.
Yep.
So it'd be interesting to see if he can close that gap and do exactly that. And I think what you're asking about with Glover, I mean, for those who don't know, Brad Glover is not a slouch when it comes to running. He has, set the Australian all-comers record, I believe, for the 100 mile, 14 hours 47, I think it is, here, in Queensland. So he can run. And those two together are like a dynamic duo. Those guys work well together.
Yep.
And if Kieran's in the hunt and Brad's feeling him, it could be really exciting to see what will happen at those later stages of the race this afternoon. Or tonight. Yeah. And
Jody, you mentioned earlier that in previous races, Nolis overtook Kieran late on,
correct.
And now, so Ben, you're talking about the fact that
Kieran's
in fourth and Nolis is in third, so maybe Brad's going to use that as a bit of motivation. And
possibly.
Benny, just before we let you go, so an update on the females as well. We've got Cecilia Mathis is in the lead. She's around Gold Creek Reservoir, and Jess Schluter is in second. Again, difficult to tell because we know that the tracker drops in and out, so it looks like those two are first and second comfortably at the moment. Jody is a big fan of Cecilia, having coached her in the past.
Yeah.
So
is Cecilia
did you see either of them
sitting
at the
out
start?
front? No. Has Cecilia been out front pretty well the whole time?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so she's led from the start.
Pretty much, yeah.
And what's the gap between them roughly? You're not quite sure.
It was, so I'm in touch with Cecilia's crew. So I think Cecilia had about a 30-minute gap on Jess through CP4, I believe.
Yep.
And it looks like she's building on that gap. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
We'll know coming out of CP5 or the times they go through CP5.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think we'll get feedback from there because of the coverage is pretty crap down in Gold Creek.
Yeah, so we just need to wait till we get some further, conclusive updates, I guess, and know how those two, what the gap is. More finishes coming in.
Yeah, we've got some 60k finishes.
Yes.
Well, Benny, we'll let you go because you're going to get prepared for the interviews for the 30k runners when they come across the line. So thanks for a bit of an update, mate.
No worries.
We'll check in regularly through the evening.
Absolutely.
Stay warm.
Stoked to be here.
We might look back at how the 30k's are going.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
So let's get the tracker up on screen again if we can. We're heading into suburbia, aren't we? Look, we've got some streets.
No, we're doing that last technical section, the most technical section of the course I was telling you about, the Colgan circuit.
Okay, it still hugs the trail there.
Yeah, so this is a little section in Barden that was not really run much in the past, and it's now become quite popular. Locals probably knew it, but it has got really quite washed out and eroded over the years. So yeah, this is actually quite a little rocky little circuit that they do.
Yep. Single trail or fire road?
Yeah, single trail.
Okay.
It's a single track. Yeah, nice little rocky. Few big steps that I'm sure Ben will just leap through, over, down, dance over. So yeah, Ben looks from the GPS tracker. It looks like Ben still has a lead, and he'll love that section.
Yep.
That'll suit him well. He has good on that road. He has chased Aiden. It's hard to know through here just where everyone is because the GPS trackers do bounce around. We have to rely on the timing points to really get a good idea.
So a little bit more of times at the top of the Red Bull climb there. So we said Jack and Gabrielle and Fraser were together in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Then Brandon Dewa pretty close with them as well in 6th. Anthony Gordon 7th. Billy Curtis is the name we mentioned before in 8th. Luke Davison, as we said, he's a gap back from Billy. He's 3.5 minutes back from Billy at the top of the Red Bull climb. Then our lead female, Courtney Gilfillan, 1:29.31.
Wow.
And at the moment, the next one through, we don't actually have anyone else at the top of the Red Bull climb for the females. So we'll wait to see.
There could be women in there that don't have a tracker.
Yep.
And there actually could be
yes.
men in there that don't have a tracker. There
Yep.
is not every runner in the 30K has a GPS tracker.
Yep.
So we're relying to a degree on timing mats to get the accurate tracking. And then once they've passed the last timing mat, we've got no real idea.
Yep.
We can't rely on the GPS trackers because they jump around in the
Yep.
city. They'll be running along and then they'll jump and be on the other side of the river. So, it's hard to know. We have a pretty good idea.
Yep.
This looks like our 60K winner. They're coming in. I'm pretty sure this would be our 60K winner. Have you got a name there, Ben? Yeah, so that for 60K, they started at 10 a.m., so it's 4:39. So what's that time? Sorry, I got people waving to me.
So the finish line scenes are some of the great scenes, aren't they, at races? You start, whenever you've watched an ultra, you start and you watch the faces at the start line. And it's all tension, isn't it? And it's all nerves. It's tension and nerves.
The start line,
and then
relief.
At the finish line, it's just relief and
joy.
I was thinking on the way up, it's the point of realisation, I think, in ultras when sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not even the finish line. It's 5 kilometres further back, or it's half an hour further back when you realise this is happening now, and I've actually going to achieve what I wanted to achieve and what I've worked so hard for.
I can talk from a crewing perspective in a 200 miler.
Yeah.
Where I was crewing a friend and she'd tried to finish this 200 miler and we all, same crew, were back the year before and she pulled out at 200 something kilometres. The following year we were like, right, we're going to finish it, and we changed a few things. And I remember we were hiking through in the middle of the night and it came to the realisation that we can finish it from here.
Yeah.
Like when we got to that point, it was like, and we still had like 40K to go.
But it's a special
But
moment,
we knew that,
Yeah.
we could do, like she was still moving.
Yep.
Everything was fine, she was fighting sleep demons some time. But no, at that point it was like, yeah, she's got this.
Yep.
And then a little bit further down when we're getting closer, that when that final crew changeover, that final pacing changeover was happening, and we realised she was going to go under the course record. That was like another big, it was like, yes, and we still had 20K to go.
But
so, it is just those moments that just, that you remember along the way. So, we see some people, like they've been out there for a good part of the day.
Yep.
And getting in before sunset or on sunset before it gets dark will be the aim. A lot of those 60Kers out there today.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's an amazing, I love that 60K course. You do some really, really fun little trail sections that you would not know are there. In fact, a lot of this course, there are some trail sections that you really have to look and go, is this where I'm supposed to go? Yeah, there's some flagging. When we go out on the courses, on the training courses, of course, you can't tell. We have the nav on our watches and stuff, and we know that's where the course is, that's where the trail goes.
Yep.
But if you didn't, unless you looked, you wouldn't know, And it's a lot of the time that's the case up there.
And I guess for a lot of these athletes, that moment of realisation that this is actually happening might be when they start to come through the city. And they realise that I'm off the trails now and I'm on the road. And
I could walk it in if I have to.
It's not necessarily easier because sometimes your legs are shot, but just seeing the city lights and going, okay, I'm close. I'm really close. And it is a huge achievement, but obviously the further through these events we go, the achievement becomes greater and greater, doesn't it, in terms of distance, like for those 100-milers.
Well, last year, Marie walked the last 70k.
I remember watching.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she just, she just accepted, okay, I'm not going to beat my time, but I'm going to finish this.
Yep.
If I have to walk it in, and she's a fast walker, she walks 8:10s, she said.
Yep.
I remember interviewing her or talking to her at the finish last year. She can walk 8-minute, 10-second Ks, which is pretty fast walking.
Yeah. So if we look at the time there for the 30-kilometre race, so 1:42.
So we'll expect them in the next 20 minutes.
If they're on sort of record pace.
Yeah.
So we don't know. The tracker says that they're not quite
on
that pace, but we'll see as they come through. As I said, we're expecting them just after 5 o'clock, and as we said, Ben's going to grab them at the finish line.
Are we going to have a prediction?
Well, I mean, Ben Duffus is out in front. How can you...
No, I mean time-wise.
Oh, time-wise, okay.
Yes.
Tough to say.
2:10.
2:10, okay.
I'm going to go 2:09.
Okay, well, I mean, Ben, we know Ben's gone fast here the year he raced Aiden. So, depending on the form he's in.
But this course is also a little different.
Okay.
It still has... Oh, is it a bit longer? It is. It's 30. It's 30.
34.
Yeah.
34,
so it's a bit longer. So, okay. So we've got to take that into account.
Yep.
So that 2 hours is probably more like 2:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Given the change in course.
Maybe we're over half an hour still to go before they come in.
Because we've added a few Ks.
Yep.
We've gone a little bit out on that South Barrenjoey Road section and through the back of the Curlew circuit.
Yeah. Yep.
So that adds on and there's some hilly sections. So normally you'd run up a flat road and then up the Python Trail. So the bit that's added in is hilly. So I reckon it adds at least 20 minutes. So
well, I mean, the thing with Ben being out in front, the guy behind him, Nathan Pearce, he might not know too much about him, and we don't know too much about Nathan.
No, that's true.
Well, it'd
be hard to not know about Ben, I don't think, in trail running circles.
So, but Ben will hit the road and know how fast is this guy on the road.
And the little turns and stuff.
Yeah, that's right. So,
they'll have traffic management up there for them, though. They're quite fortunate to have that at this time of day.
So it's certainly not over with Ben out in front. We don't know too much about Nathan in terms of what he's like as a road runner. And we're keeping a bit of an eye here on the female event as well. We're trying to see how close Elena was behind Courtney at one stage.
When I move this... Sorry, I'm moving this around and this is up on the screen. So sorry, peeps. I was going to zoom out a bit. There we go.
So 16th place at the moment is Courtney Gilfillan, 129. That's at the top of Red Bull. And then in 19th place overall, Victoria Beck, 139, 10 minutes back. But we know that we think Elena Stevenson was in the middle of that. So whether her tracker hasn't picked up there.
Didn't pick up over that timing map?
Over the timing map, because we think Victoria's in third and we think Courtney's in first. So there's a 10-minute gap between the two of those. So that'll be hard to close.
We're not looking at this now.
Courtney is Ironwoman. She's done half Ironwoman distances. So she's a very, very good road runner. So she's going to be very, very tough to beat when they hit the pavement, when they come through Brisbane.
Our GPS tracker shows Courtney going now in the Simpson Falls area.
Yep, okay.
So that means she's well and truly through the Red Bull climb.
Yeah, yep.
And who was the other one we were searching for? That was Eleanor? Yeah,
Eleanor
and she's
Stevenson,
actually just crossing that Sir Samuel Griffith Drive, so there'll be a marshal there assisting her over that. There's a nice little gnarly little single track climb up there to that road.
Yeah.
Bit of flowing single track again across to that Colgan circuit, and then you've got that technical section there. So is Courtney a good technical
Well,
runner?
I mean, she won in the Raw recently.
Oh, okay.
And that's quite technical. She's been doing a lot of downhill work in the northern rivers of New South Wales in the last couple of weeks.
You said that earlier.
But as I said, she's a half Ironwoman, so she's able to run on tired legs.
Yeah.
She's able to run on the road as well. So you're looking at someone here who is a road runner and an Ironwoman. So she'll be tough to beat as soon as they get onto that road section.
I've done a half Ironman.
Yeah, they're not easy.
And I let my swim down. I'm a swimming teacher. I have a swimming teaching background. So I should have not let the swim down. I thought, I can swim. I've done open water swim.
Yeah.
I did the bike, I was okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get off the bike though. Take my bike. I just want to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
I did,
wonderful
and ran
feeling.
down all the men in the run. Yeah, and that was a beautiful in Albany in South Coast, Western
Yep.
Australia. Went back from Queensland to run. Yeah, just amazing. Loved it.
So as we said, so it looks like here on the tracker that
Ben's
Elena,
way ahead.
Elena
Yep.
is still there in the middle. So there's
Yep.
Elena Stevenson there.
Yeah.
Courtney Gilfillan is here. And there's Victoria Beck. So that's
Where's
first, second.
Courtney? She's-
So Courtney Gilfillan's up here, 3:182.
So she's making her way across to the Colgan circuit. So that's
So-
a little bit of a rocky downhill she's about to hit.
So if we say there's 10 minutes between Courtney and Victoria, you'd say, 5 between Courtney and
Yeah.
Elena in
Yeah,
second
not
there.
much
So
time there. Yeah.
Not much, but, if Elena she needs to be a
They'll
road runner to close
yeah.
on Courtney there.
Yeah, she will.
Yep.
You need to be a road runner. That last bit is definitely, and it's downhill. So if you've got something in the legs still.
Yep. So Nathan's there is a little bit of trail still to go there before.
Yeah,
he's
just a little
into
bit. So
suburbia.
that's you've hit the road. You're on a suburban road there. You feel like maybe you've left the trails behind.
Yep.
But that's a little steep hill.
So
That
as
street
you can
coming up.
see, those trackers are moving around a bit there. So this was the group of 3 that we said was together at the top of the Red Bull climb. So Jack and Gabrielle and Fraser were all together. So
3149, 3174, and 3115.
Yep.
Yep.
Ben Duffus was obviously out in front there
Yeah.
with Nathan Pearce. So that'll be interesting to see. That third place sounds like it's the
Yeah.
one probably to watch
Yeah.
now in terms of
Love
how
it.
close they'll be.
And we'll see them run past here. So
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to come past to our left here and do that big U-turn.
yeah. Yeah.
In about 20 minutes' time, we're thinking 20, 25 minutes.
Shall we just jump back to the miler and see where Peter is?
Yep, let me bring that up.
So, of course, they started at midnight and been out there now for, what time is it? Look at that sunset. Amazing.
Yep, 4:49 now.
Yeah,
So we're coming up to, what's that, 17 hours?
I don't know. The longer we're out here, the work. So you can see the Neville Bonner Bridge there. That's under construction at the moment. So the runners will come along that waterfront on the right side there. There's a path that follows the river. You can see right in the background is Mount Cootha.
Yep.
So you can see Nolus. You see Peter's actually on that hill in the distance.
Yeah, beautiful.
Now he's making his way down to checkpoint 6 on the mahogany track. He's on some open downhill trail now.
There's a 60-kilometre finisher.
Yep.
Great achievement.
Nolus and Benji, is it, in second place in the miler?
Yep, Benji in second.
Yep. And they're pretty close together. And I think Kieran, you never know, you might catch them. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking here. So Peter's still in the lead, as you said.
Yep.
Coming through Mount Cootha.
He's coming into that checkpoint 6 shortly.
What's that checkpoint like? Is it a party atmosphere? Is it quite
It
quiet?
is. That's the Brisbane Trail Runners.
Yep.
I remember coming into that checkpoint when I ran the 60 in the first year.
Yep.
So 2019.
Yep.
2019.
Lots of glow sticks, lots of loud music. Just
Yeah,
doing
and it
whatever they
was
can to
like
get 'em
I
home.
was like coming home.
Yeah.
It's like it's like coming home. They're like, Jodie. I was like, yeah. So what do you want? I said, it's dinner time. Can I have a steak and chips?
So what's the distance from?
I said, what's for dinner? And they said, we've got soup. I said, that'll do me. So I had some soup. Yeah, no, I got a hug and
Yep. What's the distance from that checkpoint into the
about
into the
20K.
finish? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So a couple of hours, 2, 3, 4 hours, depending on how
So
you're
yeah,
moving.
he's got to do the Red Bull climb,
Yep.
which we've been talking about. Yeah, and actually he will be around 60K runners, 110K runners.
Yep.
They will be all in the mix.
Mm.
Yeah. I remember when I did the 60K, Vlad ran the 110 that year.
Yep.
And I was coming through the creek out the back here, Gold Creek area. I could point on the map actually. So Gold Creek is, where is it? Down here? No. Here? Yeah. This is Gold Creek here. And I remember coming through this back. So we come through this really crazy single track, which is barely see it. And yeah, he's coming this way.
Yep.
blasting through the creek. I was like, oh my God, it's flat. So, yeah, and I thought, wow, he's doing amazing times. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. And then, of course, at that year they made us go up to the summit and tag our bib on the summit at the lookout. And I was up there with Jess Schluter doing the 100 that year. So I was like, oh, Jess, you're doing amazing. I was hoping to get in before sunset, but no, it was getting dark on the Mahogany Trail. I had to put my light on, damn it. Yeah. So, yeah, those people out there in the miler, they'll be starting to think about, I need to get where's my headlamp, it's going to start getting dark. It might get cooler, so they'll be thinking, I might need to put some more clothes on.
Yep.
The guys are probably not thinking it, those lead guys. They'll be just like trying to push it to get out of the trails. Sorry, my mum just arrived. They'll be looking to get out of the trails before it gets dark, so they don't need their headlamp.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the problem, isn't it, with the miler? The challenge of the miler is that when these temperatures drop again, your pace has dropped. You might be down to a bit of a walk, and of course it's very hard to regulate and keep your body temperature high enough. So they're going to be. That's part of the job of the crew, the pacer, is to keep them warm, make sure that they're rugging up properly. Looking at the tracker here, it does.
I think he's in the checkpoint 6.
You think he's in checkpoint 6 there? And it looks like Nolas is closing on Benji in second here. That gap seems to be
they're
shortening.
going up Kokoda.
Yep, that gap seems to be shortening.
And Nolas, I bet Cam's in Nolas's ear saying, come on, you're going to catch him. It's 2020 all over again.
It would be good in future years, wouldn't it, if we could have maybe some audio from the Pacers. Maybe the Pacers should carry an audio for us so we can hear what they're saying to each other.
Yeah. I'm just going to check in with the checkpoint. I've got the checkpoint feed here, about what's going on. It just talks about high-vis vests and stuff. So first 110K just arrived at CP6. That was at 4:50 p.m. So our first 110K runner has been through there not long ago, 5 minutes.
Yep.
We may get an update to say that our first miler has come through.
Yep.
So...
So a little bit on Peter Babas here. So some race results that we've got from previous years. So Kunyani, 25 kilometre this year, he came first.
Where's that ran?
I think I'm not too sure what state that's in, but it was down on a fair few of the runners' list. So I'll have to look up that one where it's from.
Yeah, sounds like a good one.
UTA 100, he was third this year.
Yeah, that's amazing. So he's really stepped it up this year by the sounds of it. To finish third at UTA, that's a really big event on anyone's racing calendar.
That was behind George Murray and Mike Carroll.
Wow.
And of course George was in the 100, but unfortunately he pulled out with an ankle problem. Peter also this year second in the 50k at Tarawera. He said he's gone nuts. The 100k he's won it. Yeah. How many times? What?
Every time it's been on.
5 times in a row.
Yeah, it's only been on for 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So undefeated.
Incredible. That's quite a result.
Yeah. But he's a Tasmanian, so I'm guessing that he knows.
Yep. And as I mentioned earlier, he had that race in the Philippines that I've got down here in 2018, which had 11,000 metres of climbing. So he's well versed. In the elevation won't hurt him at all.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching our finish line here. We've got plenty of people coming across all sorts of different distances. As you can see, that wind, it's been breezy up here most of the afternoon.
Yeah, I might need to get my jacket on. I might need to take a short break.
It's going to pick up.
We might put some ads on and take a short break. We're just going to, we'll see, yeah, okay, so we'll leave you with some finish line footage, and I'm just going to take a short break here. I don't know if you want to keep talking, Tom. I'll leave that up to you.
I'll take a little break as well, I think.
Okay,
we'll be back soon
we'll be back soon.
For the
or so. Of course, we've had runners coming through in the 60k, 110. 100 mile will be coming in later on. We're tracking all of the 100-mile runners. But this afternoon, we are anticipating the winners in the Spartan Trail World Championship. 30k event in the next half hour or so. So we'll kind of keep you updated with how far out they are. Of course, live stream is happening on YouTube. You can go and check that out. Go to the Facebook page, find the link, or you can just go to YouTube and just type in Brisbane Trail Ultra 2023. You'll find the link. I found it before. It's very, very simple. And so live stream, live tracking. Fantastic afternoon. Brisbane Trail Ultra 2023. We're back soon.
Nice work.
64.
Nice work.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, loads of nice clubs.
They're 20k runners.
All right, welcome back. I've put an extra layer on. It's getting colder here now, isn't it? The temperature has really dropped now.
I'm okay behind this tarp that's hiding the view of the city, but I can see the sunset.
Yep. I think
so we're under lights for sure.
I think gradually we'll just add one more layer and one more layer.
We got some images there of the Goodwill Bridge.
Yep. So
this will be 60k is still running over the bridge.
Yeah, a bit of an update on the 30 kilometre. They're heading down to the river now. They're pretty much going to start running along the river. So the leaders are only sort of 3-4 kilometres away. They'll get down to the Goodwill Bridge.
They'll be here in 15 minutes, I reckon.
Jody, you said the Goodwill Bridge is about 2 kilometres from the finish. So let's just get the tracker up on screen if we can. And we'll have a bit of a look at the tracker because it's close again still. It's still very, very close.
I spoke to...
between our lead two.
Yeah, I spoke to Ben's crew, his dad Andrew.
Yep.
And I said, how's it going? He said, yeah, good. I said, how's it going? He says, we'll just see what happens in the city.
Yep.
And I said, he said they were like 50 metres apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could see each other. So no doubt they can see each other and the chase is on.
Yep, outstanding. Yeah. So yeah, maybe if we can just get the tracker up on screen soon so we can have a bit of a look at that because they are very, very close. So as you can see here, they make that left-hand turn onto the northern side of the river there, and then they'll cross over. So there's Ben Duffus. You can see there, just back around the bend is Nathan Pearce.
Yeah, that's amazing bit of, you won't be able to see the finish.
Yeah.
But he'll know, he'll be pushing it.
So as you can see, the tracker's jumping around a bit there, but there's a likelihood they could actually be on the stairs at the same time if there's only.
They'll be able to see each other on that
only 50
river.
Seconds,
They'll be able to see each other all the way around that river.
Yeah. Well, this is what we wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This is what we wanted from the 30 kilometre
How good
race.
is this? Yes.
And then that chasing group appears to be
all
still
together.
So that's Jack Gill, Fraser Darcy, and Gabrielle Foy, I think was the other one that was in that group.
Yeah.
So they're all together.
The race is on for third
so
as well.
They're all going to be together. And I think from memory, the top 5 prize money for this in the 30. I think it is. So they're all in the prize money there, which is
amazing.
Now they're just racing for more prize money. But
you can see some people there enjoying and walking. And why not? Why wouldn't you go out and walk around this city at night? It's just beautiful. Like there's barely any wind. It's not too cold. And look, you've got this great outlook. So as you can see, it's very busy with people walking up and over that bridge.
Yep.
Bikes use it as well. You can see bikes in the middle, walkers and runners either side. And I run over this quite a bit. It is a challenging little climb.
As they all are.
Yeah.
Small bridges can be tough
near the end of an event.
Can be tough to traverse.
I would go, especially in summer. We were talking earlier today about running in summer.
Yep.
Getting to that bridge, I'm just going to walk up the bridge and then run down it.
Yeah.
I'm sure though they will be running it. They will be pushing up and over that bridge. Yeah, so amazing.
It looks in gradient very similar to the Sundale Bridge in the Gold Coast, the one that destroys everyone in the Gold Coast Marathon at 30 kilometres. So in the female race as well, on our tracker here, we've got Courtney Gilfillan still out in front. She's 3:1.82. She's well and truly into Barton at the moment. You've then got Elena Stevenson, who is in second, and you've got Victoria Beck, who's in third there. We did say before that not every single person in the 30 has a GPS tracker on.
Yeah.
So,
and we think we may have another female that may be in the mix. We don't know. We're just looking at the timing. So, of course, it's very hard to follow the runners going on the timing because it is really based more for these timing is set up more for a road type event.
Yeah, but they're on the flat now, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're running along the river here.
Mm-hmm.
On the northern side.
Looks like Ben
there.
clearly has a lead. Yeah, you see someone just jumping in there. Here's one of our 20k runners.
Yep.
More than happy to be comfortably running up and over that bridge.
I mean, Jody, this is what I do love about the Brisbane Trail Ultra is the fact that you've got such beautiful trails out where they've run, and yet you get to still finish in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I know we're biased, but it is.
How cool is it, though?
To run across the bridge and to run across the Goodwill and then up these stairs. You don't often get that in an ultra. You often finish and start way out west somewhere.
And I've had people that I know who have come and run this event and run out there, and it felt like they're in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
So you're out running practically in the wilderness for the better part of the day, and then you're finishing in one of Australia's biggest cities.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know too many places in the world where you can do that.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yep.
And we get to do that here in Brisbane. You get to run all day. We're just down the road from the pub.
Yeah.
So you can just walk down the hill, and it's downhill to the pub. I must admit, it's downhill to that iconic Storybridge Hotel.
Yes, absolutely.
Just down the river. Yeah, and an AFL game was going on down the road here this afternoon as well.
Yep, the Lions are on tonight. I think they're playing
No,
West
that was
Coast.
this afternoon.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're playing
Right.
West Coast. That's my
Okay.
team.
Yep.
Not going to look up. I'm a bit scared to look up the results. I might just have a quick squiz now, though, to see how bad it was.
But yeah, so it is very different to a lot of courses and trail runs that you'll do, ultras around Australia. So, you know, when you look at it and you see the road at the end, it probably doesn't do justice to what the footage that we're actually seeing at the moment. Like, to run through it at this time of night, like you said, like it is, the colours in the sky at the moment are absolutely stunning. You know, the river is very, very peaceful. And as they get closer and closer, they'll start to hear the buzz, they'll start to hear the music. They'll start to hear Ben Dineen's voice as he calls them up the stairs, those 105 stairs that they come up.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the tracker here thinking there's a very good chance that our two front runners in the males could be on the stairs together.
In fact, there's a lot of chatter here at the moment because there's 60k runners coming in, 20k runners coming in. And I know when I run along the bottom of the cliffs here all the time. There's a beautiful path that follows the cliffs that they come in. And when I run past this cafe along the bottom of the cliffs, I can always hear the chatter from the cafe. So they will definitely be hearing that. They'll be hearing that noise at the bottom of the cafe as they turn them to come upstairs. So, yeah, so I was like, oh, gee, they're being noisy up there. So, yeah.
So what are we at in the clockwise at the moment? So we're at about 2 hours 20. So
yeah, that's a bit outside my 2:15, isn't it?
Yeah, well, like you said, the course is
I forgot
longer.
to take into account that extra couple of Ks and that extra challenging section they added in this year.
Yeah. Let's just skip back here to the 100 mile and have a look at where Peter Babbis is up to. That top of Red Bull?
So he's done the Red Bull climb.
He's over Red Bull.
No, he's done it.
Yep.
He's finished the Red Bull climb, so he should show up on that tracker.
Yep.
For a time.
Look at this together.
Yeah.
If that's true, that means Nolas and Benji will be together then.
Yeah, so Cam's done his job.
Wow. Interesting to know whether Benji's got a pacer.
I think he does.
Yep.
Going from my intel on the course, from the checkpoints, he does. So
yep.
Actually, might check in with my intel here. They'll be at CP6 shortly.
Yep.
I'll check in with him. He's probably out at Brookfield at the moment.
So there, I think that dot there is the CP6. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So they'll come into CP6 together.
Yeah.
That'll be fascinating because the people that you know who are doing checkpoint 6, they'll be able to assess it, won't they?
Yeah.
They'll see the face expression. They'll see
be able
how
to get
fast they go in and out of the checkpoint will be quite telling. Some big finishes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the 30. Come on. I'm excited for the 30.
Yep.
Sorry.
Let's go back to that. No, that's all good. That's the one we're looking at, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, see, they'll be coming along there.
Look at that.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look with the tracker. Let's see where they are. Okay, yeah. So we would, we're just looking at that image of so Ben's coming past my work right now.
Yep.
The Tower of Power there, coming past your QUT University, Gardens Point, QUT
Gardens,
campus.
one of the great music venues in Brisbane.
So yeah, he walked not long, and there's a beautiful mangrove walk there, and they pipe in bird music.
Yeah, well, beautiful. Maybe you'll get some.
It's beautiful. Yeah. So he's approaching the QUT Gardens Point ferry terminal. So if we go back to that shot of the river, we should be able to see him.
So
if we've got good.
So there's cameras on the Goodwill Bridge. There we go.
So yeah, he won't be far. So you can see that Will and Flo's little cafe there, gorgeous little cafe. They do amazing wood-fired pizzas right there on the left.
They do. Part of the Brisbane Park Run, the Southbank Park Run.
Goes over this bridge.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
It does.
Yep.
So we got a 60k runner. That's not one of our 30s. That'll be a 60 or a 20. 20. Yep. 20k runner.
So we'll get eyes on Ben pretty soon.
Yeah,
you would
I think
imagine
he
Ben
won't be
Duffus
fun.
coming across that bridge, and.
But look at that, beautiful setting. Oh, and amazing! I quite often enjoy an evening walk.
You can see we've got stairs. The bottom of the stairs.
So this is what they'll be coming up.
So that's the last timing mat that we get before they come up there.
Oh, there's one at the top.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can see people grinding their way up that bridge.
It doesn't look steep, does it, though? But if at the end of a race, anything like that will test you.
I was having a chat with this guy at the start. He came out on one of our training camps. It was really cool. He's doing this run and then doing another 50k race coming up. And one of our female runners, she's doing well, cruising up there. Doesn't matter, Sunny.
Moving very well.
Yeah.
So the tracker shows Ben about to make the right-hand turn. So we're going to get a look at him soon.
Yeah. There's a great little cafe that sets up on the left here.
We're going to look for speed, aren't we, really? We're going to look for
yes, I think there he is. Look.
Different pace as they come up. So he was wearing a white
we'll
hat
see how
earlier.
close they are. I think I can see him in his... There's a runner. No, he's just out for his evening run, that guy. But this looks like one of our events.
Yep. I think
that's
him.
Ben.
That's Ben. So there he is.
There's our lead runner in the 30k.
He's really working up that hill, isn't he?
I think, yeah, he's looking strong.
The race
but he
over.
won't be. No, it's not over for sure.
The race is not over. So I wonder if he'll have a bit of a look back here to see where Nathan is.
No, you don't look back. I always say to people, don't look, just run.
Totally depends how you're feeling.
Don't look, you just run. You just run.
So he's got a nice big long
as
stride.
As soon as you
up
look
there.
back, you slow down.
Yep. So he'll go down there, make a left-hand turn, and he's on the south
that's
side
lead
of
runner
the
of the 30 kilometre, not the 100 mile.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's Ben.
So he's got some downhill now. Downhill and flat until he hits the stairs. So yeah, he'll be like making the most of that. Yeah, thanks for that fix. And I think the time's a bit wrong there. It's 2:26 for the 30k.
So second in 2021, as we said, behind Aidan Hobbs. First in the 60 the year before.
So it'll be interesting to see how far the next guy is. Sorry, you go on.
Yeah, Ben's raced everything, hasn't he? He's raced in, I've got down here Hong Kong, the 9 Dragons race, which is a very famous race in Hong Kong. He was third there in 2018. The Marathon de Mont Blanc, he did the 80k race in 2014. He's also done the Pikes Peak Ascent in the USA in 2014 as well. Was 38th across the line that day. Shows you the quality of the field. So he's done absolutely everything there is to do. As we said earlier, heading to OCC in the UTMB series this year.
Oh, I think, he's better over the short distance. So we're looking for our second, how close, just how far behind our second 30k runner is.
Yep.
And where that chase pack. Really, where is that chase pack?
That's going to be interesting, isn't it? That's going to be fascinating to watch those 3 come across the bridge together. That's Gabrielle and Jack.
So we've got 20k
Fraser.
runners finishing here. So they've come right through the city. They've come from the trails, round the trails, and right through the city to finish here on the top of the cliffs. As the city lights up. We've got some kids there grooving at the finish line, enjoying the music that we've got on here. You see Ben there working the deck.
Yep.
So Ben will be making his way this side of the river now. So back in February last year, this all flooded, this path.
Yep.
It was a real mess. This bit didn't. This is a bit higher. But I came and walked along the top of the cliffs and took some photos. It was amazing to see just how high the water, so the Brisbane City Council's done an amazing job to tie that up and just make it beautiful again. So Oh, here we go. Here's our chase pack on the bridge.
I think this could actually be second.
Yeah.
I think that's our second place.
Yep. So making his way through all the other pedestrians out there tonight.
I think that's Nathan.
Yep. So so Ben's got a bit of a gap on him.
Yep, so there's our second place male. So
but there won't be, those other guys look like they're not too far behind. We'll probably get some footage of them shortly. You can see they're making their way past the Maritime Museum, or the old Maritime Museum there.
So he's put in a wonderful performance, hasn't he, to keep up with Ben for that long, for that amount of time. And he's probably had a bit of a look there, see if he can see Ben as he drops down onto the river.
Yeah, because you do a bit of a U there, and you sort of go around the old dry dock there, which is part of the Maritime Museum.
Yep.
So you would have been able to see him there. They're lucky they haven't had to use their headlamps, these guys. Beautiful view of the Botanic Gardens there on the other side of the river. So they actually, the other side of that the gardens there is where they run along. You can see in the foreground there, that's the Captain Cook Bridge. That's a traffic only bridge. The Goodwill Bridge is actually behind that.
Yep.
You can probably just see some lights on it. So let's see if we've got some more footage of the chase pack, those 3 that we think are together.
This is the one we're really interested in terms of the podium. Keep left surely should be the rule there, but So as we said, Gabrielle and...
Here we go. No, that's a 20K
Gabrielle,
run.
Jack and...
That's what we're looking for. Of course, we've got people on their e-scooters out. People
Fraser.
walking their dogs.
Got another one, Lockie.
Here you go. So this looks like one of our chase pack. Yep.
All right. That looks like our third place.
Yep. He actually looks quite comfortable.
He does.
Doesn't seem to be pushing it. Doesn't feel like the need, I think, to chase down that second place at this point. Who do we think that is?
So our tracker says that's Gabrielle.
Yeah, okay.
So in third place. 5th here last year. So that's an improvement from him in the 30 kilometre. So from 5th onto the
third.
Onto the traditional podium. I know we take 5 at ultras for our podium, but onto the traditional
or
top
10.
3. Yeah.
I like you take top 10.
So now we're looking at Jack and Fraser for 4th and 5th across the bridge.
Yeah, so those guys will be 5 minutes.
So we're looking at Ben here. So Ben Duffus is getting very, very close to the bottom of the stairs.
We should get that footage as he comes in. There's our 4th.
So it looks like 4th.
Yep.
And you'd
and
swing
5th.
around. You'd probably say Jack will be close
there
to...
we go. Or is this just a couple of the 20Kers running together or 60Kers coming in, possibly? Yeah. Some happy runners. You can see the pink boat there. That's Jessica Watson's Ella's Pink Lady.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one
okay.
she
Sailed
sailed around the world in.
yeah.
So there's a movie that's just come out this year called True Spirit, featuring that boat. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see it there. You can look over and see that little boat and see how small it is. And marvel at the fact that, yeah, she could take that around the
So
world.
the finishers there, they come right on the very left-hand side. They take a U-turn where those lights are, back towards us, and then another U-turn up the stairs there.
Yeah. So you can see some people coming down the stairs.
All
you can
very
see
well signposted. You can't
Yeah.
miss it. You can't miss the big Sunto banner there, I think.
So a 20K runner finishing.
Yep. Wearing a Yandina shirt there. Got some social media posts happening here. Here's another 60, I think.
Yeah.
60K as they go up
That's
these
a
stairs.
good time for 60. So what time is it?
Yep, here he is. He's at the bottom of the stairs now. There's Ben Duffus, so he hits the bottom of the 105 stairs. So we'll see him in about a minute, won't we?
Yeah.
On our left-hand side
Won't take him long to get up there.
Yep.
Yes, we've got Ben coming up the stairs now. Yeah.
We are moments away from our 30K champion males, Brisbane Trail Ultra, Spartan Trail, World Tour Advanced. We have Ben Duffus coming up the stairs. Currently, he'll make his way past the precinct, around and down into the finish area. Only in a matter of a few minutes. All eyes peeled, looking up. There he is, heading past the precinct.
Here we
There he
go.
is, yep. On the left-hand side, we got him.
He's about to go up the stairs.
Last set of stairs. So is Ben taking over now?
Yeah, Ben, you're going to call him in from here. You've got eyes on him on that big straight.
Yeah.
Sunset on the western
So we'll be
side.
looking for the second.
All eyes on the shoes.
So yeah, it's a little bit unfair, I reckon, to send them up and around that park. It's not a small park. It's about a 400-metre little loop. Yeah. But yeah, he'll know he's got it in the bag. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to put my jacket on. It's sun's gone down. And
just while we wait for him here, so he won the Guzzler 21 in 2022. He won the 6-foot trap marathon in 2021. He won BTU 60
here he
in
comes
2020.
down the chute.
Benny, he's all yours. You can probably see him from where you are. Well done, Ben Duffus.
Get the banner out. Yes.
Here's your champion. Start Trail World Tour event. Brisbane Trail Ultra. 30k winner, Ben Duffers.
They didn't have the banner. There he is.
Let him catch his breath for a moment, then we'll try and grab him for a bit of an interview.
So what was that? 2:35. Great running. Yeah, but our second place shouldn't be too far. They're probably coming up the stairs now. Yep, there's our second place coming up the stairs now, I believe. Yeah, I believe they're coming up the stairs.
Maybe even the top 3, 4, 5, Benny, because they're all pretty close together. You won't have to wait many minutes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
They're all this side of
the
the. According to this, they're all this side of the. What's that bridge?
The Goodwill Bridge.
No, the Captain Cook Bridge.
Oh, Captain Cook. Yep.
This one here.
Yep. So this is Nathan Pearce. He's coming up the stairs, so we should get a view on him to our left here. And as we said, it's longer than it seems. It's about 400 metres around, Jody, you're saying.
Yeah.
All the way around the outside.
So they think they've done all the stairs. And then we send them up the stairs around the paddock. I mean, around the paddock. Showing my farming girl background. I will have a timing. Oh, I'll get my timing up. Just see what that time difference is. Doesn't the city look amazing? Some very happy Brisbane Trail runner finishes there from the coming across the finish line. You can see Ben there in his infinite hat.
So look here, bottom of the stairs, Nathan Pearce 2:36.26, Gabrielle Foy in 2:37.28, Fraser Darcy 2:37.52. It's still close.
Yeah.
It's still very, very close.
You see a runner going past there. Is that Gabrielle?
Yeah, that's Gabrielle.
He's just running past. There's a Turkish street food truck over there.
So up the last set of stairs.
They've got to run
the bend,
past.
and then he'll come into view for you, Ben, in about 30 seconds to 40 seconds time. Not too far behind, according to our app here, is Fraser Darcy. So he was only about 20, 25, 30 seconds. This could be Fraser here. Yeah, I think it might be. So as we said, Jody, so that finish time is significantly longer than in previous years, isn't it?
Yeah, and that'll be the change to the course for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're going to... No, not yet. We're going to
So
see. Here's our
yep,
second place.
there's second place across the line. Nathan Pearce.
Congratulations.
I think they were so close. You can see Ben there congratulating him. He must have worked so hard. Would have worked so hard to really try and keep up with him. You can see them having a chat there.
So we're looking for the third place across the line. It should be Gabrielle. That's a wonderful achievement to go from fifth to third in such a competitive field.
Yeah.
Was in a group of three, wasn't he, with Jack and Fraser, and has run away from them in the final sort of 20 minutes, half an hour of the race.
Oh,
to
this
come
is
into
a
third place.
10K. So yeah, we'll be really interested to now see where the women are, because they will be now getting into the city.
So there's Gabrielle across the line in third.
Yes. So yeah, he will. That's he's come from fifth to third.
Yep, great achievement.
Yeah, he'll be really pleased with that. And not too far behind Ben either, really. So that's a great achievement. Don't hurt me no more.
Oh, there's fourth. Sorry, there's fourth. Fraser Darcy's come across the line. So look at that, 16 seconds.
Wow.
16 seconds between third and fourth.
Oh, Ben's just running through for the photo.
Oh, he's got the photo, yep.
Yeah, because we couldn't get the banner up in time. So, of course, we have to do it again for the photo, for the official finish line photo.
So fifth, the last time we saw them fifth was Jack Gill. So it'd be interesting to see now whether he's been able to hang on to fifth for the last spot on the top 5 podium. But that's been a great battle there between Gabrielle and Fraser to get to side by side and in a group for most of that race.
Yeah.
And only 16 seconds.
And
apart.
Ben was obviously pushed because when his crew, his dad Andrew, was here, he was saying they could see each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely had eye contact. So yeah, to pull away, to just push, he would have gone, "Ooh, yeah, I've got to work here." So that's great. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, take it away, Ben.
The champion, 30 Ks. You've done 35 on your watch. There we go.
What is 34?
Listening to the commentary team, they're saying you have done everything, and we know that you've done so many races. Congratulations. What is it about this race today that's what did it mean to you leading up to today to take the win in kind of your home turf?
Courtney there on the river.
Yeah, it's always fun competing on home soil, and I love how we get such a competitive field. All the great runners from around Australia come up for this one. Someone like Nathan sort of pushing me the whole way, which really just good for getting the most out of yourself. And yeah, some of the sort of flatter finish doesn't really suit my strength, so it's kind of type 2 fun, just running with fear along the river on the way home.
So running scared for the last little bit there, right? Wow. So training-wise, leading up to this, was this something that you were focusing on? Is this just another race in the step towards something else? Where does this sit?
Yeah, so I'm running OCC as part of the UTMB World Series finals at the end of August. So I've just come off a big training block in June, and this was really just to test where are things at and condition the legs for that race intensity. And yeah, I was certainly feeling it on the verge of cramps through a lot of the second half, but happy to hold it together.
Well, you've more than held it together. Congratulations, mate. Awesome running. And obviously now resting up and a few days off or lazy run tomorrow. What's the plan for tomorrow?
Well, my partner Jasmine here is running her first trail 10K in 2 weeks, so I promised her we would jog over the course tomorrow, so we'll see how that feels.
A recovery jog on the course. Well, congratulations. You are our champion for 2023. Well done, Ben.
Jack's dropped 2 spots.
Back to you guys.
Oh, over to us. Sorry,
All right,
Ben.
we're back.
Yeah,
we are back. So we've got Brandon Dewar in, looks like 5th at the moment. Craig Cooper in 6th at the bottom of the stairs. Jack Gill in 7th at the bottom of the stairs. So there's a couple of changes of places there. So it'll be interesting to see as they come across the line. It's getting very dark here, so it's difficult for us to spot them as they come past us now.
Don't forget about our women.
Yep.
So they're now on the river. We've got, from our tracking, we see Courtney's hit the river.
So Courtney's there.
Yep. So she's not far away.
Yep.
Good 10, 15 minutes.
There's Elena and there's Victoria. So that's
Yeah.
close, isn't it? So
And we may have one other in there, we think.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the tracking, yeah.
So we'll keep our eyes now on the
Yes.
on the lead 3 female.
We'll be looking, though, for those guys coming up the stairs.
Yeah.
If they have footage of that. Not sure, because it's actually starting to get dark here now. So they probably don't need to get there. I'm a fairly confident runner in the dark.
Yeah.
On the streets. Not sure, but a lot of other people may be getting out their headlamps to run through the city at the moment. So I can see, is that Victoria Beck coming round Suncorp Stadium?
Yeah, she's coming down.
That's
a nice downhill, isn't it, past Suncorp Stadium? That was, at one stage, that was part of the Bridge to Brisbane course when they started up there, when they reverted the course to a completely different one. It's an incredible downhill.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not what you want at the end of 30K or 30 plus kilometres, but it is a very big downhill.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. It was really important, obviously.
Well, let's just clarify the 5th place. So there we go. So Brandon Dewar. So the actual top 5: Ben Duffus first, Nathan Pearce second, Gabrielle Foy in 3rd, Fraser Darcy 4th, Brandon Dewar 5th, and Craig and Jack are up the stairs.
Well, I've got Brandon.
around us.
Oh no, that's not maybe official time. 2:36, 2:39. Well, Yeah. Okay. Got it. Sorry. We're just working through getting the computer tracking working here. You can see there's quite a few people coming up the stairs now. They all seem to be doing it okay.
Yeah.
They don't seem too phased about this little. Like we all know that those stairs are there. You can see the pink marking and the silver. They're supposed to show up in the dark. Everyone's using the handrail though, I see. Safety first. No, use it to pull yourself up. It's actually quite good. I don't like these stairs. They get quite short.
Yep. Yeah, the very top they do, don't they?
Yeah, so if you've got big feet, it's a bit hard. And I have big feet. Yeah.
So Courtney is Gilfil, and she's coming down now towards that right-hand turn.
About 2k to go.
Yeah, we'll see her very, very soon. Hopefully she'll get a free run up those stairs, but there's a bit of a gap. There's enough of a gap where...
We thought the 110k runner may be coming through quite shortly, so we might have got a quick chance to just check where they are, just quickly. I might be able to do that over here.
No, they're still... they're a little bit from Barton.
They're doing the Colgan circuit,
Yep.
that lead runner. Okay, yep. Yeah, so that we may have some females in the mix coming through. We thought we had someone, maybe we had one we thought might be in there. We're not sure. We'll get a bit of an idea when we do get a visual. So apologies if there's you've got a friend out there who's in the mix and we've not covered them. That's because they didn't have a tracker. But we can't track everyone in the 30. Because we have that focus on those that are way out in the wilderness there, than the 110 and the 100 miles. Yeah, so I'm actually really interested too. I might have a quick look and just see where, on my screen here, where our miler is. And they're in Peter's doing the Colgan circuit. So he too is coming into suburbia.
Yep, there he is there. We've got him on the tracker screen there. So there's Peter. Nolis has gone past
We reckon
Benji.
Nolis has passed Benji.
Nolis has passed Benji.
Wow.
So question is, Jody.
Yeah.
Is there enough time? Is there enough distance for Nolis to reel in Peter?
No.
When you're looking at this, you think?
No.
Unless something changes in Peter?
No.
Okay. Yep. So
no,
we'll see.
I think you could say Peter's got this one.
Yep.
There's too much. The crew will have an idea of how far ahead Peter is, and I'm sure Nolis will give it a crack.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's got enough time.
Yep.
Also,
a case here with Benji in third now and Kieran in fourth. Whether there's, we don't know if Benji's tiring or whether Nolis has picked it up. We don't know the reason for the pass.
Yeah, so I think Benji's not. He'd done CCC, so we think he will be strong on the hills.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's go to look at Cecilia.
The 100
here.
miles. Yeah. So she's now. She's not far away either.
Inaugural Reservoir on the way back. She's run with a guy, James Quaife.
Yeah, for a while.
Yep, they've pretty much been together.
Yeah.
And you might imagine they've run side by side for pretty much most of this.
Well, they probably will. That does happen out there.
Yep.
That does happen a lot in ultras. You will run and catch up to someone and run along and chat for quite a while.
Yeah.
And if they're certainly running at your pace, you will run together. And they'll be able to run side by side along there. That's a fire trail, like quite a wide type road there, so they will be able to run side by side and just chat, or maybe they're just running along and enjoying each other's company. And that does happen.
Jess is still in second.
She's a fair way back if she's just coming out of, but then again she's at that checkpoint 5.
All right, so there's
we go.
Courtney.
There's our leading girl on the Goodwill Bridge.
So that is Courtney Gilfillan. So we did think there might have been potentially another female in front, but it looks like that's not the case. It looks like it's...
Our tracker's not quite, or the feed is delayed.
Definitely,
no, I think it's our tracker.
Yeah, definitely Courtney Gilfillan. As I said, she's just won in the Raw, the 25 kilometre And she actually beat Cecilia Mathis that day. They raced head-to-head.
Yeah, wow.
Which was interesting because on the start line we were looking at it thinking, okay, this is an interesting race. Cecilia's obviously training for a miler.
Yeah.
We knew Courtney was, half iron woman distance, so she's good over 21k.
Yeah.
And I think the gap was a couple of minutes in the raw. So this is a great performance from Courtney.
Yeah, like I say, Cecilia, we're trying to get her to she'll be trying to get that leg speed.
Yep.
That's something we've been running, because she'll just run all day happy, and just cruise along.
So fairly new to, Courtney's been around the running scene and the triathlon scene for a long time on the Gold Coast.
New to trails?
Decade, but for the past decade for triathlon and
right.
but fairly new to trails.
Yeah, wow. So what made her, do you know what made her just decide to take on?
I just think the training group that she was in, she just, someone invited her along to trails and she's taken to it.
It's always the way.
Like a duck to water.
It's always the way.
Yep.
They go, oh no, I don't want to do trail running. They worry about slowing down, all this stuff, and then they do it, and then they go, oh, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
I know when I was speaking, actually, we were speaking to them, and she doesn't often run with the pack.
Yes, we spoke to them beforehand.
Yes, so she was like, oh, not sure about running with a pack. I'm not looking forward to that. And I said, yeah, it does slow you down.
Doesn't seem to have slowed down too much, though, does it?
Yes. So, yeah, great to see her there. And she's definitely not far away now. So is that her there on this one?
Across the bridge, yep.
Yeah, with Cecilia, she will be looking forward to hooking up with her partner and running in the final last part. So that might be motivating her too at this point.
As long as Tom, her partner's recovered all right from the
Gold Coast Marathon. Yeah.
Be a good excuse not to be a pacer today, wouldn't it? To offer it to someone else. But
I don't think you'd want to miss out on this one.
Yeah, maybe
No,
not.
I think you want to be there for it. You want to be part of that last bit to just pull them in. It's amazing. It's amazing just being part of it. I've come in with people finishing 200 miles.
Yes, yeah.
And that's like, you just think... And I remember we're running along in the dark and we're passing milers. And they're going, oh, you're doing well. I said, oh, yeah, not me, I'm a pacer. But she's running 200 miles. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. Yeah, so yeah, we shouldn't be so... Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see... We didn't see any other women. I assume they're going to be picking up any other women in the 30 that may come across the Goodwill Bridge. So it looks like Courtney has that. So yeah, it's showing
quite
her
a way, because Elena Stevenson, who's next on the tracker, she's back towards Treasury Casino kind of place.
Yeah, so she's a good 5 minutes back.
Yep, and Victoria Beck there. That's pretty much how it's been most of the day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It will be interesting to know whether Victoria did go the wrong way. We saw her tracker go off a bit, or whether it just glitched out for a little bit of time.
Here's Ursula. So you would have seen Ursula earlier. She did the 60k today. Ursula comes out on the training courses with us, and she was interviewing Ben and TJ earlier. So, she's just finished the 60k. So, good to see her enjoying one of our events, the events here.
So as you can see, the runners are coming across the line now pretty quickly, thick and fast.
Yeah, and we expect that just to keep coming from now on.
The crowd is starting to build around us, and you can see how cold it is by the various layers of jackets. There's no beanies yet, but that'll be sort of maybe 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight. Oh yeah, definitely, that'll be later. But also, as you can see from the flags there, the wind has dropped a little bit as well, so it's actually quite nice up here at the moment.
So if you're not far away, feel free to pop down. I can see the Turkish food truck over there doing quite a good business. It's a bit mean to make the runners run past it as they come in. But hey, we make them come up the stairs too, so it's not that bad really. Here comes some more 60k runners. And just a family out for an evening walk. And this little boy, look at him. Yay! Yeah, it's a great little park for kids. There's a little playground up the top there and stuff they can climb all over, and it's the road. It's a busy road here, but the park's up the top, like up the stairs and stuff. So they don't come down the stairs. The kids they just can run around. You can sort of let them run around up there and know that they're not going to accidentally run onto the road. So yeah, it's quite good for that.
So just looking at this time here, we're 2:54, going close to 2:55. I wonder, there could
Will
be
they
enough
get
time.
under 3 hours?
There could be enough time for Courtney to scrape under 3 here, but let's say it's a minute up the stairs, a minute around us. She'd want to be hitting the bottom of the stairs in the next 2 or 3 minutes in order to make it. But just as before, we'll probably get Courtney in an interview when she comes across the line, when she's gathered herself.
I would have been interested to see Hayley Teal's been here most years. She was down to run 30.
Yep.
But she had parent duties. I did have a conversation with her during the week to see if she's coming. She said, oh no, but my son's got this. And I said, oh yeah, this race will be here next year, waiting for you. I think she would have been really challenged.
Yep.
Some of those. She would have been up there in the top women for this event. But yeah.
So you said Cecilia is the first person that will potentially, if she takes this one out,
Yeah.
have won 2 different distances.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've had Marie Connors won the miler twice.
Yeah.
In the last 2
But
years.
that's the miler and the
Yep.
miler.
Yep.
I tried to talk her into doing 3 feet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as it stands at the moment with Peter Babbis in front, that's 5 different winners across 5 different years, which is outstanding, isn't it, in itself? That's really good. Mike Carroll's won the 110 twice in a row.
But no one's run 2 different events.
Oh no, Ben Duffus now.
Oh yes.
Won the 60.
Okay, sorry. Now he's run the 30.
Yep. So Ben does
Okay,
that.
so we may have that too tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to have a bit of an idea of whether Cecilia will come in close to that course record. So for the 100 miles. So if she's about 50k out.
So that's Marie Connor, 23:29 2 years ago. So what time are we looking at now?
6 o'clock. She's got 6 hours to do 50k. She'll come close.
Yeah.
So that's one to look for later. So stay tuned. While we're waiting for Courtney to finish, waiting for our first female in this 30k event. So we've got so much to look forward to.
3 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yep.
So we should get some footage at the bottom of the stair when she comes through. Our track is showing that she's not far.
She hasn't hit the bottom of the stairs yet.
No.
So that update hasn't come through yet.
Yeah. Oh, here's one of my athletes. Ben, where are you? One of the girls I coach. What was her time? In the 20k. She's just come in. Tess.
So Elena Stevenson, we're thinking, is the second female. She will be taking a right-hand turn over the Goodwill Bridge in a second.
Yep.
So we should be able to get her on camera.
We've got one of our Running Mums Australia's in the 60k coming in.
So it's all eyes on the bottom of the stairs, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all eyes on Courtney to see if... I'm constantly updating my couple of laptops here to try and make sure we don't miss anyone.
Let me get mine up, yes. We've got Ben playing the music over there. Keep everyone...
There she is.
There she is on the stairs. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we see her coming up the stairs. Yep, she's coming up the stairs. First female.
She's going to be close.
Ultra Spartan Trail World Tour events. Any moment, we're running past the precinct, up around, and then back down the chute to win. Only moments away.
I got my... We don't want to be ringing this here. Put this over here. There she is. She's top of the stairs, so she's done.
Quads are burning.
Yeah.
Little does she know that there's still a few more stairs to go. Who wants to give her that information?
I was at 104, 105, 106, 104, 105.
Yep.
There we go. So, yeah,
So
you
she
can see
runs
Joey's
along.
Cafe.
There's
She's
the
running
cafe.
towards us now. We'll walk out to our left.
Yep, so we're just
We'll
behind
see
those trucks
her.
there on the left.
Past the bins.
There she goes. Moving very well.
There she goes. Yep.
She hasn't got very far to go.
She's got a few more stairs there.
Great work by our camera crew as well.
Yeah,
we had
I
to
know.
be following it.
Can you imagine there's a guy
He's
running
carrying
around with a
quite a bit
camera.
of equipment there as well over his shoulder. So
Hang on, I'm going to take a short break. Tom, can you go and keep up from here?
absolutely. So it looks like Billy Curtis just coming across the line there. We spoke about him earlier. We have the finish banner up for Courtney here. Ben, have you got vision on her? See, that gives you an idea of the cameramen, what they're carrying when they're chasing our athletes. They're doing an amazing job. Ben, I'll pass over to you for you to call her in.
All eyes appeal once again in finish shoot. Yeah, Brisbane Trail Ultra Spartan Trail World Tour event, the 30k. We're expecting our female champion any moment. She's about to make her way down. The one for her boyfriend right beside me, that's for sure. We got the tape up this time. Well done, Shona. Here she is. Here's your female champion, Courtney Delvillan.
3:01:29.
2023.
Not quite.
World Championship event winner. Let her have a little bit of a cuddle with her significant other, Mr. Jack Gill.
Got to stop your watch.
Might give her a few moments just to catch her breath, and we'll.
Oh, there's my mum giving her a medal. Yes, I didn't quite make it under that 3 hours, but wow, 3:01 something. Yeah, well done, Courtney.
Need to adjust that 30 kilometres, don't we, to 34?
Yeah. Yes.
Set
It
out
is a
bit.
34k.
Yep.
Yeah. That 4k. And that's a significant 4k.
Yes.
It's not an easy 4k.
So second and third, so across the bridge at the moment, we didn't get vision across the bridge, but Elena Stevenson second across the bridge. It looks like at the moment that Victoria Beck is on the bridge, the Goodwill Bridge, so it looks like Elena's got enough of a gap to be able to hang on from here, but who knows? This is racing.
Yeah.
This is racing. You never know what's going to happen in the last couple of kilometres, but a wonderful run from Courtney. She came into this race, I know, not really knowing the competition, not really knowing the course, just knowing her effort, and she was going to run to her effort and see how it played out. And it pretty much looked like she had the lead from most of the day.
Yeah.
And
so she's done well to just
yep.
run strong and keep it up. So
it's always fascinating, isn't it, when people come into trail running from other sports, how they adapt to it, how they change to it. And a triathlon runner has, their running style, I think, suits trail running, because they're, when you run off the bike, you have to have very short, very quick strides. And so I think that translates well here. It can translate better, I think, than a track runner who often will have a longer stride. So
you know what's funny? When I was racing a lot in Perth, a lot of the triathletes would use our 5k and 10k races, and they always beat the pants off me. So I went, I'm going to try this triathlon. There must be something in it if all these triathlon runners are coming in and really beating us. So I tried triathlon. It didn't last very long. Like I said, I've done a few triathlons. I bought a bike, but I just couldn't get into the whole swimming and the running and the cycling. I really prefer just to run.
Going into triathlon, one thing you want to be able to do is swim, because if you can't swim, it's a tough sport.
Absolutely. Tough sport. I do have friends who couldn't swim that just put a lot of work into swimming, because you've got the run, or, you're a runner, you've got the run sorted, and that's probably the hardest discipline. So you really got to put a lot of work into that. And I came from a swimming background, so I thought, I can swim. I taught swimming, so my technique's quite good. But I always made it up on the run.
But the hours of time that you have to put into swimming training as well, in order to drop a couple of minutes is disproportionate to the hours that you put into swimming and to riding and running. You can make bigger improvements in your riding and your running than you can in your swimming. So
absolutely,
being a swimmer in triathlon is great. So well done, Courtney. She's made the change.
Yeah.
And we're very, very delighted to have her in the sport.
And I have a lot of Ironmen that come across to Ultra.
Yeah.
They've done an Ironman, and I think, they do really well in Ultras, because I think it's not just that running tired, it's that being uncomfortable.
Yep.
I don't know how long you can sit on. I can't sit on a bike for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
They're so uncomfortable. So they know how to suffer, and I think that's what trail running's a bit about, is that being able to just get through the suffering.
Yep. And look, if you come into the sport with 8, 9, 10 hours of hard Ironman, Ironwoman training behind you, you know, you can go for 8, 9, 10 hours at high intensity, then you choose an event like this.
Yep.
You know, 60 kilometre or 100 kilometre, then the times aren't too different, are they? You know? Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, over to
so
you.
over to you, Ben.
Guys, I am here with our female champion of the 30k Spartan Trail World Tour event, of course, Brisbane Trail Ultra. Courtney Gilfillan, congratulations. I'll shake your hand. Well done. Let's give her a cheer. Come on. She's just smashed it. How did today unfold for you? Give us a bit of a rundown before the morning started. When you got out there, how it felt, how your race went. A little overview from your perspective.
I went out in the first 5k pretty solid and found a pretty good rhythm, and it was probably about 11, 12k I started feeling pretty good, and those flatter bits I really enjoyed, and the descents. I felt a little bit, race flat bit getting a bit darker, so I had to really pay attention, which I get lost pretty easy, so that was challenging. But I really, really enjoyed it, and it's the furthest running race I've done, so I'm really happy with today.
That's amazing. Your background is more triathlon, and you've moved into the trails. And recently, we saw you win the in the Raw down on the Gold Coast. That was a kind of a lead-up race to this race.
Yeah, so I've just been in sort of the winter season here in Australia and been trail running with Jack, my partner, and Liam, and I've been really enjoying it. So I thought I'll jump in this and back into the triathlon season from tomorrow. So,
From tomorrow, were you aware of any of the other runners out there chasing you, or where you were sitting? Were you aware of them, or worried about what they were doing, running your own race?
Yeah, so I had a couple of girls early on with me, and just tried to drop them pretty early, and that put the pace down up on the hills and the descents, and sort of break away and run my own race, and it worked out that way.
It sure did. So yeah, like tomorrow morning, you get back into your normal preparation for triathlon. Is that the plan?
Yeah, Jack and I just go for an easy ride, I think recovery, but yeah, back to, I've got Challenge London in 4 weeks now, which will be the start of my rest of the season back here in Australia later in the year.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you here, and congratulations, you are a female champion. Let's give her an absolute massive round of applause. Well done, Courtney. Thank you. Go enjoy the recovery. And yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben. Well, that's an interesting development that Courtney's going back to triathlon tomorrow. So she's come into trail running and she's taken the win. Back on the bike tomorrow. We'd love to convince her to stay for a bit longer, but not a bad way to spend your athletic career, is it?
But you recover quicker from an Ironman.
Yeah. Although I tell you what, I remember riding through winter. It's not a nice thing to do, is it?
No.
So, but yeah, well done, Courtney. A great achievement. So we are looking now for
we
second.
We should have our second female coming not too far away.
For second and third, as we said, we thought it was Elena Stevenson or Victoria Beck, one of the two. So we are the checkpoint we're looking at is the one at the bottom of the stairs, which tells us that they're on their way up. So we didn't have much on Elena Stevenson, but Victoria Beck, I do remember her running it at Blackall a couple of years ago. She won the 21-kilometre race. I remember her doing particularly well down at UTA one year. I think she was fourth across the line.
In the 50?
In that particular year. Sorry, third across the line, UTA 50 in 2018. I had some information on her that in 2011 she ran the Kepler Challenge in New Zealand and won it. So she's been around for a long time, Victoria.
Okay. Yeah.
ITRA rating of 626. So for those that don't know the ITRA rating, it's quite complicated. But basically you want to be in a race with people who have a high ITRA ranking, and if you can beat them, then that goes well for your result. It's not really to do with length of distance and elevation, although that's part of it. It's more about you beating other people who've got a better ranking. So that's why when you look at that males race today, you had people, Ben Duffers, I think his ITRA is up in about 840, something like that. You had a few other guys who were in the 800, so that's going to do a lot for people's ITRA ranking. Like you said earlier, Jodie, anyone whose ITRA rating is above 750 for the males is phenomenal.
And, in the 700s, above 680 for the women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know how it works, but, I just know from, those that I follow that,
It's like a lot of sporting formulas. There's a couple of people around the world who know how to figure it out, and the rest of us just go, okay, that's all fine.
We just compare it as a comparison tool. Yeah.
Yep. I think Killian Jornay's is 900 and something. So
and Courtney Doyle-Walters, hers is pretty high.
They'd be up there. Now, just before we wait for the others to come in, did you watch much of Western States? Were you
I did.
across it?
Yeah, I did. I watched I was a bit disappointed they didn't interview
Oh,
Courtney
there's second.
straight away.
Sorry.
Oh, as our second female.
There's our second female.
Well
so
done.
that's Elena Stevenson.
Yes. Gee, she came through fast, didn't she?
Across the line.
She was running scared, I think.
So that's a quick finish. I didn't actually get her at the bottom of the stairs. So
Some of them, they're too quick. We can see a lot of people now here enjoying the precinct, which is amazing. We've got a few of our sponsors here. Saucony, they've got their shoes set up over there.
So Elena's not actually coming up on my finish list here. So
yeah, okay.
we'll just put that in. I'm not too sure if that was Victoria, but Elena's been in second and Victoria's been in third the whole day. So
we'll just see.
We'll wait for those official results to come through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're showing all here now. So whether we've got someone else coming up the steps or not.
It's got Victoria Beck at the bottom of the stairs at 3 hours 10. So that was only a minute or two ago. So.
Yeah. I'll be really interested to see. We don't have trackers on him, but we've got TJ Cora, one of our Indigenous Marathon Foundation runners, and very new to trail running. He's out there. We'll be really interested to see if we can catch him when he finishes to see how he found it.
So while we're waiting for which we think is Victoria to come up, so back to Western States. Yeah, what was your take on that? So a day
what an amazing run by Courtney.
For Tom and Courtney, incredible.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I didn't really follow the men.
Yep. Well, even Katie Child's run in
I know.
second. Like
she was still within the. I think she was very close to, or did she beat the previous course record?
Yep.
So it just goes to show having a competitive field, having someone push you, have you run scared. Yeah, it really brings the best out in other people. I've never been afraid of competition. I really, really enjoyed those runs where I've been pushed, and I've been pushed by some of our great locals like Carol Robertson, Shona. She had a team on one of our trail walkers one year, and so we had that competition.
Yep.
And we loved it. We thrived on it. It was really good for the sport. So I love to see those women coming through.
And it was in the men's.
And I think
the
in
men's
the miler.
The men's was an amazing run. Tom Evans' run.
Yes.
I managed to watch. He was doing some sort of video vlogs in the lead up to it.
Yeah.
So I followed his training a fair bit, and he seemed to execute perfectly.
Yeah.
Hayden Hawkes went out fast with him.
Yep.
I can't remember which checkpoint it was, but the message came through that Hayden was trying to break Tom, and then almost instantly the reverse thing happened, and Hayden just fell apart.
Yeah.
So it was an outstanding weekend, wasn't it? And kind of got the motivation going for this weekend, wasn't it? When you watched and went, okay, that's good. Western States is done. Now we've got our own.
We've had bad water.
Yep. Now we've got our own classic 100 miler.
And I follow Comrades. I haven't done the Comrades Marathon. I follow that every year, and so that was a couple of weeks ago as well. And one of our local runners. I'll just finish with one of our local runners. He broke the 50k record at Comrades.
Yeah, wow.
Wayne Spies.
Yes.
He runs around. You'd be familiar with him. He's a freaking good marathon runner.
Yep.
Doesn't do the trails, obviously, but Comrades. Yeah, he broke the 50k record, men's 50.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
50
Wayne, I think Wayne's
record.
won the Noosa Marathon. I think he's won Brisbane Marathon. He won them within the space of a couple of weeks.
And he's 50.
Yeah.
That's so amazing.
Yep.
You're never too old. All right, we're going to go to a break. We'll put some ads up now, and we'll be back shortly.
Yep.
heroes come in many forms. They're protecting our rivers, our woodlands, our deserts, our coastlines, and our wildlife. Our bush heroes are out there every day, restoring habitat, working with fire, and combating climate change. They do it for us. They do it for them. They do it because it must be done. We need our bush heroes now more than ever before. Become one today at bushheritage.org.au.
They call us runners because we are out there every day, on roads, on beaches, over mountains and deserts. They call us runners, but we are also mothers and fathers, artists and activists, trailblazers and stargazers. We are millions of individuals coming from our own points of origin, running to our own destinations for our own reasons. So call us runners, but it is not what we're called that matters. It's what we're called to. The hills to be climbed, the progress to be made, and the drive from within that calls us to be out there, running.
Watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship.
Congratulations, well done on the finish coming through. Carly Tees, 20Ks, Brisbane Trail Ultra completed, nice work.
Natasha Goss, congratulations. Well done. Reese Bobick, well done, Reese. Well done, Julie. Julie Guy finishing. Will Harmsworth just finishing right now. Congratulations, Will. Nice work. Congratulations. Nathan Williams and Chris Stevens. Awesome running. Ben McCarthy, well done, Ben. Will Hagan, well done, Will. So it's a little update out on course in the 100 mile. It seems like our leader is around about 40 minutes out or thereabouts from finishing. Peter Babbis is on his way. So we could see the record going, depending on how he closes this out. Peter Babbis. At this stage, we are looking at about a 40-minute time frame from him being where he is to finishing here at KP. Taryn Edge, well done, Taryn. Zhang Li, well done, Zhang Li. Finishing 30Ks, Brisbane Trail Ultra. Of course, the 30K part of the Spartan Trail World Championship event. Ethan Baker, congratulations, mate. Well done. Great running. Nice one, Aaron. Aaron Keddy. Congratulations, Stephen Maskell and Ellen Bradley, both just finishing right now, coming across the line. Well done. 30k. Well done, Dan. Jude Wahlberger. Jude finishes at 60k. And Nimrod Playman. Both finishing at 60k.
Welcome back
We are
to
back.
the finish precinct.
Yep. So it's been an exciting afternoon, hasn't it?
Oh.
The 30k through, the 60ks, the
Yeah.
100s aren't too far away, and most excitedly, Jodie.
Yes.
Most excitingly is Peter Babas is on the riverfront. He's on the northern side of the river, and we'll
Yeah.
get footage of him pretty soon, won't we?
We will. He's got about 2K to go.
So if we look at the time now, we're at 18 hours 47 as my count goes.
Yeah.
What's our course record time? From 1953 from Matt Crean. So he's going to smash it. He's
It's
going
gonna
to
be-
absolutely destroy it, which is
It's
awesome.
another Western States Courtney Daughter moment.
It is. It's
Well, maybe not that big, but yes.
absolutely brilliant. So he is all on his own and with his
Yeah.
paces, obviously, but there's no one else sort of
No.
close to him, putting
Yeah.
pressure on. So it's all Peters to finish from here.
And
So
he passed one of the 110K runners coming in. Yeah.
Yep. So just on the 110 as well, we're trying to watch that as well. We've got Giles Penfold and Jordan Nukes, who at the 12-hour mark were side by side, pretty much 13 seconds apart. So they'll be a little bit further back on the river.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's over the next hour or so, we're going to see a lot of finishes come in. So
How pretty. I love this at night.
oh,
This is so beautiful. This
Yep.
is what they'll be running towards now. He'll be there in the next few minutes.
it looks like some milers might think it's a bit of a hallucination because
We talked
but-
last year about hallucinations.
Yeah.
Ask Maria about
I remember you talking about that. I remember you talking about that. So
yeah.
that's wonderful sight.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Wonderful sight. So while we wait for Peter, so we've got a tracker on him there. He's not too far away from
no.
that Goodwill Bridge. So when he comes across the Goodwill Bridge, we'll hopefully get video of him. But if we can
Yeah.
just get up the course profile of the 100 mile, just to remind us,
so
Jodie.
just how far they have gone. And look at that course profile down the bottom here.
Yeah. So Jodie, talk us through the back quarter of it.
So
after the sort of Red Bull climb.
we have a roller coaster here.
Yep.
Leading up Long Mount Nebo Road, we get. Sorry, my fingers come off here. Right, so yeah, you can see the climbs. You can see how big these climbs are. A relentless uphill climb over here.
Can you show us Kokoda there? So that the last one, that very steep one. So that's
That's all the way over here.
That's up there.
I know we talk about it a lot,
Yep.
and look at all these other climbs, and they are
They're big,
really
aren't they?
tough. Yeah, really tough. So
But like you
he's
said,
been
you-
out there.
You get the big climbs out of the way early, but then
Yep.
you've got a lot of sharp,
Little
sort of
sharp,
pincher ones up
short.
there.
Yeah. So this is a Kokoda, and
Yep.
of course this is the Red Bull climb here.
Yep.
So he's done all that.
And he's on
He's
that.
over here on this flat bit.
He's on that very flat bit down
At
the
the
bottom,
end here.
gradual, but
He's there.
it doesn't show the stairs at the end.
No,
so
it doesn't. But that's a blip compared to the township break, Taylor's break. Here he is. Yes. Look at him go. If that is, here he is. Yeah, amazing.
Hang on, is it? Have we got?
Is that Peter? I don't know, because he seems to be moving a bit too fast to be a miler. But the tracker shows him there. I think he's running with a mission. Man, he looks good. I reckon
I
he's
think you're
trying
right.
to.
I think it is.
I think he's trying to beat this course record. And can someone tell him he's well within it?
So no pacer with him. Interestingly.
I think he's left his. I think he's dropped his pacer. He dropped the cameraman.
He's dropped the cameraman as well. Yeah.
That is just amazing. That is
See-
not an easy. Maybe this is him here. He's got a 30 bib on. He has got a 30 bib on, but that is him, a miler. He has got the green bib of the 30Kers that Shona did tell me. I have it on authority from the race director that he has got the wrong coloured bib on, but he is a miler runner, so he is our lead miler. That is just amazing. Like, he's really gritting that out. He knows that he's going to be able to stop soon. I think sometimes that what motivates you at the end of these events is the fact that after 18 hours and 50 minutes, 19 hours, I think he's going to come in.
Well, I've got to admit, Jodie, I don't know Peter by
I don't really know him that well either.
I'm not 100% sure that was him, but
he had a 30 bib on,
Yeah.
a green bib.
Okay. Well, yeah, the tracker's shown him across the bridge now,
that's
so
him.
it must
That
be.
is him. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
moving,
I know, amazing.
Moving very, very,
Yeah,
very, very
yeah,
quickly.
Yeah. So yeah, he's got to face these stairs though. Yeah,
Yep.
he's got to get up these stairs.
Definitely. So we're coming up now to 18 hours and 51 minutes. He is well under
that course record.
Does someone want to mention he could go under 19 hours? Is that what you tell a
I
miler this late
reckon
on?
that's what he's looking at. By that look on his face, The way that determination he ran over that bridge.
Yep.
I reckon he's got that in his mind, that is what he's going to do.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Well, again, so we've said a number of times that we think Risha Lewis was pacing him. So Risha definitely wasn't there. So
No.
we don't know what's happened there. If anyone at home has any information
Yeah, please.
from
Facebook
Risha's, from Peter's crew,
Yeah.
can they send it through on Facebook? It'd be great to know.
We can see we've got 60k runners coming through this finish line. So he would have been passing some of these people. And he's run 100 miles. I know.
Outstanding.
I think that lifts you. That definitely lifts you. When you're running past people and they're just so full of admiration and they're cheering you on, and that's been me. You know, it just does. It does lift you. It does really lift you. Just like go, yes, I've got this.
Yep.
You start talking about, you know, like you start anticipating that finish line. He will certainly have this visualised now.
So who else have we got coming in the mile?
Well, I think Nolis. Like we've had a real great battle. Like it's not. You'd never get these sort of. You don't get to see it like this.
No.
Oh, we're looking for TJ too. He mustn't be far away. TJ Cora, one of our Indigenous Marathon Foundation runners. You never get this kind of competitiveness in an ultra. Very rarely. So to have a really good field, toughing it out all day, you know, and they will get updates as they come through the checkpoints. They'll have a bit of an idea of where those around them are. Yeah.
So so the order, there's Peter Babas at the moment, and then Nolis, and then Benji Patterson in third. Kieran O'Brien still fourth. He's a little bit behind Benji. Sam Stowe in fifth. Then Cecilia Mathis is in sixth overall.
Yeah, amazing.
James Quaife is seventh. Jess Schluter is eighth overall. So that's outstanding. Adam Lusk is next.
So Jess will be picking up Brad in the last section, I've been told. Cecilia is now running with her pacer, Tom.
Yep.
I did send him a quick message and said, oh, you know, this is the course record. And he goes, I'm not going to tell her.
So we're thinking 2 course records today.
We're thinking that's very possible. Very, very possible. Of course, anything can happen.
Yep.
Anything can happen now. You know that anything can happen. Like, you never give up. I always say to my athletes that I coach, you never give up. You never know what's happening ahead of you in an event. You don't know if someone's pulled out or, you know, falls down or, you know, I've been in a 24-hour where a woman's collapsed, in the last 10 minutes, and then of course I was able to pass her.
Yeah.
So you know, you never give up. You always keep going. So yeah, we can see we've got 2 of our runners on the Colgan circuit, 2 of the milers.
Well, we cast our mind back to the Commonwealth Games of 2018. Michael Shelley, you know, passing a Scottish runner on the bridge with only a couple of K to go, like you said.
I know, you never give up. You never know what's going to happen.
That gap, though, is quite sizable.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So yeah, we do. You can see we've got Nolis heading towards Suburbia.
Yeah, so he'll know now that he's got the downhill, and he'll probably be like a lot of people have been today, running scared.
Yep.
He'll want to hold on to that second place for sure. I think he'll know now he can't take out first.
And look, I guess Nolis might be looking at it thinking, okay, can I go under 20 hours?
Yeah.
You know, he's got an hour and 5 minutes to get there.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's 10K, so that'd be tough going at the end. But
it will be. But
it's possible.
We've got a bit of a breeze picking up, so I'm not sure whether that breeze will be like a tailwind coming down. I've no idea. I'm directionally challenged.
Yep.
But it'll certainly be cooling.
Well, I mean, Nolis might even be looking at his personal best here. He ran 20:38 in 2020, so he's got an hour and 40 to get home to break his own best. And you know, I listened to Ryan Crawford in one of his Instagram posts in the lead up to this, just talking about the personal battle out there.
Yeah.
And Ryan's still out there at the moment. A lot of people know Ryan from Last One Standings and BVRT races and Glasshouse. But he was talking about the personal battle. Like, you can't really focus on what's going on around you with other runners. It's all about you and how far you can push yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what Nolis will be looking at, and Benji in these last stages. How far can they push themselves and get as great a result for themselves as they can? But we are looking very carefully out. My tracker shows him
not
very
far
close
away
to the bottom.
So we're seeing the bottom of the stairs here, and this will be 60k runners coming in. Maybe some of the 30k runners.
Like I'm saying, hopefully we don't miscall him here. As I said, I don't know Peter from look, so we're purely going on how fast he's moving, and if that was who was coming across the bridge, he was moving well. So hopefully we call him correctly as he gets to the bottom of the stairs here. But
I didn't get his number off Shona.
Yep.
Actually, I will be able to check that on the one timing there. Let me just do and I'll have a look. Actually, is it on there? Let me just do some searching here. There's some people out walking
dog
their
walkers.
dogs,
Yep.
taking them up the stairs.
Other finishers are coming across the line thick and fast at the moment. We've got 20k runners, we've got 30k runners, we've got 60s, no 110s as we said as yet, and we're going to start to get the milers coming across. But like we said, it's been perfect conditions, isn't it? So there's a bike coming around the corner. Is this Peter here? There's a cyclist, not that one, but
No.
there's a cyclist in the background here. This could well
No,
be
that's
Peter.
not him, no.
This could well be Peter coming around here.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Peter Babbis is at the base of the stairs. Ben
He's coming
Deneen,
up.
I don't know if you can hear me, Ben, on the microphone.
Wow. He's
Nice
coming
work,
up the
guys.
stairs.
Yep.
Just got confirmation here on the timing.
He's
Peter
got
Babbis is up
He's
the
got
stairs.
2 minutes to come under the...
2 minutes, Benny. I don't know if you can call him. Tell him he's got 2 minutes.
He's got 2 minutes to get in under 19 hours.
The course record. Peter Babbis.
He's going to break the course record.
The precinct is coming up the stairs.
He's going to break the course record.
He is going to break the course record. Peter Babbis is about to make his way past the precinct.
Go up one last flight of stairs around and down the finisher chute. He will be your 2023 BTU 100-mile champion and course record holder.
By a long way, Ben. He's
Course record is 19:53.
So he's an hour. He's an hour.
Absolutely obliterated the course.
55 minutes.
Yeah. But
He's about to make his way past.
Woo!
He is flying.
I reckon he knows, Ben. I reckon he knows that he could break the hour, the 19-hour mark here. He's got 90 seconds, hasn't he? 80 seconds to break.
Get on the boards. Get on the sides here, guys.
We got to get this guy around in 1 minute 10 seconds.
I think he's going to do it, you know. He's got 70 seconds to
That's-
round
it
that
is-
turn.
Oh no, it's a long way.
All right,
It
Benny.
is a long way.
Benny
Once
will
again,
pass to you, Ben.
at that pace that he is running, he's going to be back here any moment.
Wow. So like 160 kilometres, 8,000 metres of elevation gain.
Well, finishes coming through, it all lies up.
8,000 metres, 8K up.
Champion for 2023 in the 100-mile.
And we've got 30 seconds.
Quick, pick it up.
He's come round. Is that him come around the corner? No. He's got 25 seconds.
We're assuming they started bang on the hour, so...
Yeah. Oh man, here he comes.
Yep. What a wonderful moment. Smashing the course record
Yeah.
by close to an hour. Benny, call him over.
Here he comes.
Spartan Trail
8,
World
7,
Tour event
6,
brought to you by Wild Earth,
5,
the Brisbane Trail
4,
Ultra, the
3,
100-mile,
2.
taking the win, breaking the
goodness, look
record,
at
Peter Babbis!
Oh yes.
Tell you what, let's just not say something for a bit. Let's just soak this up
I know.
and just watch Peter, because you saw the emotion there. Let's just watch him for a bit.
No, don't give him a medal. He gets a buckle. He's got the buckle. It's all right. It's been a long day. Oh man.
Wow, I haven't seen a 100-mile finish with that intensity.
No. This
I'll
is
tell you what,
incredible. I'm just so amazed.
Someone
sorry,
make-
I've got no words.
Someone make a Strava segment for that last
Yeah.
bit down here, because he might take it out for the day. That's a remarkable finish.
Oh man,
Incredible.
I can't believe I'm seeing it.
I'm just trying to look up here his official time, because I want to. It's so close, isn't it?
Oh. Just
59.
Yes.
58. He's done it.
Seconds. He's gone sub 19. He's absolutely destroyed the course
50
record.
minutes off the course record.
Peter Babbis.
Man.
How long are you going to leave him, Benny, before you grab him for an interview?
Yeah.
What's the unwritten rule for this? He's cooked, isn't he?
Yeah. He put it all. He left it all out there.
Yep.
And like you do. Wow. Oh, that is amazing. Our 110k runners coming through. We sort of yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow.
We're just saying that's one of the most remarkable things I've witnessed in ultra running. That's,
you know,
it is incredible, isn't it? And
it is.
We spoke earlier about that moment of realization. He not only was he pushing for the win, which he got a long way out, but suddenly maybe someone got in his ear or he's figured it out. I can break 19 hours here.
Yeah.
And even as he came up here, we were saying he's got 70 seconds to get there. And he rounded the bend, he had 30 seconds. And we've just been told his official time is 18 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds.
That is amazing.
And he's taken, what is that, 53 minutes off?
Yeah.
Off the course record.
Matt Crean has the record, 19:53, so 53 minutes.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. And led for a significant amount of time through the day, didn't he?
Yeah.
Had that race.
He went out pretty strong and most of the day and led, So he put it all, and I think sometimes you've got to run like that.
Yeah.
If you're going to go after a course record, I'd love to know if he knew what the course record was and was going for that today, or did everything just fall into place?
Yep.
And, you know, some days you just have those days where everything just falls into place. Your nutrition's on point, the weather's good.
Yep.
You know, you got no injury. You know, the crew all falls in, you know, everything happens well. We had Risha. That might have been a good inspiration for him to, you know, have a chat with her. So
I mean, you look at that time, 18 hours and 59 minutes. Even on a flat course, it's a good time. You speak to people about what they want to do to break a 20 hours for a 100 miler. People will go for that on a very, very flat course.
Or 24 hours if you're female.
Yeah, on a very flat course. And he's done this with 8,000 metres of vertical.
Yeah.
And run through one night and into the second night.
Starting at midnight, You know,
so
I do think maybe that running through the starting in the dark, that may slow you down. Maybe that's probably to an advantage to be slowed down at the start because you're in the dark.
Yeah, definitely.
Now that I think about it,
all the factors.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
Sorry, what was that?
50. So
this is we're going to look at all these mountains.
This is all you, Jody.
We're going to show the course now. So we start off not too far. This is some gap. Look at the profile. So that you can see that roller coaster at the start, those 5 hills, that's going up Mount Nebo Road.
Yep.
And you get up onto that ridge line, and that's cruel because they send you down and you go back up. So we get up to Mount Nebo there, they call in at the primary school, the checkpoint's in the primary school there. Then they head back out and around and there's, drop right down. And they head up to Mount Glorious there, checkpoint at Mount Glorious. They loop around back to where they were. And that's a nasty that climb up to Mount Glorious is full on up, continuous up. It's a pretty challenging up. We loop down, of course, down to Gold Creek Reservoir. That's coming up. Back here now, we're getting back closer to home. We've done the Kokoda challenge. We've done the Kokoda climb. That's the Kokoda climb there. Check in at checkpoint 6, up the Red Bull climb, out and do the Colgan circuit. There's a little Colgan circuit there, and then we hit the suburbs, down to the river at Suncorp there, and around to finish.
Around to the finish.
Yeah.
Just look at that out west. That's Mount Nebo and Mount Glorious. That's daunting.
That's a good drive.
That is daunting, isn't
That's
it?
a really good drive. Yes.
Yes, Ben. Yep.
Down here.
We're going to hear from
with our
Peter
champion,
now.
Peter Babbis. Let's all give Peter Babbis a massive round of applause to start with before we even start the chat. Wow.
Yeah.
I was eavesdropping and overheard you say just then that you dropped your pacer, you dropped the cameraman, you dropped everybody, you dropped the hammer coming along the river there. Talk to us. Did you know where you were, what time was? Was there a goal to try and break that 19 hours? What was happening?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I just felt strong the whole day, and I still had it along the river, so I just went as hard as I could, and then I wasn't even thinking about sub 19, but I didn't know what exactly time is, but I had energy, so I just started sprinting.
Wow, I'm almost speechless. I thought for a moment that you had looked at your watch going, I want to get under that magical, there's always a number, a 19 hour. You're well inside the course record, like destroyed it. tell us about this morning before you got up, what the plan was for the day, what you were thinking. I don't know if anyone knows this or what people are aware that you upgraded slightly from the 30K to the 100 mile. Most people would upgrade from a 30 to a 60K, maybe. What made you change and decide to upgrade?
Just how my season lined up, and I mean, I changed a long time ago, so I was preparing for the miler, and I did a 100K at the UTA, so I was slowly building up, and this is my last race of the season, so it's not like it was a spontaneous decision. I was slowly preparing for it, so it worked out well. But I'll tell you a little bit of backstory. So my training was going really well, but then I went back home to Europe, to Poland, and it took me literally 3 days. I left on Tuesday afternoon, and I started a job at Lara Pinta, so I arrived at Alice Springs on Friday. So I was, in the last 3 weeks, I was 3 days traveling, and then I had 2 weeks of like 80 plus hours of work. And I still work on Thursday. I was hiking up Mount Sonder on Lara Pinta Trail, and then I had to catch the flight in the evening, and then I slept on Thursday at the airport because I had the layover flight, because that was the only thing available I could catch after work. And then I arrived here like, I think 2 p.m. and all I could do is just like drop my bags and just sort of, I couldn't even get a sleep because the race starts at midnight. So I had a lay down for like 3 hours, but I didn't even have a sleep. So I enjoy like running through the night, and that was a great temperature to run. But I wasn't sure how my body was going to react, because at this point I haven't slept for a day and a half. So I was confident. I had a really good, consistent training, and I had a great races. But because of that last few weeks, I didn't really know how my body's going to react. So I took it really easy, and I think like my pacing was really good. I'm very happy with that, because I never pushed too hard, and I just went with the flow. And I honestly felt good for the most of the day, which is very unusual, because on such a long race you're usually hurting at some point. But I felt really strong, and I was like running the hills, and I can even run the stairs here. I mean, I cannot explain it really what happened. I just think I had like just my day, and I think it's probably the best race I ever had, considering how I felt and the time as well. Because Mats Krehant, he is, everyone knows him, right? And it's, I think, probably 50 minutes under his time. So, and I ran by myself for the last probably 65K as well. So that didn't help pacing. And
yeah, you just summed it up so eloquently about the whole day. Amazing, considering that you were so sleep deprived and you literally didn't know how your body would respond, because all of this transit and and time off, and to come out here. And I was going to ask you, was there a point at any point today where you've had a low patch, but you just said you felt good? Or was there a low patch at all?
Well, I nothing major. I just obviously when I get hot, coming to the aid station, I felt a little bit low, but I really took my time at the aid stations to like refill, and I wasn't rushing. And although other guys went ahead of me, I really took my time, stayed patient, and got everything I needed. And immediately I started feeling better. So I kind of addressed those issues I had immediately, and nothing major happened to it. So.
Incredible. Shona actually texted me and told me that you had upgraded to the 100 miler, and she was excited that you were here. We're all excited that you're here and that you have not only won, but you've absolutely once again destroyed the course record. You've had an incredible day out there. We're very, very proud, and congratulations, mate. Let's give it up for Peter Babas. He is out. He's got more to say. I'll give the mic back. I'll just let him go for it.
I just want to say thank you for Shoshana and Cora for hospitality as always. Thank you for my pacer, Risha, who is, I think, maybe on the way. And thanks for Ben, who was cheering along as well, and all the volunteers. They were absolutely amazing, especially at the CP5 and CP5 and CP6 when they gave me ice and they just served me really well. So thank you very much, and thanks for putting such an amazing event. I'm glad to be here.
Wonderful words, mate. Congratulations once again. Let's give one more cheer. Peter Babas, 2023 100-mile Spartan Trail World Tour B2U champion. Unreal. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Wow. I tell you what.
I still can't believe it. That is such a hard course.
I think,
and like no sleep.
No, and Peter came up with about 10 excuses not to do the miler and just to do the 30 instead. Like, he's wearing a 30K bib, and with all that backstory, he still ends up jumping in the miler. That's tough. That is tough, isn't it? That's a tough mindset.
That is amazing. I can't wait to see what he does after this.
Yes.
And he said, you know, and I think we were just chatting earlier, like sometimes it's just your day.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have an amazing day. You're in that green zone all day, and he was in that green zone all day, despite the week that he had.
Yeah.
I'm still blown away. I can't believe it.
Sometimes that happens to people, though, isn't it? When you don't have the most perfect lead up.
Yeah.
You kind of got every excuse not to race well, but you
I always
so you
say
throw
that
them
to
out the window and you race well anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
I've arrived at an event because my flight was delayed and night before and not had much sleep and had a good run the next day.
Well, amazing. It'll take us a while to catch our breath with that. But while that was actually happening, and you may have seen in the background, so Jordan Nukes has actually won the 110 kilometre race. He came in 13 hours and 8 minutes, and I'm sure in the next 5 minutes, hopefully Ben Deneen, you might be able to grab Jordan as well, maybe for an interview if he's still around. If not, that's okay. But well done to Jordan. He's put a bit of a gap in. It looked like Jordan and Giles Penfold, who looks like he's in second, it looked like they were together for a while or not too far apart, but Giles is probably 3 kilometres back at the moment, running in for second. So great performance from Jordan there, 13 hours and 8 minutes. Course record for the 110 is Mike Carroll's from last year, 11 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Which was very, very fast.
Yeah, very fast.
Took a huge chunk off. Previous winners in that one, Vlad Shatrov, Andy Day, Mike Carroll twice. So Jordan Nukes, you're in good company now.
Yeah.
Add your name to that list.
Yeah.
You know, that's there forever.
Yeah.
That's there forever.
Oh, just incredible. Hey, let's look at what's going on in the miler.
Yep.
Oh.
So
I'm still blown away. I still like.
Let's bring up. Here's the tracker. So
okay, cool.
Yep. So Nola's still in second there.
Yeah. So this has been interesting, hasn't it?
Yep.
All day.
And Benji.
Nolas was back in third or fourth.
Yeah, Benji's hanging on there. We were wondering whether Kieran is going to be able to close that gap, and it looks like that's not happened. It's pretty much stayed the same.
Yep.
So Benji's doing quite well there. If we look at this here, Sam Stowe.
Yeah.
He was in third, I think, at one stage.
Yeah, he was.
He
was up there. They were all very close together, those guys.
So
we can't tell because the trackers, they stop it now.
So maybe Sam went through a bad patch in the middle and he's rallied.
Yeah,
it
that
looks
happens.
like he's rallied again.
Yeah, that does happen.
So we're looking, there we go, 16:49. There's Cecilia.
Woo!
So
oh my
second,
goodness,
third,
she's
fourth,
done
fifth,
the. Yeah,
sixth
she's done
overall.
Kokoda.
Yep. Sixth
she
overall.
will be. So there, she's got 20k.
Yep. So
the course record is 23:29, and we're not even 20 hours yet.
What do you say? She's got 20 kilometres to go.
Yeah, 3 hours.
So we're 4 hours away.
Yeah.
Yep. So okay, we're
so
on.
So I was able to, connect with her pacer there.
Yep.
And he's not telling her. He's not going to tell her the course record.
Yep.
Maybe he will. We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, like we were saying earlier, there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, there is. So James, we said that Cecilia and James seem to be running together. So she's, by the looks of the tracker here, she's pulled away from him quite significantly.
Yep.
So
she'll she'll be looking forward to getting to that CP6.
Yep. And let's go back there to, that must be, there's Jess
Luder. Yep.
So still in second there.
Yeah, she's a little way back now though, and she's still got to get up that Kokoda track. Yeah, so Cecilia's got most of the climbing out of the way now.
Yep.
She's still, of course, got that Red Bull climb.
Yep.
But she'll eat that up. Oh, well, I assume she will. She's pretty good with the hills.
So there's Ryan Crawford that we spoke about.
Yeah, okay, so they're over at CP5 at Gold Creek there.
So I'm trying to find a potential third. Yes. Yes, beautiful.
Okay, so we're going to cross over to...
You come flying across when we're in the middle of doing interviews. Sorry about that. Bad timing by us. But, mate, how did your day unfold? Tell us a little bit about your morning, the race, how you felt. Yeah.
Well, it didn't start off pretty good, actually. I rolled my ankle about 5 Ks in, so I was just like, oh, no, it just happened. I guess it was like, okay, I just got to kind of compromise, work with what I got. Okay, I've got a bit of a rolled ankle, so it was just like, okay, all right, I just got to dig deep and, just plug along, I guess. But then after that, I kind of got into a rhythm and I just did my thing, I guess.
You did your thing. Did you know anybody else was close to you, that you were racing anybody?
Yeah, well, there was George Murray, I think he was coming first, and then I'm not too sure what happened with him, and then I actually met a friend on the trails, Brenton. I don't know what happened to him, but we pretty much we fueled off each other. You know, he'd push, I'd push, and yeah, it was just a good relationship that we had, and kept us both accountable for everything, I guess, man. It was awesome there.
It is awesome. I love the smile on your face as you're telling us. You've obviously had a fantastic day. Was this an outcome that you thought could have been possible?
No, I didn't. I just had a goal. I was just like, okay, I want to just aim for this, and that was my aim. It was just, you know, I wasn't racing against everyone. I was just racing against myself at the end of the day.
You sure were. Is there anybody that you'd like to thank tonight?
Yeah, I would like to thank all my family and friends that came. You know, it's that's them in the back. Yeah. No. It was awesome for them to come. Like, you know, just to see them there, and it definitely like put a smile on my face. And you know, there was a few moments where I hit kind of like a pain cave. So I guess that's what they call it. And then, you know, I'd come to an aid station, and then I'll have family there. I didn't even know that they would be there. So it was just awesome to see them. But, you know, my other friends, I want to thank my my good mate Daz for kind of the last 20 Ks, just really pushing me, really. It was good. But, yeah, overall, I just want to thank the event as well, you know, for putting this event on and, you know, letting me experience pretty much my first 100K in hometown of Brisbane. So, it was very special. But, you know, thank you to everyone. I'm grateful. Great.
I can tell you're grateful, mate. I'm smiling from ear to ear. You're a legend. Yes. I love it. Well, from us, Brisbane Trail Ultra, to you, Jordan Nooks, congratulations, mate. 110K champion for 2023. He's giving one more big hand. Woo! Legend. Thanks, guys.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thanks very much, Benny. So a little bit on Jordan. So recently he won the Glasshouse Cooks Tour, 50 kilometres in 4 hours 37. So
he should. That's a good time. Yeah, that's a good time for that. I've run out there.
Yeah. Sometimes people go close to 4 hours, but you know anything 4:30 is very respectable. So good lead up to this.
Yeah. That's in May, so it's still quite warm then.
Yeah. Great to hear, hometown boy, Brisbane boy, winning a local race. So that's awesome. And you know what? I love a homemade banner.
That was really cool.
I'm a primary school teacher by trade, so to see a homemade banner in the background is absolutely wonderful. And you know, he mentioned there, didn't he, about coming into checkpoints and not expecting to see his crew. And for those who are new to ultras, like seeing people at checkpoints is such a valuable and important part of this, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes how they respond to you in checkpoints can make or break a day as well, can't it? And sometimes you even give your crew or your family very specific instructions, as in, don't talk to me, don't ask me how I am, just get me in and get me out as quick as I can. But, you know, Jordan there, he said he was absolutely delighted to see them. So,
and he didn't expect to win it. I mean, wow, that's amazing.
But I mean, that's for most people, that's trail running, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's ultra running. Like if you go into these races expecting to win, there's too much that can happen. There's too many variables. There's too many things that can go right or go wrong. And you know, even at Western States, we heard last week, they say the race only begins in the last 30 miles.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and it's about setting yourself up to be in a position where you can do. And, you know, and Jordan's a classic case of that. He just comes in, does his best, and sometimes his best is good enough to take home the glory forever. So in second place at the moment, I think we have Giles Penfold.
In the 100?
In the 100, So, or the 110. So looking at Giles's background as well, he's raced in Spain, in Switzerland at the Matterhorn, he's raced in Guatemala, and looking at his information online, he has some serious vert in his legs.
Yes.
There was one race I found that Giles did it was the 100k Salomon race in Spain, 6,500 metres of vertical over 100 kilometres. That's brutal. That's absurd.
That's
crazy.
The
Matterhorn,
I thought this was crazy.
Yeah, the Matterhorn race in Switzerland down, the Intrastat said 46 kilometres for 3,500 metres of vertical, so course, racing in Switzerland and places like that.
You're going to get always. It's so hard to replicate. You can't replicate that here.
Yeah.
You can't replicate that here. We try.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're looking at those climbs that you've talked us through today.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and that's very good preparation for those who are going to UTMB and to Triple C. I know it's not anything like it, but it's the best that we have that you can get close to it.
Yeah.
So now we're sort of looking at the other 110s who are coming through. We're following second and third in the males in the miler.
Yep.
And we're
so
also
they're into Suburbia.
Yep. We're also eagerly awaiting Cecilia.
Yeah.
And Jess to come into Suburbia.
So I think is that Cecilia in at CP6 now, or is that someone else?
So
no,
there
she's still making her way there towards CP6.
Yep. So that's Sam.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, we've got some 60Kers coming in, coming up the stairs.
So it will be a little bit of time before Nolis certainly gets here in second. So we've got some interviews with some of the runners here that we might play for those of you watching at home. And then once Nolis gets a bit closer down to the river, we might
come back and
jump straight back into that. So
tell you about what's unfolded.
Yep. So
throughout the day.
Boil the kettle or do whatever you need to. Watch the interviews, and we'll see you soon for the finish of the second and third in the miler.
Hey everyone, Ursula here from Brisbane Trail Ultra. We're back and I have got Jackie Bell here who is joining us for the 100 miler. So how are you feeling about the miler, Jackie?
I'm pretty good. It's my third year doing it, so hopefully my experience from the other years helps me. But yeah, a little bit nervous. Knowing what I'm in for is always the tough bit, I think.
So how's your training been leading up to the miler? How are you feeling?
I've had 2 races this year which have been ultras, which have hopefully put me in good stead for this race. The training in between hasn't been perfect, but I think it's better to be underdone than overdone before a big race like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Underdone rather than overcooked is the better way to go. And this is your beautiful hometown. So have you been running on these trails? Do you know them really well? Is this what you love about doing BTU?
Yeah, I love, I've actually known Shona since I was about 14. I met her when I was a physio assistant and I heard she was doing these crazy ultras and I didn't even know what an ultra was then. So it's just nuts to think, 10, 15 years later, I'm now competing in one of her events that she puts together.
Yeah, that's so amazing. So have you done BTU a number of times before? How many times in a row have you done it?
I did the first year, second year, I skipped last year and then this will be my third. So yeah, third time round.
Okay, incredible. And I know that you've been running for some time, so how's things been running for you over the years? How long have you been running for? What does that look like? Because I know you're an amazing runner and there's some other amazing women who are out there. So what's your trail running history been like?
So I've actually been doing ultras now for about 10 years, but because I did my first 50k road race when I was 18, I'm now 28. Didn't even know that a 50k race was an ultra marathon when I did it actually. And then I guess I've been doing the single stage further stuff for 2 or 3 years now. So it's been a journey and it hasn't all been like this. It's kind of been up, down all the way. But my coach is Matty Abel. He's with the Capra app, who's hopefully leading us in the correct direction over the duration of the race. But since working with him, I've been able to cut off a lot of time from my races.
Yeah, incredible. Well, I know people are inspired by you and you've got a wonderful, running history. So really excited to see you out there. Best of luck in BTU. We're excited to have you. Is there anyone out there who you want to thank, or are there family and friends out here with you going to be watching and supporting?
I've got my friend Angus up from Sydney. He's going to be pacing me, and my other friend Brett. And then I'm just really excited to be running with some of the girls. Katie Dawes, a good friend of mine. Cecilia, Jess, Toby. A lot of them are doing their first 100 miler, and we're all locals to Brisbane. And yeah, it's really good energy, I think, from everyone.
Yeah, epic. I think everyone's feeling the same way. It's going to be a great race. And you guys have only got a few more hours to go before you need to get out there. So we will let her go to bed for a little bit, have a nap before the midnight start kicks off. But thank you so much for joining us, Jackie, and best of luck.
Thanks so much.
And I'm here welcoming Jen Millam, who has come all the way from WA for BTU. So how are you feeling, Jen?
I'm excited now, yeah.
Great. Well, we are so excited to have you. Now, you are joining us for the 100 miler this time round, but in previous years, you have done 110. So how are you feeling about running 100 miles?
100 miles is my favourite distance. So, yeah, I'm really excited about doing a little bit extra this time and seeing how far my body can go.
Oh my God, I don't know who says that their favourite distance is 100 mile, but you are one of a kind. And I know you are that hardcore. You don't even have a pacer out there with you, but you've got family and you've got a beautiful sister who's here going to join you and cheer you on at all the checkpoints, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. My sister, she's a godsend. Yeah, so I've roped her in again for the third year. She reckons she knows exactly what she's doing. She's coming with her soup and her beanie because it's freezing. And yeah, so we're going to do this together.
So tell us, what's the weather like over in WA? What's the difference between temperatures? Are you feeling good with our weather? By the looks of things at the moment, it's pretty damn windy, so...
No, WA at the moment has been freezing. So yeah, it's been, the weather is glorious here. So yeah, a bit of wind, that's fine.
Amazing. And tell me, how has your training been going? Are you injury free? Are you feeling good about your nutrition strategy? Yeah, how's everything going?
Yeah, my training's been on point, so I'm really happy with that. Yeah, it's just trying to get my head in the right space, I think. Yeah.
Oh, incredible. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I think you're going to have an incredible race. I know I raced with you last year and you kicked my butt on that 110, but I had a fantastic time at the beginning at the start line with you and then I didn't see you after that. So I'm really excited to see what you can do in this miler. So thank you so much for joining us and best of luck.
Thanks, Ursula.
Thank you. We're back. It's Ursula, athlete liaison here at Brisbane Trail Ultra, and I am here welcoming Kieran O'Brien, who is here to join us for the 100 miler. So, how are you feeling, Kieran?
Yeah, really well, thanks. Rested well the last few days, so yeah, ready to rock and roll.
Tell us a little bit about your training. How's your training been going? Are you feeling good nutrition-wise, injury-free?
Yeah, it's been a completely different training this time round. We've got a newborn that doesn't really sleep, so maximum 100k weeks, but the importance and the energy when I am training is up there. So it's yeah, I'm excited to see. So the legs, I'm going into this race a bit more rested than what I usually am, but I think I'm using all the positives, and we'll wait and see.
Wow, look, 100k week is still a big week, man. So if you're getting 100k's in, and I know you've got a newborn bub and you're still able to sleep, I think that's pretty damn good training in the bank. This is not your first time at BTU. Tell us, how many times have you done BTU before?
My fourth time starting the 100 miler, 2 finishes, and last year I was lucky enough to pace Vlad for the last 80k, so it was good to see the elite runners, what they do at the back end of a 100 miler, and yeah, so essentially every year I've been a part of it. And
actually this time around you and Vlad are going to be racing together, so how are you feeling about that, racing with some of the elites?
Yeah, fine. I'm excited, so bring out the best of me.
So good. Oh, look, there's some great elite 100 miler runners out there, so it's going to be a damn good race. So we're excited to see what's going to happen. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. Really welcome you here. And I know this is your local trail, hey? So yeah, you've been able to train on some of the local trails?
I've purposely stayed off most of the course this year, just so when I do see it again, it's new energy and it's exciting. So yeah, I've been purposely staying off most of it, especially the back end of it. So.
All right, fantastic. So you're going to go in there with a fresh head on your shoulders and yeah, really have a good time. So thank you so much for joining us, Kieran. Yeah, really, it's going to be a pleasure to watch you race.
Thanks, Esther. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, it's Ursula here, BTU Athlete Liaison, and I have Trish McKibben joining me from Canberra. Welcome, Trish. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the race tomorrow.
Fantastic. And so you've come up from Canberra. How are you feeling about this glorious weather today?
Yeah, it's amazing. Look, it's quite hot for me, but I actually love coming up to BTU this time of year to escape the Canberra winter. So I'm excited. It'll be great. Yeah.
So good. And so this is not your first time with us at BTU. I know you're joining us for the 60K. How many times have you done BTU prior to this?
So this is my third year. I've done the 60K and then the 30K. So this will be my second shot at the 60K this year. I'm really looking forward to doing the same course, see if I can better my time from 2 years ago. It's a really fun event. I love the one direction, getting dropped off 60Ks from Brisbane and then running back into town is really, really special. It's, yeah, a great event. Yeah.
Oh, so great. I'm excited to be out there on the start line with you. I don't think I'll be anywhere near you the entire race. But super excited to be out there with you. I feel pretty privileged. Yeah, how are you feeling with all the training? I know you've been over at World Champs. Are you feeling, really strong for this race?
Yeah, I've had a really good preparation this year. As you said, I've recently been over 4 weeks ago. I raced in Austria at the World Championships. And before that, I've raced a little bit in Australia and also in New Zealand. So it's been a really big year of racing. I'm using this race as a good opportunity and a really hard hit out before I head back overseas in a few weeks to compete at CCC over in France. So yeah, looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm really happy with my preparation. Looking forward to trying to get on top of some nutrition issues that I've had in previous races and just have a really hard hit out and see where my fitness is at.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Trish. We are really excited to have you. And yeah, sleep well tonight and race well tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. See you on the start line.
Ursula here at BTU, and I'm here to welcome Peter Babis, who is joining us for the 100 miler. How are you feeling about the race, Peter?
Pretty excited. It's my third time here in Brisbane. I did 30 last year and 110 2 years ago, so I'm looking forward to running the whole way.
So you were a seasoned BTU runner and you probably know the course pretty well or better than some others out there. Do you feel like that gives you a little bit of an advantage, or what are your thoughts?
I think only to a certain extent. I mean, I got understanding of the course, but I live far away from Brisbane, so running the course a year and 2 years ago, I don't think it gives me a good knowledge of the course, just like a general understanding, so I know what to expect. I know sort of how the weather is going to be and the aid station, so might give me a slight advantage, but at the end it just depends how I'm going to feel on the day and how the competition is going to run.
Yeah, well, absolutely, you're so right. And I know you're from Tassie, so how is the weather and how do you feel about the difference in weather up here?
Well, we got a little bit of everything, so we do have a hot and humid seasons, and so I think I'm prepared for all of them. So I don't like very hot weather, and I know the forecast says it's over 20, and I know it's going to be humid, so it's not my ideal weather, but I feel like I'm prepared for that and ready.
Yeah, fantastic news. And I know you've raced a little bit this year. How has your racing season been? You were at UTA. Are you feeling pretty strong after the races that you've done this year going into BTU now?
Yeah, I think I had a pretty good season, and it was also a good build-up to this event. So I did a few 50s, and I did 100 at UTA. So it's a good way to end the season with the miler.
Wow. Well, not everyone loves a miler, but I'm glad there are a few people out there like yourself who are up to the brutal challenge, because there is a lot of elevation out there. But it's going to be a really incredible race and really great to see you come up for the event. What is it that you love about coming up to Brisbane? Because you've done this a couple of times, so what keeps bringing you back?
I think the main thing is the hospitality. So Shauna invited me here, and she always takes a good care of me. It's just great to be back. I feel like home, and it's a nice change as well of the climate and just the city itself. It's pretty nice, so it's great to be back.
Oh, it's so lovely. And you're right, the community up here is absolutely brilliant. All the trail runners out there are so encouraging, and it's a beautiful community up here in sunny Queensland. So thank you for joining us, Peter, and best of luck. At midnight tonight, you'll be starting, so we should probably let you go and get a little nap in before your race.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I definitely need to put my feet up for just a few hours. I don't think I will be able to get any sleep. But yeah, just have a bit of rest before a long day and night.
Incredible. Well, thank you for joining us and good luck tonight. And hopefully, can't wait to see you finish. Hey guys, it's Ursula here again at Brisbane Trail Ultra, and we are here to welcome Ryan Crawford, who is here joining us for the 100 miler. How are you feeling, Ryan?
Good, thank you. Thanks for having me and looking forward to another brutal event.
Talking about brutal, you have recently just conquered a brutal event. Tell us a little bit about that and how are you feeling, because that was only just recent.
Yeah, not too bad. It's a different kind of event. It's a last one standing event, so it's just like the 6.7 kilometre loop, and you got every hour to do it. And I wouldn't say I really conquered it, but I gave it my best for that particular day, and still did 270k, 40 hours. So that's kind of been my conditioning towards for this event, I guess. So I think it was about 3 weeks ago now, so not too bad. Feel pretty good, really.
I don't know what kind of human in their taper journey does a 270k run to then back it up with another 100 miles, maybe only 3 weeks later. What's your drive to do these things? What is it that you love about this?
Well, basically just for myself, really, to test what I'm capable of. And I always find that, over the years I've done a lot of other things, and I find that we do put limits on ourselves. And I think, everyone has that kind of thing, like you said, you got to taper, you got to do this and that. But as long as you listen to your body and just give it your all, and I always find that usually by showing up at each event, I shock myself and keep pushing and testing myself. So that's pretty much my drive, just to see what I'm capable of doing, even if I'm not fresh. So.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible for the majority of, let's say, recreational runners, aspiring to do a marathon is a huge distance. So you've just knocked off 270k. Now you're going to back it up with a miler. And this is not the first time you've done BTU. So what is it that you like about this course?
I like this course because it's brutal, to be honest. And that's after, like I was saying again, just the challenge. And, with this, it's 8,000 metres elevation. So, I know everyone suffers out there. It's just, it's one tough course, and I think it keeps you honest. You don't get a cruisy where you can just mac out a fast pace. Everyone can kind of hit the wall at different points. But, yeah, obviously the terrain's, out there in the, the nature, the forest. I love that as well. You're out of the city, even though we start and come back in the city and that kind of thing. I love, just being out in nature, and just basically that kind of terrain will just sort a lot of people out, and it just keeps you honest, really. That's what I kind of love about it. It's a test. I don't rock up here going it's going to be easy. I know I'm going to suffer out there, so I just do my best. That's all I'll do.
Wow, well, you're one incredible man who, by the sounds of it, loves a good challenge, loves a bit of suffering and going into the pain cave. Do you have anyone out there who's supporting you or pacing you out there on the journey?
I'm solo, but I've got a mate that Grant that's helped me before, and he'll probably pace me the last 30 if it's possible. So we're going to see how it goes with that. But I've just got drop bags, and unfortunately, it's not always easy to get people to come and join you on these journeys, especially when I do a lot of events. So getting people to come every event is sometimes difficult. So, and once again, it's my journey. So I just can, as long as I'm ready to go, that's the main thing.
Okay, so, and you're feeling good about your training in the bank, and how you're feeling about the other athletes that there's some pretty good, strong athletes out there. Yeah, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I feel good. I've actually recovered well, because I had a few things that didn't go perfect for me on that last race, so I didn't go as deep as I thought I was going to go. So even though I still did 270k, my body wasn't broken like that, so I've recovered pretty well. I've just used that, the taper coming into this week, and then I had 1 week of kind of just doing a bit of training, and then it was recovery from the last one. So my body's adapted. I'm fine with that. And regards with the other athletes, I always knew that there's those couple that do it that are fresh, and that they've had a good lead up, I'd say so, but I don't really concentrate on them. I know they're in there, but I know that how I am with a workhorse, and even if they are up ahead, and I know they know that if they fall off the wagon, I'll be right behind them coming in. So, and I'll just keep on their tail or keep charging my best. Who knows where it will go? So.
Well, I think everyone is pretty excited to see what happens out there. It's going to be an incredible race and journey for you. I wish you all the best, and thank you so much for joining us here at BTU. Thanks for your time.
No problem at all, and thank you, and thanks to everyone else that is out here supporting me as well. So Wild Earth, and they're part of this event, so that's awesome. They've been unbelievable with me. So looking forward to doing them proud and doing myself proud. That's the main thing.
Incredible work. Thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. Yeah, that's great.
When it's not always rain and there'll be days like this. When there's no one complaining, there'll be days like this. Everything falls into place like the flick of a switch. My mama told me there'll be days like this. When you don't need to worry, there'll be days like this. When no one's in a hurry, there will be days like this. When all the parts of the puzzle start to look like they fit. My mama told me there'll be days like this. Na, 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 na.
Some people choose to sleep in and enjoy the slow morning. Some people choose to move as little as possible. To fridge, and back to couch maybe. Take a cab when they meet friends for Sunday brunch. When they want action, some people choose to watch a movie, or even binge watch. And for a workout, some people choose a fitness club. They choose to chill on the couch or party in a crowded club. That's okay. But we choose to be different. The new Suunto Vertical. Suunto. Adventure starts here.
You're watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship.
Head torch on the horizon. Another finisher in the chute. Sneaking up on 8 o'clock. All these hour milestones will mean something to the runners. Welcome home, Brendan Richards in the BTU 30. 4:52, great run. Strong finish here. Feeling good. Hurting a little. Tyrone Attard. Well done, Tyrone. Home in the BTU 30. 4:54 for Tyrone. We've got a good crew finishing. That's Nicole Bunyan from Running Mums Australia and husband Mark and Belinda Gerace all finishing together. Christy Lee Christensen right behind them. Christy Lee finishing the BTU 60. Mark and Nicole in the BTU 30. I'm sure that was plenty. Fantastic movement, Running Mums Australia. If you're a mum and you're not involved, great online community you can be a part of. Kurt Heckenberg just strolling on in. Well done, Kurt. Anthony Anson, well done, Anthony. Finishing BTU 30. Good job. Way to get it done. That's Sarah Smith. Well done, Sarah. Finishing BTU 60, if you don't mind. 13:56. Great job, Sarah. Yeah, she's got some fans. This is Lara Lafranco. Oh, nice. That's a good finish line photo. 9:57.55 too for the 60, sneaking under that magical 10-hour mark. Any of those mile marks always mean something to athletes of different levels. Definitely nice to stay in single digits.
Okay, we're back for another instalment. This is, I mean, you're pumped, Jodie, because one of your athletes is leading the 100-miler, the female Cecilia Mathers. But before we get to that, we just want to go through a couple of results from the 110. We've had 3 males cross the line, first, second, and third. We had the interview with Jordan that we saw. So Jordan Nukes, first 13:08. Giles Penfold, second in 13:41. And Brendan Ferrier in 13 hours 45. So only 4 minutes between Brendan and Giles there. So that's some good finishing. I don't think Brendan was as close as that for most of the race. It looked like Giles and Jordan were closer together. So that's great to have the top 3 all together within 33 minutes or so of each other.
It's very rare to have any ultra to be that close.
Yeah, the racing's been good. Peter's won by quite a bit, Peter Babas in the miler.
Yeah, that's usual.
Yeah. So the lead female in the 110 is Chantel Smith at the moment. She's 4th overall, so we're just waiting for her. We think she's pretty much got onto the Brisbane River here. If we look at our tracker now, she's come onto the Brisbane River. Here she is just here. So Chantel Smith, she'll make that way down on the northern side of the river, cross over the Goodwill Bridge. We don't have cameras there anymore at the moment, so we'll pretty much talk her through until she gets to the bottom of the stairs, and then
but Nolus is closer.
Nolus is closer. So
sorry,
let's switch. I know
I'm so excited about this.
We
Look
are
at his eyes on the bridge.
There we go. So Nolus is about to turn onto the bridge. So I'm just looking at here. So we've just crossed.
He will know this bridge well.
Yeah,
we just crossed over home.
It's now 20 hours, pretty much on the dot. It's 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
So it's 20 hours, but now he's looking at 20:38, which was his time in 2020.
Yeah. So he's
I
going to go
presume when he
under.
got 4th the year before, he didn't run as fast.
No.
So 20:38. So Nolus, you're about what we said, 2 kilometres from home. It's got 38 minutes.
Yep.
She'll break a PB. You can't ask for more than that, can you?
Or second.
Yep. And second. So
to have caught and run down.
Benji.
Was it Benji?
Benji
yeah,
Patterson.
because he's past Benji.
Yes.
So Benji will know, he's ahead of me and be fighting.
Yep. Yep.
And he's not that far behind. I mean, it looks like a long way, and it is now. But yeah, it is not that far, really, when it comes to an ultra.
When you're talking 20 hours of running in there.
So Nolus is, and you can see him, he's on the bridge now.
Yeah.
And he'll know that bridge well, because he will often run commute. And he crosses over that bridge.
Did you say he just works pretty close?
He works in the same building as me at
and
the
that's
moment.
Just on the northern side of the river.
So he ran past it.
Yep.
He's run past it and running over that bridge now. Yeah.
Yep.
So he'll know that well and know this little section well, of course, because he runs it all the time. Yeah, it's quite funny. I'll sit on the bus and I see him running.
Is this his third finish?
Oh yes.
Yep. Third finish in 5 years for Nola. So he's patrons this quite well. As we said, but just about a K and a half. Under 2 kilometres to go there. Benji in 3rd, and we scan back a little bit further there, and we should see Kieran O'Brien, I think, which is still in 4th.
He's on the Colgan circuit. Is that him up there?
I believe so. There's Kieran there.
Yep.
But that tracker was at 19:47, so that's 15 minutes ago. So he could be further down here.
That is that last technical section.
Yep. And let's just scan back to the females here. So there's Sam Stowe and James Quaife. Now, you said you had word that Cecilia had left checkpoint 6.
Yeah, she's on that Red Bull climb. She's probably there with, if you go back to...
Oh, actually, look, they're together. Yeah, look.
Yes.
So she's caught Sam?
Yep.
And you would say now going past Sam as well. So
running on a mission.
So that's now 5th overall place for Cecilia. So,
and she'll be chasing that course record now. So the course
what are we looking
record...
at? 23.
23:29.
23:29. So we just clicked over 20 hours. What's the distance from there?
I give her 90 minutes from there.
Really?
At most. At most.
Yep.
Let's say hour 20.
Okay. So we're thinking she might get in at 21 and a half hours.
Yeah. Under 22. I reckon.
So
that's my bit.
Could break the course record by 2 hours. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell you what,
That's my guess.
That's a tough.
I might be wrong.
Well, that's a tough debate to decide Peter's run or Cecilia's run, but to have 2 course records in the same event is
Well,
wonderful.
she'll definitely come in an hour under that, I reckon.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, again, looking at the previous winners, so Lisa Herring in 2019, so 27 hours.
Yep.
Jackie Bell, 28 hours. Marie Connor in her 2 years, 23 hours and 27 hours last year. So, so Cecilia is well under that. So we've warmed up here, haven't we? Like the temperature's really dropping. The wind has picked up significantly.
The wind's picked up. It's a bit annoying. Actually.
What's it like out in those around the western part of this track when it's windy and when it's cold? Is it?
It's actually quite sheltered.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, up at Mount Cootha. You will get open exposed bits, but that is quite sheltered in there, especially as you've come off the summit.
Mm-hmm.
As you up on the summit, it can be quite breezy, so you can see they come up to the summit.
Yep.
But yeah, you actually really quite sheltered in there, so it won't be too bad. I think is it a tailwind as they come in?
Well, it feels like a westerly to me, so
so it would be.
So yeah, it's going to hit them as they come across the bridge, but then I don't know. I guess any wind can be difficult, can't it?
Yeah.
So yes, we are waiting for Chantel to come in the 110.
She should be not far. Are we looking over there?
She shouldn't be too far away, but she's still not popped up at the bottom of the.
Oh, okay.
The bottom of the stairs. That's the last checkpoint, I guess, that we get as a signal that she's
timing
not checkpoint,
mat.
but the last timing mat.
Yeah.
Before they get to where we are here on the finish, we've had a little bit of coffee. We've had some pizza. We've warmed up a little bit. We've had a bit of
Thanks very much to Joey's.
Yep.
Cafe there,
Yep.
just there. Amazing coffee.
We've had a little bit of
good
time
coffee.
to try and digest and reflect on
What
Peter's,
a day it's been.
on Peter's run.
Oh.
And it still is.
I'm still blown away.
Yep. It's still wonderful, and in a field of that calibre as well.
Yeah.
You know, Vlad was in the starting lineup. You had Peter, obviously. You had Benji, who's come over, obviously a well-accomplished runner from New Zealand. You've got Nolis in there. You've got Kieran O'Brien in there. You've got Ryan Crawford in there. You've got Sam Stowe in there. So to run hard, and he said he ran hard from the start.
Yeah.
He ran hard from the start, and that's a gutsy.
It was certainly a stacked field.
Yeah, that's a gutsy move in a miler, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we know that often, we heard that a few of the other runners were going to let the leaders go and see if they sort of blew up a little bit.
Didn't happen.
That's the game, isn't it? It's
it is.
Risk versus reward, and maybe on another day, if Peter tires, then it becomes a bit of a mess, but it didn't happen today.
Yeah.
And we're thankful that it didn't happen today.
Yeah.
So absolutely awesome to watch. And only in the years to come when, we hit 10 years of BTU and 15 years and 20 years, do we look back at that time and
I
go,
reckon
okay,
we will.
How good was that run?
I think we'll be looking at this for years to
Yeah,
come.
we're
I
still
really
within
do.
5 years, so we're still in the infancy of this event as
Yeah.
it grows and gets bigger and bigger, and then it's always good when you then get international athletes come over and then you go, okay, how does that sit internationally? But like we said, this is 8,000 metres of climbing.
And we have got a few international athletes.
Yeah.
Like Peter said, he'd spent some time in Poland.
Yep.
Yeah, so I still can't believe that.
Yep.
I could only get the overnight flight.
Yeah, I know.
Dropped my bags at 2 p.m.
Yep.
for a 12 a.m. start
Like I said,
that night. Didn't really get any sleep.
So I said he rolled off like 5 or 6 excuses why he should have done the 30, but did the miler instead.
Just amazing.
Interestingly, I didn't actually hear him say this, but Benny said that when he was talking to him, Peter didn't know the time. He was just running that hard because that's the kind of athlete he is.
He said he still had energy at the end.
Yep.
Dropped his pacer.
Well, I've never won an ultra, so I don't know what it's like to have that finish line, to break the finish line. So maybe you get the energy. Maybe we can ask Cecilia when she comes in. Could she have done an extra 10 or 15, 20 kilometres? But yeah,
man.
it's been a wonderful day so far, and we've still got a lot more to come. We've got the females to come through.
Our job might wind up a bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
They have the way this field is running.
Jodie did say to me, she's going to have to leave the desk when Cecilia comes through.
Yeah.
I said, absolutely. So it'll be me on my own here, but Jodie will go because Jodie coaches Cecilia and a pacer Tom.
I've been there from the beginning.
Yep.
I've seen this. I've recognised this talent.
Yep.
It's just so exciting now to see this playing out.
Yep.
So.
And I think one of the things that people like about Cecilia and the reason they gravitate to her is the joy that she demonstrates when she runs, and the joy in her training and the joy that she brings to the ultra scene. And it never looks like she's taking it too seriously, but she's churning out results after results after results. And
I think that's the secret.
do you
Just
know?
enjoy it.
Do you know what she's got installed in the future in the next 12 to 18 months? Has she got any big
No,
plans?
I don't know that.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Yep.
No. No, I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, selfishly, from our point of view here, we always like our best athletes to go overseas, don't we, and try
Well,
the
she did
different races.
CCC last
yeah.
year. Like, we sat down with her and said, "You've got a ITRA ranking. We've already talked about ITRA rankings.
Yep.
That will get you a start at CCC. You should just do it." So
Yeah.
she did.
Yep.
And yeah, she went and trained in Europe, and took a bit of a holiday, and so she's come back, and it's all about money. I think she had an opportunity to go to Cape Town.
Okay. Yep.
So that may be on the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. But otherwise, I'm not sure.
So you mentioned ITRA ranking. I had it 708 here, and you talked about anything over 700 for
the
females.
That's pretty
is
good.
Outstanding.
I'm
not sure what Courtney DeWalters is. We can find that out actually.
Hers is phenomenal.
Just put that
it would have just gone up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see we got 60. Actually, let's talk a little bit about the checkpoints, because you heard, was it Peter? No, Jordan. Jordan had said the best checkpoints were checkpoint 5 and checkpoint 6.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and because they're out there the longest, those checkpoints, they get the 110 and 100. The checkpoint 6 gets all the runners except for the 20Ks, because the 20Ks start there.
Yep.
So they have the biggest job, but they do have the biggest crew. They have the Brisbane Trail Runners, and they do an amazing job. Very ably managed there by Linda and Jody. So we had checkpoint 1 was McAfee's. That was the Bunyaville Trail Runners. That's the checkpoint at the top of the roller coaster. It's a really great view there back to the city. They have the easiest job, I think. They're all done and dusted pretty quickly. Mount Nebo State School, as I mentioned, they actually have to go across the crosswalk into the Mount Nebo State School. That's there, and then about again, and so they look after them really well up there. At Myala, we have the White Rock Warriors. That's 63k in, so they just get the 110 and milers.
Yep.
Dundas Bush Camp, that was where Cheryl Kernan, Susanna Harvey-Jamison and Alan from AAA Racing.
Mm-hmm.
They look after that checkpoint. They've all packed up now, and they're all done up there. But yeah, they're from very early in the morning. Yeah, so they have quite a long day, and they don't get a lot of runners because they just get the milers.
Yep.
Gold Creek Reservoir, that's the Springfield runners group.
Mm-hmm.
They're also a great crowd. They have a really good group out there. JC Slaughter Trolls, that's the checkpoint 6 which we talked about, which is our Brisbane Trail Runners. And at the back here at the finish, we have a great crew of volunteers helping out, including my mum. I talked my mum into coming.
Yeah.
She's come all the way from Western Australia, and she's here handing out medals tonight. She got a bit of pizza, so I think she's happy.
Full family event.
She likes to be busy, she said.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, just to give you an idea of how tough this is, if you think about the vertical gain that a lot of 100k races around Australia have, they're often between 3,000, 3.5 to 4,000. Oh, here's Nolis. Look, sorry. There's Nolis.
Nolis at the bottom of the stairs.
Bottom of the stairs.
Oh, look at Cam.
Yep.
Look at Cam.
All dressed up.
Look at Cam.
That's what you want.
Stripy blue pants.
Benny,
so
if you can hear us, Nolis is at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
Up he comes.
Right. And check out Cam's outfit.
Yep. 20 hours and 12 minutes at the moment.
To pace for someone, you rocked up and to pick up your pace and they're dressed like that, you would just forget. I think that might help you feel some of the pain. Oh, he's just not going up the stairs as fast as Peter did. I think he knows he's got this now. Yep. He'll know.
And
he's coming in for second.
Yep.
He's well under his personal best.
That's a wonderful performance.
Oh, amazing. So that'll be 20 hours, 12 minutes.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's faster than Vlad's time from last year.
Yep.
Faster than Nolis's old time and faster than Kieran's time. So
is that faster than Kieran's time the first year?
20:49 Kieran was in the first year, so that's significantly
wow.
faster. So it's up there. It's probably the third. I mean, you've got the overall top 10 list, I think, of times.
I did have. You didn't print that out for me. Come on, Tom.
It's It's up there. It might be the third fastest time of all time.
Third or fourth fastest time all time. Peters will be up there now. Oh, yeah, you've got it there.
Nick Bamford, sorry, he's done 20:05.
Yeah.
So this will be the fourth.
Well, he was fourth before.
Yep.
Oh, but hang on, Peters goes in.
So Peters first, Matt Crean next, Nick Bamford,
So
and now
he'll go.
Nolis. As he's going to come past us here.
Yeah,
so
go Nolis! Oh, my God. Look at Cam.
Another great
It's
performance.
just hilarious.
And like Cecilia, Nolis is so well known in Brisbane
Yes.
on the trail scene. And, you know, I've run with him many times in Narang. He comes down to Narang and trains down there and does long runs with us. And he's come down there and done some of the famous loops. There he is going through. The cameraman's with him.
Yeah.
You know, and as I said, like Cecilia, Nolis brings such energy to the trail scene. And whenever you see his name on the start line, you know it's going to be good to watch and it's going to be interesting. And always performs well.
So, he hit me up for a bit of advice beginning of last year.
Yeah, okay.
Asking me about which events, you know, what, in my professional opinion,
Yep.
what events he should target and stuff.
okay.
And I said, well, you know what, like this year, the National 100, so he's a last year's National 100-mile champion.
Yep.
I said, you know what, why don't you just go for a 100-mile championship at the Glasshouse Mountains last year? And he did, took it out. So I was like, yes. Yeah, you know, because you know what? No one can take that away from you.
No.
You're the 100-mile champion in 2022. So, you know, he sets himself a goal and then goes after it, So, he'll be enjoying this, knowing he's coming in second.
Still moving well. Seems to have got his right knee strapped there.
Yeah. I spoke to him on Thursday. Had his girls with him. He's got 2 young girls.
Yep.
Put into work. His wife Kate would have been out there supporting him, and he would have had a bit of a pacer from probably Rob and Adam. No, Adam Stokes. Yes, with him part of the day, but which would have kept him going and kept the pace up.
Yep.
So I'd love to hear what I'll get some commentary from Cam. I'll go out and chase Cam down when.
Yep.
Maybe when Ben's interviewing Nolis. So Nolis has smashed his personal best. He now has the 5th fastest time of all. There's Cam in the striping pants. So he was our winner in 2020.
Yep. Third finish at BTU. Cameraman went all the way around that turn with him, didn't he? So wasn't moving quite as fast as Peter, but it's good to see that.
So 20 hours, 15 minutes. Amazing.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Nolis.
Oh, that relief.
Yep.
There's his little girls, his
daughters.
Yes. Yay. Mwah. Thanks. Good on you, Daddy.
Let's get some pizza, Dad, now, isn't it? That's what happens, yep.
Come on, where's your come eat your pizza?
Yep, there's Benny.
Yeah.
Benny knows Nolis well.
Yes.
They've done many a long run, as we said, down in the rain together, and probably spent some kilometres at Glasshouse together as well.
Yeah. Oh, here's Kate. This is his wife. And she's very supportive.
Yep.
She's really, really good. Yeah, I see her often at events. Sometimes they can hand the kids off and she comes along and she camps out wherever we're running,
So we got just back to the 110 here. So Chantel Smith, the lead female, we're pretty sure she's the lead female. She's
in the
come
110?
across. Yep, come across the Goodwill
Okay.
bridge. So she's not too far away at the moment. So we're going to 110 lead female coming through. Look at Cam Munro's outfit there. That's
I know. He's just talking to Ursula there.
Outstanding.
I'd love to know how far he ran dressed like that.
Yep. Oh yeah.
His baggy pants. Okay, so that's our set. So our third place male is Benji, is now also not too far away.
Yep.
Hopefully we get a bit of an interview. Will we have a bit of an interview in Nolis? No, maybe not.
I think they're just doing the first places.
Yeah,
I think.
okay.
They're going to try and stick to that.
Yeah, so Benji's not too far away. He's now coming under that Captain Cook Bridge. He'll be able to see the finish precinct here.
Yep.
So
yeah, Benji's not too far away. He's about a kilometre away as well. So as we said, that's a great run from Nolis. He was sitting, not in second the whole day. He actually passed Benji, didn't we? We saw that pass actually happen.
I think he might have been fourth at one point.
Yeah. So he's bided his time, hasn't he? He's sat back and waited and knows the course very well. Does a lot of training in this particular area.
I think that might be his mum with the red and white beanie.
Yep.
The first year he ran the miler, his first miler, his crew all dressed up as Wallies.
Yep.
Oh, you can see there's the Wallies.
Yeah.
His crew all dressed up as Wallies.
Yep.
And here the Wally's back.
There we go. Look at that.
Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, everyone gets in. Absolutely. Because you know what? It is a team event.
Yep.
We've got mum. We've got wife. I remember his mum came in and had a good chat to me. I've talked to Cam's dad too.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I love that. A big family effort. They're so proud.
It gives an idea, doesn't it, what it takes to finish a 100-miler.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There are so many people that runners rely on day to day.
It's a very selfish sport, but you know what? I think at the end of the day, those close to us are really blown away by what we do.
Yeah. But also, I think as a runner, you realise that it's, you know, the sacrifices that family make and people do allow you to train and to do those things. They're part of it. Absolutely, they're part of it. And you know, you see at the end there, it's not Nolis having a photo by himself. It's Nolis,
the whole team,
every single person who invests time in it. So, so let's have a look back here. We have Benji pretty close, as we said. He must be 500 metres away from the finish. He's right down there. He'll be coming up the stairs soon. We then have a pretty big gap. Nolis and Benji put some time into Kieran.
Yeah.
As you can see there, Kieran's coming into Suburbia now. And there's the one that Jodie is most interested in, 1649, Cecilia Mathers.
So she's, there's a bit of a climb from there.
Well, I was going to
say, sharp climb.
Talk us through that part.
Okay, so she's crossed over the Simpson Falls.
Yep.
There's a little bridge there, and from that bridge you actually get a really gorgeous view back to the city.
Yep.
You can see the West Ithaca Creek. So the falls sort of go where she is right now. When there's water running, you get some amazing falls through there. That's the Simpson Falls. Amazing, short, not a long hike from the Simpson Falls car park up to that little bridge, and you get a great view of the city from there. So she will be able to see the city lights.
Yep.
If she looks this way.
Yep.
She may not. She may be focused on going forward. I don't know.
So this little part here,
there's a bit of a climb. You have a nice little rocky little climb up there. From there, up some steps, and then a rocky climb up to that road. So that's the Sir Samuel Griffith Drive, the ring road, quite close. Channel 10's and ABC is just up the road there.
Yep.
And you run across. It's a single track, but it's a fairly wide, flat packed, fairly smooth trail.
Yep.
That bit that sort of weaves its way around over to the Colgan Circuit. And then once you get that little jaggedy bit here, let me just see. Oh, there's no mouse. Yes, there is. No, it doesn't show. Once you get to that little bit before you get to the circuit, that's a bit rocky and washed out. So, yeah, she's got a bit of a technical session. That will slow her down a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm really not sure how far she's moving at this point. I can't really tell that here.
Well, I mean, we saw the pass, didn't we, between her and Sam Stowe, and if that's...
Yeah,
you
so
can see
she's
Sam
passed
there.
quite a few people, hasn't she, in this last bit? Left a few behind.
And she was running with James 1667
yeah,
there for
quite
the
a
majority
while.
of the race.
Yeah. So is this our first female in the 110?
I would say it is.
This is Chantel?
This Chantel Smith.
Wow. Wow, look at her go. Yep. Oh, she's still she looks really smooth.
There we go. So she should come across that timing mat there, so we should be definitely sure that it's her. I'll just refresh my screen here.
Yep. Yep, she's looking at a watch. Don't know if that means she's hadn't goal in time in mind. Some will have a time in mind. If you don't know the course.
Yep. Well, I mean,
that very quickly goes out the window.
In previous years, Jen Millam 16 hours. Jess Sluter 13:17. That gives you an idea of how good this run is.
Yeah. So what's her time coming up there? She's 13.
So she will be 14
hours. Yeah.
14:22. So you know, Hayley Teal. Well, look at that. Hayley Teal 14 hours 44 has won it.
Yeah.
You know, that puts it, I guess, in perspective as well to show that Hayley's done that time.
Yeah.
And Kelly Emerson in the first year, 11 hours 57.
Oh,
stands out, doesn't it?
She's amazing. She was very strong that year. I think she done UTMB not long before that. Finished in the top 6, top 5 or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
6th, maybe. Yeah, she had an amazing one at UTM. First miler. She goes and does UTMB.
Yeah.
I know, just incredible. Yeah, so it's really cool when her and Vlad and, you know, some of these top runners come and they just, you know, show us what it's all about. But yeah, it does. Gives you a good perspective of what's possible on these trails. So yeah, 14 hours, that's a pretty tidy time.
I'm just refreshing. My timing's not showing.
Yeah.
She's come across the bottom map, but
Yeah.
it looked like her.
Yeah, well, the tracking says doesn't the tracker say, we've got our little GPS tracker. Nope, that shows Jordan. Just needs a refresh.
Giles has already finished. There you go. Hers has just skipped.
Jumped up.
Yep.
Chantel.
Maybe it wasn't. Again, so I don't know Chantel to
I don't
to
really
look.
know her
Well,
either.
look, so we're relying on the tracker to call us through here.
Yep.
You know, but that time is very respectable if you put it in the middle of those previous winners.
Still seeing Cam and his blue stripy pants.
So, if we look at the Jody,
Top 10,
you went through and actually ranked them.
Yeah, no, they've pulled that from a very reliable database.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's and so that is I took that from the all-time results from the race, those top 10. So that'll bring her into the top 5. That finish.
So we're looking at, so she's 14 hours and 24 at the moment.
Yeah.
So that would put her as the 4th fastest overall. So Kelly Emerson.
Up ahead of Hayley, yeah.
Jess Schluter twice, then Hayley Teal. So maybe this is her here.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, so we've got, hang on. This is another female.
I think that, it's, again, hard to tell, but we're just going to refresh here to see.
Yeah.
There she goes, Chantel Smith. So now she's at the bottom of the stairs at 14:24. So
we've
that's
got
her.
That's another runner, different runner.
So the last one that just came up the stairs, that's Chantel there, we believe.
Okay, we got her now, right. So that must have been a 60 or a 30. Gotcha. It's hard to see their bibs because they've got their compulsory.
So I don't know if Ben and Steve, whether you can hear us, but we've got Chantel who's in the finishing area.
I think Shona's got it sorted. She's getting ready to.
Yep, they know. So lead,
we've got Cam in his.
lead fin. There you go, Cam. He's brought through second place. Now he's on the finishing duties.
Who's this? I don't know who that.
Oh, that's second.
Benji Patterson.
Sorry, that's third. So that's third
in
miler.
1 miler. Yep.
Third in the
We're
100
losing
miles.
it here.
Yep. Don't take that tape too far there,
No.
Cam. You're going to need that in a second.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got on. She's on.
Yep.
She's coming up the stairs.
Coming up the stairs right now. Waiting to go across the spot on the map up here. She's going to be finishing. She should take that tape anywhere.
With Benji on the finish line there. Well, we've got to give Benji his time there in the. How amazing. So, yeah, so his time is still pretty good too.
So Chantel Smith, so the stuff that we've got on her, 2020, she was 21st at Tarawera in the 100. She was second in the Elephant Trail race. That's the one down at Coffs.
Yep.
Tough 25-kilometre circuit, that one.
Yeah.
I heard lots about that particular race.
I've heard.
And 8th at UTA 50 in 2019. So this is, a standout performance.
This would have to be. Yeah.
This will be top of the list, you'd imagine.
Yep. I think she'll be really excited to have the tape if we can have that ready for her. I remember last year when we had the tape out for Jen Millen. She was so excited because she'd never done that before.
Yeah.
So I was really pleased to be able to do that for her. Yeah. She's like, oh no, I've never got to run through the tape. It's like amazing.
Yeah, very few people get to do that, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. As a winner, it's right. And definitely not too many people in an ultra, that's for sure.
Oh, that Cam's been replaced.
Here she is. She's coming down that finish chute.
Yeah, and again, for the majority of today, she was in the lead, had it in control.
In the 110, yeah.
Although we haven't paid as much attention to the 110, we've kind of been looking at it in the background. So that's a pretty commanding victory for Chantel. So.
And it's, again, they don't do that Mount Glorious loop, but they do some pretty seriously hard sections.
5,000 metres.
Yeah.
You know, and as I was saying before Nola's finished, you look at 100k around Australia, a lot of them are halfway through the 3,000, 3,500 to 4,000.
You don't get much over 4,000.
This is tough, isn't it?
Yeah. Well done. Here she comes.
Here she comes.
With her pacer.
Congratulations, Chantel.
What a relief.
Yeah.
Got to stop my watch.
Yep.
They always come across. Stop their watch. You know you can crop it. It doesn't matter. Of course, now we have the watches with the battery life that lasts. I never had them, the battery that lasted that long.
Yep.
You know, you can get a Sunto watch now that will, I've got the Sunto 9 because that'll last me a good 24 hours.
Yeah, the battery life on watches now is incredible, isn't
Yeah, but I never used to have a watch that would last. So I'd use it for the first 5 or 6 hours and then just keep running.
Yep. I think Benny's negotiating an interview there. He's saying any time in the next 2 minutes will be good. As soon as you're ready.
Yeah.
So she looks in good spirits.
Oh, that's Jenny Morris here. That's Jenny Morris there. She's run the miler here, so she would have known the course. So she was pacing Chantel.
So do you know when the 110 can pick up a pacer?
I'm pretty sure they can pick them up from checkpoint 5.
Okay.
Which is Gold Creek.
Yep.
So with the last 42.
Yeah. And the miler can pick them up a bit earlier, can't they?
Yeah, I think from 4.
Which is about 80k, I think, isn't it? 85k Dundas.
Yeah.
Dundas Bush Camp.
Yeah, so Jenny was, she finished second here behind Lisa.
Yep.
So she'll be in that top 10 all time, I think, with the miler. And that's the thing, you want someone who knows the course.
Yeah.
Who's run it before.
Yep.
If you can find someone, you know, that you've trained with and can do it with you, that's amazing.
Here's another gentleman about to head up the stairs.
He looks happy. He's taking it very casual there.
Yep. A couple of tourists go past.
Yeah.
Up he goes.
It's not a player place to hang out.
And I think sometimes, like with a finish up the stairs, you might look at it and think, okay, I prefer to finish on the flat, but they become iconic, don't they?
Yes.
And you remember that this is the way to finish a race, climbing stairs or going up a big hill.
I think 1 year the finish was at the base of the stairs there, not far past the stairs. But it was very tricky to get out of there.
Yeah.
And sometimes the shortest way out was up those stairs.
Yeah.
So I think I'd rather race the stairs and be up here rather than finish.
You thought tag it on
the
end of the race? Yeah.
Then face the stairs once I've finished.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, we can see Benny's getting into position here with Chantel to have a bit of an interview. So we're going to cut to them in a moment. But yeah, I think having a stair climb for the end or something like that.
Not a bad way.
just makes it wonderful, and you know, not much is going to stop you getting up those stairs at the end of an ultra.
Yeah. I'll hand over to Ben now. He's interviewing Chantel.
Yep.
Thanks, Jody. Thanks, Tom. Chantel Smith, special day there today. How did things start out? How did they go through the middle? And just give us a little bit of an overview of your day.
Yeah, I mean, it started off really well. I got lost probably in the first K, so that was great. But I felt really good out there. And yeah, started to hurt a little bit towards some of those nasty hills in the middle. That was a really nice present for us. Yeah, no, it was awesome day out there. So it was great.
Congratulations. So leading into this race, did you have any aspirations? Did you have any thoughts about, you know, what time you wanted to do, you know, placing, who you're racing against, any of that stuff that you can kind of let us know about?
Yeah, look, this is a race that I was meant to do in 2021. So COVID lockdown locked me down 2 weeks, I think, before the event down in Sydney. And then I had a stressy the next year. So this is kind of a comeback one. I was hoping to make it in before midnight. That was the ultimate goal. I had a bit of a cold, woke up on Thursday, so I wasn't feeling the best. Ideally, I wanted 17 hours, but I'm pretty stoked with the result today.
Amazing result, as I can hear Tom saying in the background, 3.5 hours early. You've absolutely smashed your own little goal there. So I'm guessing, understatement, that you're pretty stoked on how things played out today.
Yeah, definitely. Not expected at all, but yeah, really happy with how it played out. Couldn't have done it without my awesome pacer at the end as well. She really pushed me on. So yeah, it was a really great day out.
What's next from here after such an amazing day out and such an awesome result?
Oh, look, I need to get lots of food into me, and some sleep would be the ideal. I've got a day until I have to go home to the kids, so tomorrow will be recovery.
Absolutely. Well, make the most of it. Enjoy your day here, and tomorrow recovery. And congratulations, you are the 110 female champion for 2023. Well done. You're most welcome. Thank you. Back to you, guys.
Beautiful. Thanks, Benny. I forgot you could hear me in your earpieces that you were interviewing then. When I said she's 3.5 hours early. I don't think I've ever been 3.5 hours early for an ultra finish. So that's wonderful. And Chantel, if you're looking for...
I'm always late.
Yeah. If you're looking for recommendations, the pizza down the road here for Joey's, that's where to go. So we're just looking at other runners in the 110. I can see Buha Bali. Now, she's a local runner. She often races up at Biwa around there. She's come up in the Biwa series a few times. She's currently second, as I can see. And then Sarah Ryan looks like she's third. But they're a fair way back. So Chantel has won there quite significantly. As she said, she's 3.5 hours early. So she has won quite significantly. So I know you want to know, so let's just jump back onto the tracker here.
It's all right, I've got a mind laptop over here.
Where is Cecilia?
She's making her way to the Colgan circuit.
Yep.
And we've talked a lot about this the last technical section. The thing is, most of the people that have come through this already, most of them, not all of them, have done it in the light. So they're in the dark. So that slows you down a little bit.
Yep.
I'm just trying to whisper.
Sure. But this is what we talked about earlier, wasn't it? About the role of the pacer.
Yeah.
The companion is to... Will Tom be running in front
She'll be close to home there.
Will he be running in front of her? Will he be next to her, do you think? Is it...
Well, that's single track there, so he'll be in front.
Yep.
He'll be in front, I think. He'll be in front.
Yep.
I can find that. I don't know, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
It's as a pacer, I tend to run in front, but have my runner in my peripheral vision.
Yep. But through that single track section, I guess
that's a bit
Tom
harder.
would be looking for the parts that are a bit...
Yeah, smoother.
Yep.
Yeah. It's hard at night too with headlamps. Too, because you're getting... If you've got someone running behind you with a light and you're getting their light, I find that you get the shadow.
Yep.
So I don't know. I can't tell you. I wouldn't know.
So other runners in the mile, Kieran O'Brien is coming down towards Petrie Terrace. He's a couple of kilometres away from Petrie Terrace, coming through Barden there.
Yeah, so let's have a bit of a guess about what his time would be and how it compares to some of his other runs.
So what are we looking at here?
So he will be about 30 minutes away, 30 to 40 minutes away probably.
So we're 20 hours and 36 minutes at the moment. So Kieran won here in 2019 and 2049, so he's not going to get his PB.
He's not going to get his PB.
But, this is what Ben said earlier, that his plan was to sit back and let the leaders go and then hopefully maybe make up some distance. So
that hasn't worked today, has it?
Hasn't happened.
No.
He's a tough athlete, Kieran, and
I know he did come in, and he wasn't passed, was he? He hasn't been passed by anybody?
No.
I think he's always been in fourth.
No.
Or maybe there's a few that have pulled out ahead of him.
Yep.
One or two.
No, so he's a tough athlete and he's got a very good history of races around the country.
So
and
he'll
down south
finish now. You don't go 152 kilometres.
Absolutely.
And not finish.
Absolutely.
Let's have I think we might have a bit of a break and we'll show you some of our morning footage from the mile.
Yeah, that'd be good to see. And then, I guess we'll check back in when Kieran gets a bit closer and when Jodie's excitement levels go through the roof as Cecilia approaches the river.
They're like my
Brisbane
kids.
River. Yeah. Let's have a look at some footage from this morning.
Yeah. Yes. Tom, can you check? Tom, put your headset on. Kieran's going, not Kieran, Lockie's going to talk to you. Yes, okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we're happy to talk, yeah.
When it's not always rain and there'll be days like this. When there's no one complaining, every day's like this. Everything falls into place like the flick of a switch. My mama told me there'll be days like this. When you don't need to worry, there'll be days like this. When no one's in a hurry, there will be days like this. When all the parts of the puzzle start to look like they fit. My mama told me there'll be days like this. Na, 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 na.
Some people choose to sleep in and enjoy the slow morning. Some people choose to move as little as possible. To fridge, and back to couch maybe. Take a cab when they meet friends for Sunday brunch. When they want action, some people choose to watch a movie, or even binge watch. And for a workout, some people choose a fitness club. They choose to chill on the couch, or party in a crowded club. That's okay. But we choose to be different. The new Suunto Vertical. Suunto. Adventure starts here.
You're watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, our commentary crew have taken a break and we're going to come back in a little while and have a look at some of the morning footage as a bit of a playback and reflection of the start of the 100-mile race at midnight on Saturday night at 12 a.m. So we'll be back with you shortly. We'll leave you with some rolling coverage of the finish line for the time being.
Paul Haynes, Dan Sheen. Well done, lads. Paul's finishing the 30. Dan in the 60. And Nicola Fincher. She's just coming strolling on in. She's finishing the 30. 5:45. Well done, Nicola. All our finishers receive a unique medal for their distance. And of course, a shirt. You can drop off your timing pods and your GPS trackers. That way the snipers can let you go home. Sandra Harvey. Soak it up, Sandra. BTU 30K finisher, 5:49, Sandra. Grab that medal. Wear it with pride. We'll make it Medal Sunday and Medal Monday. but anyway, she's loving it. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you want. Heath White, BTU 30 finisher, 5:50. Well done, Heath. Yeah, you just want to good eggs so far. That's good. Yeah, we've had a few play goes. It's funny because they actually quite good at picking up that stuff. You know what? Yeah, and they can be funny because sometimes I'll be really interested in them. Yeah, it's really. You can't try and remember what you were like. I don't know. Yeah, it's funny because my early days when I was at uni was basketball development. So I was like doing it fine. All right, this trio have done a little bit extra today. Got a little bit waylaid early, but Jan, Elaine, and Fiona, Jan, Elaine, and Fiona did the 20, got a bonus 9Ks in. But troopers to the core, they're like, you know what? We're going to get that medal. They could have got a car ride in, but they got back out there and they got it done. I reckon they get a 30K medal. But well done, ladies, sucking it up, getting back on the horse. We do apologise. Paul and Jessica Wood, well done, guys. There'll be a connection there for sure. And Edward McDonough. Paul and Jessica running the 20K. Edward finishing the 30 in the BTU. done for getting back out there. Oh yeah, from the 80s. Yes. Yes. That's right. Well done. Soldiering on. So they're going to retire those two? Okay. Goes to work and then goes home. Yeah. No, it's just going to go. Yeah, right. So it's funny because I ran past them. I was running with a mate last week at Gold Coast. It's in the half. She's just standing on a traffic island somewhere. Yeah, like, banged up. We're all getting old. Yeah. I'm always breaking. Really? Scott Percy. Well done, Scott. Rocking the BTR shirt. Big shout out to all the Brisbane Trail runners out on checkpoint 6, giving us a hand and out on course. Big shout out to all the groups playing their part, delivering an amazing Brisbane Trail Ultra. Can't do it without volunteers. We appreciate Lot Kaiser. Lot's just finishing a BTU 30, sneaking in under 6 hours. Well done, Lot. It's coming up on 9 o'clock. Been underway for 21 hours for our milers. How was it? Speed bumps, we call them. Speed bumps, we call them. Did well. Sorry, that was Jesse Best coming home in the 60. 11.04, Jesse, well done. Got a nice rhythm going on. Well done, Anthony Crilly. Welcome home in the BTU 30.
Yes, Rachel. Rachel DeVetta. Congratulations on a fantastic run today. Brisbane Trail Ultra completed. Kelly Layton, Jamie Leonard and Bryce Davies all coming in together. Well done. Trent Gardner, well done, Trent. Nice work. Congratulations, Daniel Hernandez Navas. Awesome work. Yeah. Running happy all day running happy. Former winner of the Brisbane Trail Ultra. Today, 4th place overall in the men. Stayed happy, ran happy, is happy. K.O.B. Kieran O'Brien.
Congratulations, Celia Grenning, completing the Brisbane Trail Ultra 2023. Graham Grant and Matt Nolan. The boys Brisbane Trail Ultra, 60 Ks completed. Congratulations. Michael Doggo, congratulations. 60 Ks, Brisbane Trail Ultra completed.
All right, we're back again.
Yeah. I hope everyone's still with us.
Yeah, we're now.
Please be with us.
You
and
should
I just
be.
want to say hi, Cora.
You should be, because Cecilia Mathers is well and truly within the suburbs of Brisbane. She's pretty much down at the river now. So we're going to follow her path as she comes along the northern side of the river. We've got a little bit of... There she is there, 1649. So we'll track her. She's just come down past that lovely hill down Suncorp Stadium. That
She's
beautiful
done 158
downhill. Yep.
kilometres.
We've got a little bit of highlights from
She's never run this far in her life.
It's a wonderful achievement.
Sorry.
We've got some highlight footage from earlier this morning that we're going to talk through as well, but we're going to keep an eye on Cecilia, and when she gets to the Goodwill Bridge, we'll cut back live so we can follow her in. I'm not sure we've got cameras down there, but we can certainly talk.
Yeah, we've got the bikes. We've sent them down there, I believe.
We can talk her in and watch her come in as well under the course record. So we're looking at two course records for the 2 milers. Outstanding. Jess Sluter not too far behind as well in terms of time.
And I think Jess has pushed her all day. I think
Yep.
she's been running scared as well, knowing that such a strong runner Jess is.
Yep.
Although this is also Jess's first miler.
Yeah. Not bad, is it?
Oh, we've got an
Not
ambulance.
bad.
That's no one here.
Not bad at all. So, yeah, we might get that footage up from earlier this morning as well. But Jodie and I will stay here on the audio.
we're talking to you.
And we'll talk through it. So.
Oh.
Started early on. Now, Jodie, you're going to have to be the best eyes here for this part of the course.
Oh, it's dark.
Tell
I
me
can't
what
really
you can see.
Okay, so actually I do know where this is. It's a nice little short, sharp turn.
Yep.
Nicely, and you'll see that was Vlad going through there quite fast. Nice little sharp, short turns there. There's power lines overhead. During the day, you would recognise it very clearly from the power lines. You can see someone there with some poles that they're using. There's Kieran.
There's Kieran.
And there's his
Brad
crew.
Glover.
His crew, Brad Glover.
Well done, Brad. Getting into shot there.
Yep.
Beautifully done.
You can see how well the high vis works in these dark.
Definitely.
Yeah. So there's Ryan. We haven't seen Ryan come in yet either, so we're still waiting for Ryan to come through the finish line here.
Yep.
So this is...
There's Nolis.
Yeah, Nolis.
Brisbane Trail Runners T-shirt there. Easy to spot.
Yeah, see they've got their poles because they have done some fair bit of, there's some good climbs through there. So they would have had them out to sort of, take that pressure off those legs early on.
So we mentioned earlier this, didn't we, about the fact that they were starting in the middle of the night, and you said, Jodie, that it may have slowed them down early on, which can be a benefit in these long endurance races.
I think this is why we're having such amazing times.
Yep.
Because people are having to hold back, you naturally run a bit slower in the dark. So they're holding back a little, and that's always
Peter
a great way.
Look, if that's in chronological order, it shows how far Peter was back at the very start, wasn't it? He's really held back there.
Yeah. And these are all, these are, see, they almost missed the turn.
There's a left, go left, mate. There we go.
Yeah. It is, it can be confusing there. It definitely is very easy to just keep going ahead.
Yep.
And head down to Bellbird Grove. You have to cross the road, of course. Yep. There's
And the left, pair of green socks there. High-vis socks.
Right.
Yeah, so they've done, this is the start of the this is the roller coaster. So this is halfway through the roller coaster. One of the first quite runnable hills. And I think Peter sounded like he ran these hills. So this is a section there where there's some quite good hills. You probably see one of Jess Schluter come through. Yep. So you can see an example there, someone using their poles on the downhill.
That's Sam Stowe, I think that is there.
Yep.
So I just chatted to Liam Therens earlier before about an hour. He paced Sam. He said Sam went out pretty hard and is maybe paying for it a little bit at the back end, but he's certainly going to finish.
Oh, there's Jamie Hunter. Yeah, look, he's a classic for
I think
going
this
off course.
Sam's first 100 miler, so to finish that will be a great achievement.
Yeah.
So here you go.
A few more of our milers.
A couple of more males coming through.
Yep.
We're looking to see if we get a bit of footage here of our lead females as they came through.
Yep. Cecilia would have been on her own at the time, and she certainly didn't go out hard. You can see.
The cameraman's being a bit of a directional person here as well, isn't he?
I think so.
So how far, Jodie, are we into the course here? What sort of kilometre do you think?
Not far at all. Not even 20k, I don't think. How far is it to McAfee's? You've got the list there. McAfee's is at, you've got the checkpoint list that tells you there.
13 kilometres,
13?
McAfee's Lookout.
Yeah, so they're only about
CP1.
10k.
Yep.
Probably about 10k there.
But 782 metres of vertical before that first.
Yeah.
So you've done a lot of climbing.
They've already done probably 5 or 100 metres or so there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's why the poles are out.
Yeah. But most definitely. And they've still got a bit more after that. After McAfee's, they head down what we call Hellhole.
Yep.
One of our Brisbane trail runners coming through. And they always go, oh yeah, that's right, I go down here and around there.
I think most ultras have some sort of hellhole or dungeon or something like that.
Yeah, the dungeon, hellhole.
Some sort of name like that.
That's what it's called.
Yep.
That's what it's called on the maps. That's what it says on the maps.
Yeah.
I don't know who named it. I don't know why it's named that. But we can see now Cecilia's actually on the river.
So that's Cecilia there, isn't it? On the camera there, all in black.
Oh no, I don't know if that was.
It looked like she was dressed all in black then. I think it might have been.
Oh, go back. Take me back.
You looked down at the wrong moment there,
Yeah,
Jodie.
I did. I went to go and see where she was on the river. Oh.
Coach's nerves here.
Yes.
We are watching Cecilia as we do this. We're not going to lose track of her. There's Jackie Bell.
Yeah.
So we're not sure what happened to Jackie, but
We think she's pulled out.
Yep.
I think she's a DNF because she's no longer being tracked. No longer on our list, so that will be the case, and that's not unusual.
But Cecilia live at the moment is just heading around towards North Quay as you
There's
straighten
Jess
up.
there in the green. Yep.
So Cecilia live on
I
our
think
tracker.
that was Jen ahead of her, and this looks like Katie.
That's Katie?
Yep.
Yeah, so Katie's doing her first 100 miler as well.
Yeah.
So Katie's come from a triathlon background many years ago as well, and a
Mhm.
road running background, so this is a big challenge for her.
I think this looks like McAfee's. Or is that Jolly's? I think maybe our guys can tell us which checkpoint this is. I can't tell because it's dark. Yep. Yeah, okay, McAfee's. So we're coming into McAfee's. So this is one of the higher points on the course. I see you got the tracking mat. They come over that timing point. A little bit of a pause. Check me off. Yep, I'm all good. Keep going. And at this time of the day, it's nice and cool.
Yep.
So they're probably not drinking much. They probably don't need to take much in. They know, most good trail runners will know where the next checkpoint is. They'll be assessing how their hydration is going. Let's just make sure we're not losing Cecilia.
She's all good. We've got her here. Yep, we're not losing
Where
her.
she is on the river. She's got about 3k to go right now.
But you know, between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2, it says 30 kilometres. So you 13k to McAfee's, and then Mount
43,
Nebo is
yeah.
43. So that's a big segment.
Yeah.
That's a big segment. You want to be well fueled when you leave there. There probably could be a water stop, maybe a refill in between, but
Yep. There is. There are some water points.
Yep.
Unmanned, unpersoned.
So the biggest gap,
Unpersoned water points.
The biggest gap in checkpoints looks like between 4 and 5. That's 35 kilometres.
Yeah.
And then a 20
There's
kilometre.
Jamie Hunter coming in, having a few lollies by the looks of it.
Yep. All in together. Always good to be running with someone else in the dark, isn't it?
And in the dark.
Yeah, in the
I
dark,
think.
definitely. Just for company.
Although I don't mind running around on my own little bubble.
Just for company and peace of mind that you're going the right way and
it's
while
just
you can see
the other
headlamps.
people's lights annoy
Yeah.
me. Although I was very grateful, I was finishing a run up at Mount Biwa and my headlamp went off. It wasn't charged.
Yep.
And I was very grateful to be able to just hook in with someone else and
Yeah.
just run with them under their light.
Yep.
He said, oh, you want to go ahead with someone else? I went, no, I can't. I'm just going to run along with you. Thank you. Had a great chat. He was a school teacher too.
Yep.
We had a good chat. Caught up. Yeah, he was from the sunny coast. We had a good chat as we came in around the dungeon, not through it. No, actually, just as I'd come out of the dungeon, my light died. Yeah.
So most of the runners here, they're in short sleeve shirts, aren't they? Or
Yeah,
there's
so
not too many
because-
gloves or arm
No.
warmers or anything.
Yeah,
so it's not that cold.
Yeah, and it can be really exposed and cold up there.
Yep.
I've run up there, up to McAfee's, and just gone, oh my God, it's so cold.
Yeah.
And then we've dropped down into Hellhole and we're okay because we're out of the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Because it is a lookout, it's can be open and exposed there. You can see the checkpoint people though; they're all rugged up.
Yep.
The runners, I remember, have been running up some hills and moving.
The puffer jackets that we wear for 3 weeks of the year.
Yes.
That we all seem
we
to
love
have
we
one.
love being out. We love the opportunity to get out and wear it, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah. Winter in Queensland, those 2.5 weeks.
Hang on, where's Cecilia?
There she is.
Yeah, she is. She was the one in
Yep.
all in black.
All
Yep.
in black.
Yep.
She's got the Spring Energy gels by the looks of it. The Awesome Sauce.
She
looks
says,
like
take
she's
my
running with.
rubbish. Yep, here's my rubbish. We're also such responsible people.
Yep, straight through. So she runs on Spring Energy gels there by the looks of it. Looked like an Awesome Sauce packet.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Who's that? One of our Brisbane trail runners? Russell? No?
If she's running on the Awesome Sauce, I know Nick Bamford runs on that one
Yeah.
from Spring Energy gels,
Okay.
and he has.
I think she might
He
be.
has the only flavour that he has for the whole run is Awesome Sauce.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
What's
but
Awesome Sauce?
It's just like an apple. Tastes
Oh,
like hot
nice.
apple pie, but not
Right.
hot. Just tastes
Yeah.
like apple pie.
Nice.
But you know, he runs the whole ultra on it.
Yep. Yeah.
Doesn't change. Doesn't mix up the flavours. Doesn't
No.
mix up anything.
Okay. I like to mix it up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I like to mix it up. Yeah, I've got.
What's Cecilia's approach to nutrition? Is she on gels for as long as possible? Do you know if she switches to whole foods? Is there a Red Bull or a Coke position late on? Do you know what her approach is to her nutrition?
We're up at Jolly's Lookout now.
Yep.
What amazing view of the city from Jolly's. Look at that. And they make them run around the checkpoint.
Yep.
They make them run around.
So there's Peter in the lead
Yeah.
there.
They make them
Sam
run
Stowe.
around that lookout. Like they could just run in and out, but no, they make them run round, up into
Yep.
and around it just to get that view. You'll see people during the day when they come through there, they stop and take photos.
Yeah, beautiful. Yes, she's pretty smart. There's Kieran. What's he doing? He wants to. He wants a photo.
He was going to get a photo. She's pretty smart with her nutrition. She tries to have very regular, every 45 minutes or so.
Yep.
Keeps. And no, she had. There goes that. Was that Nollis? I don't know who was that in the panda bear.
Brad Glover again.
I know, probably. She just knows she's got to suck it up and keep going, and you know you got to eat right from the start. So
Yep.
that's why at that first checkpoint she's already had a gel. She's coming in knowing, I'm going to have my gel, and then drop off the wrapper, so I don't have to worry about that, sticking that or losing that. Yeah. So she's dropping off her rubbish. So yeah.
So we can see from this footage here, so we know at this stage that Vlad had probably gone wrong at this stage because we've got no footage of it.
No, not
here.
yet.
Not yet? Okay.
No, not yet.
But there was a group of three that together at that particular stage. There was
I think
Peter
Brad
Babbis.
had already been through.
Yeah. There was Peter Babbis, there was Benji, and there was Sam all together there.
Yeah.
So you can see how fast Sam was up at the start. He really did chance his arm a little bit, didn't he? And,
yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's
Where's C? She better not be.
She's still coming along. She's at the moment she's looking like she's heading towards Treasury Casino. So she's what?
No, I think she's moved a bit more than that.
Yeah, 3 kilometres away. We are watching her. We're going to watch that bridge very carefully.
Okay, all right.
We're going to watch it, and as soon as that happens, we'll cut this footage, these highlights footage, and we'll jump to the live footage after that.
Okay.
But just good to see. There she is there.
Yep. Nice.
What a great view of the city that is.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
There's Ryan Crawford.
Yep.
Yeah, so he was with Cecilia for a long time.
Yep.
So we did mention Ryan did.
It's quite nice to run into the light and see another person.
Yeah. We did mention, didn't we?
that
Ryan's
moved.
done a last one standing, hasn't he, recently?
Yes. He stopped at 40 hours.
Yep. So I think he's still out there.
Lazy 40 hours.
Yep.
Running a 6.7k loop.
I'm just trying to find
2
him.
weeks ago.
I'm trying to find him on the tracker here to see if Ryan is still out there. He often starts what he finishes.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
finishes
absolutely.
what he starts.
Yes.
Yeah, he is still out there.
Yeah.
He's still out there and
he's
moving.
left checkpoint 4, heading towards checkpoints. He's left checkpoint 5, heading towards checkpoint 6.
Yeah, just looping around.
Yeah, we're at 2Ks or so to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So we're coming to the end of this highlights package here. So it's just good to see
There's some of our women coming through there.
Yep. How the morning actually played out.
Yeah.
Footage that we hadn't seen when we went live at 3 o'clock.
While we're all sleeping.
Yeah.
These guys have been out there for a couple of hours by now. Yeah. Looks like Russell, maybe? Yeah, so I think Cecilia will just want to keep moving forward now at this point. Is that Jen?
Yep. So what are we at time-wise here? We are 22 hours now.
Yes.
We're at 22 hours.
3 minutes and
22
34
hours
seconds.
and 3 minutes. And we did say that the record is 23:29. So, we're still an hour and 20 to go. And she's only 3 kilometres.
She's going to go an hour under that record, isn't she?
Yep.
23:29.
Well, let's have a bit of a competition. Peter broke the record by 50 odd minutes, we think.
Yep.
Off the top of my head. And so let's just see if Cecilia can break it by more than 50.
She will.
Okay.
I have no doubt.
That's the coach's word there.
Well, hang on. What's the time? It's.
Yep, she's got an hour and 30
Yeah.
as I make it now.
Yeah, got that.
So if she can get home in 40 minutes.
She's going to go an hour.
Yep.
She's going to take an hour off it.
Yep. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's what we want. There's the city.
So
cityscape.
she would just the other side. See that pointy lights? That's at the Maritime Museum there.
Yep.
So we'll be able to see that. We can't see her, or we won't see her lights or see her, but she'll be able to see that.
Yep.
She'll know. She'll see the Goodwill Bridge now. She'll be able to see that Goodwill Bridge that they ran over.
So Jodie, just while we look at this, do you know much about the creation of Brisbane Trail Ultra from its inception? The ideas behind how it originated?
No,
with
not
Shona
really.
and them.
I do remember. Yeah, those first teasers they put out there.
Yep.
About it.
Yep.
We were all blown away because we actually have never. I always wondered why we didn't have an ultra on those trails.
Yes. Yeah.
Because we didn't have anything like this
Yeah.
at all. Nothing over. Just got to fly.
Sorry, the insects are coming in. So we've got plenty of
We
ultras
had-
around the edges
Yeah,
of
we
Brisbane
have
and north
in
and
the
south, don't we?
hinterland,
Yep.
and we've had in the city 100k,
Yep.
but not a trail ultra.
Yep.
On those trails out at Mount Cootha even.
Mm.
We had Brisbane Trail Marathon or something like it. We had the Mount Glorious Trail Race. We had Walkabout. We had what was it? Not the Walkabout Creek one. That was fairly new. We had Pinnacles Loop.
Yep.
We had that.
Yep.
On those trails that everyone was out there running today.
Yeah.
But nothing like this that took in all of those trails.
Yep. And we've said a few times, it's bold, isn't it? The course
Yeah.
is bold, in fact, that they use those
Yeah.
trails and yet still finish right in the middle of Brisbane, through the CBD,
I know.
along South, close
Look
to
at
South
this.
Bank.
Oh, and you saw that view from Jolly's Lookout.
Yep.
Like, you
And-
go for a drive up to Jolly's. Oh, seriously, if you are listening and you've not been to Brisbane long, or you don't often go up there, you can have a barbie up there. I've gone for trail runs. Like, we go from trail runs from Jolly's because there's a toilet there and there's a picnic and it's nice. So we go there early and we'll park and go off and run down around Lake Manchester, do these massive runs, do Township Rake and come back. And it's quite amusing to come back and be sitting on the grass and what was just all these, we parked in the dark and have gone off running at break of dawn. And then it's packed full of picnickers and people, and we come in all sweaty and they're all rugged up, they'll be in the middle of winter and they're in jumpers and jeans and stuff, and we come in singlets and shorts.
Yeah.
Because we've been just running for 4 or 5 hours.
Well, I mean,
it's quite funny.
It's remarkable how the city's grown as well, and of course we've got the Olympics here, don't we? In
how exciting.
9 years now.
Yeah.
And there's a great big push to have trail running as part of the Olympics.
Yeah, don't know about how that'll.
Not sure, but what sort of distance? Maybe 100 miles. Who knows? Who knows what that'll end up being? But yeah, so she's very close to the bridge here. I'm just looking at the app, the tracker here that we've got. So she's about to turn right and go over the Goodwill Bridge. So as we can see there, she's very, very close.
Yep.
So
coming off the Riverwalk, you go sort of underneath the expressway there. So the cars will be going over the top of her, and you kind of go under and then back and back under it.
And this for the finisher must be a pivotal moment, because they would cross that bridge, and that almost signifies the finish. Like there must be a surge of energy as they cross that bridge and run downhill.
Sometimes that last bit you're like, oh, no one's going to catch me now. I'm just going to walk for a bit.
Yep.
I'm just going to march it in. I don't know. She'll be like, oh, but I'm so hurt, and then that's where your pacer comes in. And it's like, come on, run 5 steps. I think she'll be hiking over this bridge.
So there we go.
Yeah, I think she'll be
about to come over the bridge.
I think she'll be just hiking up that climb onto the bridge, past all those little fairy lights, which would be amazing.
Yep.
And starting to have that excitement inside that, oh my gosh, I'm going to win this.
Yep, we said before, that moment of realisation.
Yeah.
You know.
She probably realised that a little way back. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if she's aware of the course record.
She'd be experienced enough to know, though, that nothing's ever guaranteed in ultras, is it?
Oh, no.
Until you get to that finish line.
I'm not sure she's aware of the course record.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure, actually, that she probably doesn't. I mentioned it to her pacer. He knows. But he said he wasn't going to tell her. So that'll be a nice surprise, I think. Yeah.
A couple of finishes coming over the line.
Oh,
there.
and this is Kay. So Kay was out with me a couple of weeks ago on a training course. Like, don't you love those running skirts?
Oh,
These old ladies
I've
and
never
these
worn
beautiful.
one, but yeah, there you go. I'll take your word for it.
No, but this is the colour.
Yeah.
Just that, you know. I used to love running in a skirt. You get so sweaty and horrible. Having a bit of femininity when you're just so.
So here we go, second
in the
place
face of the
female.
100K.
Buha Bali. Still going.
Wow.
Around the corner.
Oh, that's the way. Because you get that momentum.
Yep. So she's won or placed up at the Run Queensland events at Biwa a few times as well. Her name's popped up there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great result for her coming in second. I think Benny called her across the line.
Yep.
So Cecilia's now on the downhill.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting, Jodie, for the moment you're going to leave me at this desk and go to the finish line.
Yeah. I'm trying to be very.
Yep.
I'm holding myself back. Yeah, this is really exciting because I've been involved with Cecilia since she ran her first UTA.
Yep.
In 2019.
Mm-hmm.
19 was it? Yeah.
Yep, 2019, yep.
2019. That wasn't the one.
No, she won.
Yeah, that was her
She won it in
first big
21,
ultra. Yeah. So that was her first big ultra. And she came to me for a bit of help because she'd never run that far before. And she rocked up for our first meeting on a skateboard.
Yeah.
So that just gives you a bit of an idea of who she is. And she's always been really good with her training. Always done a lot of her training. She will have, though, hit the rough patch.
Yeah.
Where she'll get a bit unwell and then, go a bit downhill and stuff. But, yeah, she got a bit low on iron there for a little while, which really affected her performance. So, once she got on top of that, and, we really have had this the bigger picture all the way through. It's been this bigger picture, the longer term, having some being a long time in the sport rather than, being that flash in the pan, being in there doing everything because you can. So yeah, there was that deliberate build to, running UTA again and really going for top 5.
Yeah.
And then she won it, and then doing 6-foot track and, trying to develop that speed and because you do need some of that at this level.
Yeah.
To have some of that leg speed, even in a miler.
Yes.
She's this side of the river. She's making her way here. I'm so sorry. So, yeah, we'll be looking for her to come along the river now. She'll be with her partner, Tom.
Yep, just over a kilometre.
So I'll be really interested to see, actually, how he's looking because he did run a marathon. He ran a marathon last weekend. And not just a marathon, the Gold Coast Marathon sub 3, so that's pretty good.
What do you know about Tom as a runner? What sort of things does he do? Does he ultras himself?
He does. He's got a pretty tidy 50k time, around 4 hours for 50k, so that's pretty good. He did, during lockdown, he did a 24-hour out of Amberley. He's in the Air Force, yeah.
Yep.
He did a 24-hour out of Amberley on the tarmac, out the back there, jets taking off and landing. It was so cool. I went out there. Just part of the final.
During lockdown,
yes.
didn't they? Yeah.
It was funny. We were running around that final lap to make it 24 hours, and I was like, "Guys, you're not in formation." Like all of his one squadron came out and ran that last bit with him.
Yep.
It was so cool. I'm going, guys, you're not in formation.
Like a flying V.
Yeah, you're not in formation. So yeah, he's had ambitions of doing MDS. Of course, didn't get there because of COVID.
Yep.
He's had ambitions of doing it, thinking that was one of the hardest ultras. And I think he's now seen the light that there's some harder stuff out there.
Yep.
He did do UTA this year.
Yes. Yep.
So Cecilia was gonna be role reversal. So he's crewed Cecilia when she won UTA.
Yep.
And then she was going to crew him this year when he was running UTA. And of course, you couldn't have crew this year.
Yeah.
So she went, oh, well, I'm going to run as well. If I can't crew, I'm just going to jump in.
Yeah.
So he did do UTA this year. So, yeah, he's a pretty tidy trail runner as well. So they make a great team.
Yeah, to be able to train together.
Yes.
And be able to have your partner as your pacer. Yeah.
Yes. And last time I saw them was, they were coming up Kokoda. And I was at the top of Kokoda. And they were coming up Kokoda. And I was like, hey! So, I just happened to be out there as part of the training group, just driving water around. No, I had water and Red Bull and a few other treats. Ice.
So it's under a kilometre, we think now.
Yes.
Under a kilometre.
So
see, there comes in. So the time is, what's that? We said 22 hours and 14 minutes.
We might even see her pass throughs. You can see that it's kind of an arch
down the bottom
thing there. At the bottom of the screen. The path sort of curves around the waterfront there. I can see some movement kind of just to the left of the screen. That may be them. That may also just be people out there having a picnic. Yeah, that could be where you...
So maybe a couple of 100 metres.
It could jump.
Time.
Yeah, it might jump too.
Yep.
Remember, it always jumps.
So maybe we hold this shot here. We might actually see her in
see that
in
come
the
through there.
There as she comes through the little park area.
We saw a bit earlier a ferry just cruised up the river. I think the kitty cat, the cross river, not the cross river, the city hopper, the free ferry, that's usually still running. Pretty magical riding the river at night. As you can see, just what amazing outlook. I tell you, if you see the Emporium Hotel, I think that's where the red lights are. The taller building, that has a really amazing rooftop bar. Some great views up there. Anyone can go up there to that bar, bit exy, but still just amazing outlook over South Bank and the Brisbane River. Yeah, she can't be far. No! Okay, we'll just switch to some of our sponsors there for a little while. I've got my socks on, Smart Wool socks.
Yep. Sunto watch on?
Yes,
got that
I
on?
do. I've got a Sunto 9.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've been on the ITRA page. I mentioned that a fair few times.
Yes, we have been on the
well.
ITRA page.
Yep.
I haven't had any Hammer Nutrition. Oh, no, it's one of our runners. It looks like maybe... Can we see who that is? 110? Yeah. Just excited to be here. Still moving, usually. Got a smile on the face. That's always a good sign. Up the Sunto climb. You see someone, looks like someone they were coming down, or they're going to go back up to the little landing there. Give him some space to come through before they head back down. We've got a camera up there, so we'll see. You can see him. We'll switch to that one. We'll see him coming up the stairs shortly.
Yep.
Oh, and these cliffs are magic. They're all lit up at night. So running along here is just amazing. We're not getting really, how cool it is. I've come back from, who's that? That's one of our 110k runners, is? Yep. I've come back from big trip overseas. Jet lag, so bad, and I've just got up and gone running.
Yeah.
At 2 in the morning. I'm running through here at 2 in the morning.
I mean, you can see the lights there.
It's lit up like this all night, so it's just magic.
Yep, the kangaroo.
Yeah, and I went, I'm just going to go for a run.
Yeah.
At 2 in the morning.
The Brisbane is the river is such an iconic part of Brisbane.
Yes.
Anyone who grows up in Brisbane, I mean, when I lived here as a young fella, it was sort of treated as a bit of a sleepy town by a lot of people from Sydney and Melbourne and other places, but it's really developed into a cosmopolitan city and has changed. And the nature of the city has changed into a real metropolis now. So,
You can see a ferry now coming up the river.
Yep.
But I'd say if there's some lights here, maybe not that first one, maybe that one a little bit further back, about where the ferry is, just to the left of the ferry now. That could be her.
Yep. So I might be looking. There's a couple of headlamps there. I'd say that is Jody. You know.
Yeah.
I'd say that is 2 headlamps together.
Yeah.
Pretty much where that ferry is.
Oh, Tom will be so pumped too. I think he will love, like, no, won't care how much it's hurting.
Will he lead her up the stairs, or will he just say off you go? Up you go?
I think he'll let her go.
So who's Cecilia been training with apart from Tom? Has she got a regular group?
I think
that she
she's
goes
been out
with?
a bit with Katie.
Yep.
And yeah, they've got a nice little group, and they're all gun runners. But yeah, she's hooked up a bit with Megan, I think. No, someone else. I'm trying to think. Who was it? Yeah.
With Megan Brown?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think.
That's a good little training group,
Yes. Because they all live out near the gap.
Katie, Megan and Cecilia all
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
That's wonderful. I'm sure Cecilia will be looking eagerly to see how Katie's going as well.
Yeah.
As soon as she finishes, she'll want to find out.
Yeah. How she's tracking, for
Yeah.
sure.
So hopefully that
yeah,
camera
and
will
that's the
swing
great
around,
thing about
hopefully.
this running community. Like, they have so much, we have so much respect for each other. It's just crazy. It's just amazing.
That's her.
Oh my
All
God.
right, Jody, you better get up
She's
and head
coming
to
up the stairs. Yep, I'm going to.
There's Cecilia. She's at the base of the stairs. Jody's going to push past me and head out and hopefully hold the banner. Yep. So have we got Ben? Is Ben Deneen on the microphone at the finish line as well? So here's a finisher coming across the line. In the 110. The banners.
On her way up the stairs.
The banner is going to go up.
Classic precinct very shortly. She will be our female champion for 2023 in the 100-mile Rio Brisbane Trail Ultra.
No. Climbing the stairs. Here she is. Here's Cecilia Mathers coming up the top of the stairs, paced by her partner, Tom, behind her. Hopefully the headlamp will get turned off so we can get some good finishing shots. She comes across the line in record-breaking time. She's over an hour in front of that time. She's broken it by, was that about an hour and 15, hour and 16 by the time she comes round. So there's Jody. Jody's taken off after her.
There she goes, Cecilia Mathers.
Heading past. She hasn't got far to go.
So Ben, can you hear me here? Or am I going to pass over to you? You can call Cecilia in.
Yeah, we can both chat.
Oh, beautiful. So it looks like
old times.
Yeah. Looks like Tom's peeled off, hasn't he, to the finish line now.
Yeah.
And Cecilia gets to do this last bit on her own to
Shona and
save
Jody
her.
are ready. Jody's trying not to cry.
Yep. It's a good perspective, this, Ben, because we get to see how far they actually run past us. It's a fair way. You know, it's quite a stretch up and around.
Just confirming it is a record.
Yep.
Female record over an hour.
Yeah,
About
so
an hour, actually.
23:29 was the previous record, so she's an hour and 6, hour and 7
There you
under
go.
that. So it's a double record-breaking day for the Brisbane Trail Ultra. Peter
Wow.
Babas for the males, Cecilia Mathers for the females. You can't ask for more than that, can you?
No, it's incredible.
Well, Benny, I'm going to leave it to you, mate. You're going to get eyes on her.
Yeah, I'm watching. We're all watching.
I'll let you call her in.
Sarah Ryan, well done, Sarah.
Third place in the 110, third female. Here she is. She's taken the win. She's broken the course record. Give it up, Cecilia Mattis, your female champion, Brisbane Trail Ultra 100 mile for 2023. Oh my Lord. Smashing the course record by over an hour. Stepping up to the 100 mile distance, taking the win, breaking the record. She looks pretty happy. She's going to soak it in, get all the hugs, and then I think we're going to get an interview. We're going to get Jody to interview her, actually. It'd be really nice. Just see the look on Jody's face. She's very, very proud of Cecilia.
So wonderful scenes here. We can see Cecilia with Coach Jody and her partner Tom. You can see the emotion there on Jody's face and what it meant to Tom when Cecilia crossed the line, and obviously on Cecilia's face as well. First miler.
Yeah, first miler. Stepped
Course
up
record.
to the, yeah, exactly. Stepping up to the 100 mile
So
distance.
I'm going to cross to an interview now. I think
Yes.
Benny with yourself and with Jody maybe together.
I'm actually going to hand the mic over to Jody and let her take this one. I think it'll be a really special moment. I'll turn this music down. You just need to stand right there. Congratulations.
Do I have to be over there, or is it here okay? All right, so what an amazing... Oh, like we've had... This is... we had the men's record broken by 40 minutes today.
No way!
As well, yes. So it's been a really incredible day. Tell me a little bit about your start, because I hear that your start was we had a bit of adversity at the start.
It seems to happen to me. I don't know why. Clearly because I'm not well prepared enough. But anyway, my head thought shouldn't start, so I had to pull to the side straight away.
Remember, they're starting at midnight. Yeah,
No,
so clearly it was a cruise for...
it was okay, and clearly wasn't. I didn't try it, so there we go. Lesson learned.
All right, so what did you do? How did you get a line?
I yelled at Tom to come and help me from the start line, and then we just changed the battery and it was fine.
Cool. Okay, then so how did the day pan out? You said you came across the line and you said, I can't believe I'm here. Is that what, like, just give me a bit of feeling of how you were feeling out there, because this is your first miler.
Yeah.
So when you got into that no man's land, what were you thinking?
Well, already at 10Ks, I started feeling like a bit of like runner's knee, like pain on the side. And I was like, why? Like my right leg was just not super happy, unfortunately. So I was like, we'll see how this goes then, because it was painful. But then I managed it by like taking it easy on the downhills, and then just take it easy and just try to manage it. And then that was all right. The flats and uphills were all right. So it was just the downhills that were a pain in the ass. But we're here now. And that's why I can't believe it, because in the beginning I was like, oh shit, I might actually need to pull out because it was so painful. Yeah. But then at 120 Ks, the legs just magically became good.
So 120 Ks, you've still got 40 K to go. That's where you would have picked up Tom. Yep, so picked up your pacer. So did that really lift you then? Did you feel like then, okay, how did you feel after that? You said 120 came good?
Yes, so I was in race mode then. Yep. Then I was like, here we go.
Right. Cool. Actually, we did have a conversation, Tom and I, about, the race starts at about after 120 Ks, which does sound insane. But it was a race today. There was that was a seriously stacked field of some really great trail runners. Yeah, so let me talk, you were running a little bit scared, a little bit in that last bit?
Yes, because I knew Jess wasn't far behind. And I was so happy that she was doing so great. So it was nice, but I was still like, oh, she could have some good fuel in the legs and hammer it. I was hurting. But then again, we all hurt at that point. So I was like, I just need to keep going and it'll be fine. But I still was a bit like, okay, I need to move because she can all of a sudden catch up if I don't move.
All right. So did you spend much time out there on the course before the event?
A little bit, not heaps.
So I have to ask, did you do township break before you did that today?
No, and I had no idea it was like that. That was tough.
And so you would have done that on your own through township break?
Yes, but we went with a guy called Jamie. He should come soon.
Actually, we've been tracking you all day and we think, why she's been running with this guy almost all day. Yeah. And what's going on there?
Back and forward.
And I do know that, relationships do develop out there on the trail. But we do.
Relationships. Yeah.
So that is that's something I do love about ultras. You make those friends.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was good. Not heaps of talking because I think we were both focusing and he didn't have poles. So he was working really hard on those uphills. But he was running great. So that's, so cool. And I can't wait to see him come into the finish. And also Jess, because she shouldn't be far behind.
Yeah, she's not too far behind. So I think you got about 5K on her, but the lead was not that much at some points. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Any last words?
No. Okay. Oh, just thank you for this amazing race, obviously, and all the helpers.
Okay, I'd have to ask. What's next?
Something at Backall. We'll see how I pull up. 50 or 100, and then Grampians 100 miles.
Cool. So another mile is in there. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jody. Thank you, Cecilia. 100-mile champion, female champion, course record holder, breaking the record in her debut 100-miler, stepping up to the distance, taking the win, breaking the record. Incredible run from our female champion and, of course, our male champion. Both of them taking significant time off the existing Brisbane Trail Ultra record-breaking year 2023.
All right, so there we go. The 100-mile has been won by Cecilia Mathis and by Peter Babas as well. So, as we said, two course-breaking runs from Peter and from Cecilia. Cecilia by over an hour. And just a final thought on that. I loved it when she said, I can't believe that I'm here. And I think that's the way that most people feel when they get to the end of an ultra, regardless of whether you won it or whether you're in the middle of the pack. I can't believe that I'm at the finish line. So, congratulations to Peter. And congratulations to Cecilia on two wonderful performances. We're going to have a little bit of a break here from the live feed, and we'll cross to the finish line.
Heroes come in many forms. They're protecting our rivers, our woodlands, our deserts, our coastlines, and our wildlife. Our bush heroes are out there every day, restoring habitat, working with fire, and combating climate change. They do it for us. They do it for them. They do it because it must be done. We need our bush heroes now more than ever before. Become one today at bushheritage.org.au.
They call us runners because we are out there every day, on roads, on beaches, over mountains and deserts. They call us runners, but we are also mothers and fathers, artists and activists, trailblazers and stargazers. We are millions of individuals coming from our own points of origin, running to our own destinations for our own reasons. So call us runners, but it is not what we're called that matters. It's what we're called to. The hills to be climbed, the progress to be made, and the drive from within that calls us to be out there, running.
You're watching the 2023 coverage of the Brisbane Trail Ultra, a part of the Spartan Trail World Championship.
100 miles. Brisbane Trail Ultra completed. Great running, mate. Well done. Yes, Hannah. $110Ks. Brisbane Trail Ultra completed. Hannah Presswood, 4th place finish. Well done.
Hey.
All right. Welcome back for the final time, I think, for this evening.
Yeah.
It
is. Unfortunately, it's coming to an end.
Yep.
It's so sad.
Thank you for joining us throughout the day. We hope you've enjoyed
absolutely.
it. And we hope we've entertained you throughout this afternoon. So, Jodie, we've got our second place female in the 100 mile, just crossing the bridge. Talk us through it.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Well.
So Jess won the 110K here. We're like, oh, you know, she's a really talented, unassuming trail runner.
Yep.
2 times Australian national long course champion. Once up at Blackall, once here in the 110. And we're trying to work out, would she come in under the course record, previous course record? Of course, Cecilia's earlier this night just smashed the course record. Jess has pushed Cecilia today, and I think she was probably working hard to catch her too. She would have had Brad in her ear. Brad would have had a good idea.
Am I right in saying she's got 10 minutes then? So
Maybe.
23:29. I make that now 23:19.
Yeah.
It's 19 minutes past 11, so she's got 10 minutes.
11 minutes.
10 or 11 minutes to get along the foreshore
Under
there.
Jess's.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Marie's, the previous course runner, course record, it's been a long afternoon, is 23:29.
Yeah, so she might also go under. That'd be
Makes it easier, doesn't it? Because he started at midnight. Makes it easier to do the math. I mean, I remember Ben and I last year sitting here trying to do the math. He's got to come in at this time. Yeah, so Shona's done us and Cora have done us a favour by starting the race at midnight. It makes it very easy to work out the times. Yeah, so she has got 11 minutes and she will come in under that for sure.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't know that.
No. At the end of this stage, you focus
You
on the
probably
finish
don't
line,
care.
don't you? Yep.
I think, and this is her first miler too, so she's done an amazing job.
Yep.
Is it both Cecilia and Jess's first miler, first time at this distance? And it's a crazy, crazy, crazy miler to choose as your first. But hey, why not?
So we saw your interview with Cecilia at the finish line, which was great to witness. What did you have a chat to her off camera about the race at all? Did she offer anything else about how the day unfolded? Or she just keen to relax and...
She was not feeling very well.
Yep.
Yeah, as you do, because you're on the move all day, stuffing the food in because you know you need it, chucking them gels down because you know you're using it.
I did say in the interview with her, she made a point that at the finish line she said, "I can't believe I'm here," and I said on camera that I think that's a feeling a lot of people have in an ultra, don't they?
Yeah.
That feeling that you've moved for the whole day.
Yeah.
And now you're here.
Yeah.
It's a very surreal moment.
Yeah.
To know you're at that finish line.
And I forgot to ask her if she knew what the course record was.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I think she did have a sense that it was a pretty crazy time.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a miler. I think she did have that sense.
So what else as we look at Jess coming in the last 800 metres or kilometre here. We'll spot her at the bottom, but...
she's had an amazing one too.
Yeah. What else has happened today that's been a standout for you? We've got a few results in front of us here.
Have the miler record broken, both in the men and the women, amazing. Just to have the number of contestants.
Yep.
Too. To see Nolas come in, and with the PB, he was happy. And he really was in a lot of pain. His hamstring went. Oh, he was having a lot of issues.
Yep.
I talked a bit to Cam, and he had said a guy with the blue stripey.
Yeah. Yep.
He ran 20 Ks in that outfit. He was a bit worried he was going to choke.
That's a good effort. Maybe that's the standout moment of the day. Best Pacers outfit.
Definitely those results in the miler.
Yeah.
Just definitely those times in the miler were just incredible. And probably Peter with his lead up to the event.
Yeah, I mean that was outstanding. But I was impressed in the 110 that some names that maybe we haven't come across in the past
absolutely
before.
Too.
So that was good. So Jordan winning that and Chantel winning it as well.
Yep.
So it's always good when new people arrive on the scene. And
just means that, there's still interest in the sport. There's still those people coming up through, and I'd love to see, will they step up to the miler, or will they, go on and do other stuff like UTA and, nail that. And
But the big two, the miler and the 30 kilometre, the standout races on the Spartan calendar. They haven't failed to deliver.
No, been amazing.
Exceptional talent, exceptional racing, all over the podium.
Yeah. Oh, just to see Ben take out that 30, because, you know, he hadn't won that one yet.
Yep.
So, you know, that's one he hadn't won. So I guess for him that was, you know, and he went in not that fresh.
Yep.
Came into this event not that fresh. He said he'd been working hard up into it.
So maybe Ben's going for the whole set now. Maybe he's just going to go through the distances year after year. And
oh, no, I think he's learned.
Set.
No, I think he's learned his sweet spot is around that 50 to 80K.
Yep.
You know, that OCC that he's got his eye on coming up.
So as we see on the tracker there, that's 1634. That is Jess.
Yeah, so she's got 7 minutes, 6 minutes now. Ooh, she's got to get up the stairs.
Yep. Around and up the stairs.
And she won't know the record. And I don't think she'll be too bothered, actually. We can see some headlights coming along, some lights coming along there. That could well be them. Just such amazing. And the wind's dropped off now, so that's quite nice for them out there.
So Sam Stowe is on the north side of the river as well, heading down to the Goodwill Bridge. So we saw in the video footage from earlier in the day, he was one of the early pace setters.
Yep.
And as I said, talking to Liam Therens, who paced him, he said Sam sort of went out quite hard and is getting to the finish now.
I think we're seeing Jess's light come through there, her track bubble.
And that could
just
be them
zoomed
down the
up
bottom.
a bit.
There's some headlamps down the bottom there.
Yeah, I think
so
that could be.
She could be approaching the stairs. Yep. Let's have a bit of a look. This is a great camera view.
Yes, it is. They do really do a great job of lighting up these clips. They have them at different colours.
Yep. And so it's, I guess, a good chance for us to thank the camera crews who've been out there.
Oh, astounding.
And the production crew.
Astounding.
Who've been behind it.
Yeah.
For the work they've put together in making this this live stream possible, and also the video footage and the
make us look good.
The interviews and things like that. Yeah. Excellent lighting.
Yeah, this person's obviously quite happy to just walk in. They get down there. They get to all the tricky spots, tricky spots. And he's like, send the camera. I think I better run. Yeah, I learned when I was doing the combos, it said, if you see a camera, you run.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
You've got to look airborne.
And I do remember coming up to, I think that's Jess and Brad there, no? Coming down there, those two people.
Yeah, I would say it is.
Yep.
Definitely.
You see a camera, you run. Yeah.
There she is, second place female. Pretty
and
close.
And Brad with her there.
They
spend a lot of time running around out there.
Pretty close to the previous record. She'll probably miss it by a couple of minutes, but
she's got 3, just under 4 minutes.
Yep, still moving quite well.
No, she might make it.
Yep,
yeah,
still moving quite well up the stairs.
She probably doesn't know. 3 minutes. I don't think she'll care.
So this will put her in as the second fastest or third fastest in
certainly
the 5-year history of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this is the fifth. This is the fifth running of this event. Amazing.
Yep, of course, as we said, Jess, she's won the 2021 version of the
110. So she'll be another one. So we've. Oh no, she's second.
She's second.
Sorry.
Podiums.
I was just mentioning earlier today that Cecilia has come here and won the 30, and she's come back and won the 100 mile.
So there's the camera crew at the top there, that light. So we'll get a good shot of Jess as she climbs those last couple of stairs. Makes a right-hand turn.
Here she comes up those stairs. Using the handrails to pull yourself up.
Yep.
Why not?
She's got a smile.
Yeah, look at that.
There's
she's seen some
jubilation.
supporters.
Jubilation at the end.
Her friends, Dominique, Dom, and Chrissy are here. They've been out there on the during the day with her.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see at the end.
Yeah, everyone's so excited to see you.
Yep.
There's Dom.
She comes past
missed the high five.
She can see the finish line on her left
There's
there.
her friend Chrissy. Yeah, see, all of the women, we have so much respect for each other. Here she goes. She's going past us now.
Yep.
Yeah, Chrissy's going to peel off. Brad's there, still choking her through.
Cameraman's going to do his best to go up those stairs.
Yep.
As we said, so huge thanks to the camera crew and the production team behind it. A wonderful
Last
job.
few stairs. There's 3 sets there.
Big thanks also to the sponsors who've backed this event. We've had them up on the screen quite a few times, the title screen, so huge thanks to those.
When we were out there, don't run in the pole, yeah. When we were out there chatting with some of the crews and stuff, we were saying how much these guys who crew and pace, they just love it.
Yeah.
They just love being part of it, just helping someone else. You know, it's just, I love it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love my paces, but I also love it when I get to do it and help someone else just achieve something amazing. Yeah.
Well, there's so many elements to trail running, isn't there? And if you can't run it, you can get out there and pace it. You can get out there and
if I
crew
see
it.
Brad on the trails, he always stops and has a chat.
Yeah.
I get cold.
So if you've looked at this and been motivated, there's lots of ways to get involved next year. You can start in the 10K, right through to the miler. You can be in as a crew.
I don't know why he's telling her, pointing, because she's done this a few times. She knows where to go. Jess actually features in our opening, the promo we had there. So she's there with finishing the 110 a few years ago. Yeah. Oh, just amazing. To do your first miler in under 24 hours is pretty remarkable, especially one with 8,000 metres elevation gain.
So 23 hours, 29 minutes,
32.
30 minutes. There we go, 30 minutes.
Yeah, pretty amazing. We turn your lights off now for that finished photo.
Absolutely.
You don't need your light for this last bit.
Headlamps off so you get a good photo, definitely.
Oh, that relief, that sweet relief for that last downhill bit. She comes in.
Second place.
Yep, second place female on the 100 miles. We've gone from 23 hours, 30 minutes.
Congratulations, Jess.
That's a long time to be on the move. That's Dom. Dom was out there with her for a bit, I think. No, I think it was Chrissy, not Dom. Chrissy will be there.
Well, like we said in previous years, 27 hours has won this race.
Yeah.
In 3 of the 5 years.
Yeah.
So it's only Marie Connor's time from 2 years back and Cecilia today who've gone faster than her. So
yeah,
that puts it in perspective. That's an outstanding run. Gets her buckle for coming in under the time.
Mm-hmm. Great shot there, the finish line. City in the background. Brad, oh so casual. He's probably done about 40k to do. I know he's done 2 stints, I think. Yeah, there's Chrissy. Yeah.
Just good to watch these scenes at the end where you see people interact with their
You're
crew
so
and
happy
their
to be
family.
there. Yeah. Get this pack off.
Yep.
Get the weight off my back. Yeah. Oh, got the high five that time. No missing it.
Oh.
Got some other guys there.
That's the way to recover.
Yeah. He's got his eating lollies. Is there beer in that water bottle? So yeah, it's not too cold this time. But mind you, it's not midnight yet.
No, it's not.
Gets a bit cooler after that. Yeah, get my rabbit out, yeah. Okay, so that's our second place female.
Yep.
Jess Schluter.
So there's our day. So
I know.
we're getting ready to wrap this up. So if you've been watching from home, we thank you for your involvement and your support of the Brisbane Trail Ultra.
Thanks, big thank you to Cora up there in the
Yep.
ops room, running everything from afar. She's up there at Mount Nebo.
Yep, and to the whole team.
She's been watching.
Yep, the whole team as well, Shona
Cracking
and
the whip.
everyone from BTU for all the work that they put together for the...
Thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Absolutely, it's been fun. The sweeps out there, the people who've been in the aid stations, the checkpoints, everyone who's volunteered their time.
To the runners.
Yeah.
Runners, absolutely, because you make this day.
Definitely, and we hope to have more of you back in 2024.
Yep, challenging yourselves.
Yep.
We'll be around for. Are you coming for presentations? No.
Not too sure.
No.
Not
Okay,
too sure.
I'll be
so
here for presentations. I run the numbers.
Yep. Awesome. So yeah,
I'll be sitting here tonight. No.
from Jody and myself, thank you very much
Yes,
for your
thank
time.
you.
Hope to see you next year.